So how do we see? Look, there we go again. The Indian Air Force is up and around. They're making a lot of racket, these boys, but they're loving it.
Yeah, they've been practicing. I think they did a rehearsal yesterday. And, it's called the Surya Kiran. The Surya Kiran is rays of the sun. That's what the acrobatic team is called. So they've been putting on quite a show, and there wasn't a lack of noise before they started.
No, for once the stadium.
There was Nasser on the pitch.
Yeah,
but I think Nasser on the pitch and Sanjay Manjrekar, they were doing a pitch report, and Sanjay Manjrekar said he supports the fact that Pat Cummins chose to bowl because that's the only choice Pat Cummins had.
Yes, I agree.
Having any kind of an advantage, and he said it was so much noise he couldn't hear what Rohit Sharma was saying. So Nasser hopefully told him that basically Rohit said he would have batted first anyway, which is completely true. I mean India would bat first either way.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
I agree, because I believe India will chase down any total they set. I think Australia's only chance is if they can constrain India to something reasonable, maybe under 350, and have the luck of having two of their big hitters do well, but I think it's unlikely.
I don't think Australia can chase down 350. I think Australia have got to get into India here. I think.
Messi, do you? Yep, sorry. No, do you remember the score of the India-Pakistan match? Because they're playing on the same pitch. They haven't played a match since
apparently it's not the same pitch now. It's actually a different one. I've just read that it wasn't the same as India-Pakistan pitch.
Actually, right after the toss at the pitch report, Nasser Hussain mentioned the fact that it is the same pitch.
Oh, right. Well, somebody else got it wrong then.
Yeah, I know. I saw on Cricket Forward it said it's not the same pitch.
Yes, that's what I've been reading.
It looks a bit bitty. The stadium is full already. Yeah, I mean, this is it. I think Australia have got to try and constrain this Indian side to 280 tops. Otherwise,
Pakistan were out for 191 on this pitch, so yeah.
Batting first? Batting
Yes.
second?
Batting first.
Okay. So then not much of a basis for judging how many runs will be scored here.
No,
India have got a fantastic bowling lineup as well. But let's play some jingles for the contestants out there to start with. We've got Rohit Sharma. Shubman Gill.
There are plenty of guys who talk like they know what they're doing. Liars and frauds. Shubman Gill is the real deal. He doesn't talk, he does it and shows them how.
And annoyingly, I think I left my phone at home.
Oh, well, you won't get called by your wife.
Well, no, that's not true, because I think Warren is trying to get stuff sent here as well, and I don't think I'll hear the door, which is really also annoying. And no one else is here with me. So, Rohit is going to face up to Mitchell Stark to start with. Should give him a jingle too. First ball into the pads, big appeal, not out. It's going down the leg side. Going way down the leg side, indeed. That all went rather quickly, and there is no run off the first ball.
Where is Tony going to be coming into the studio?
Yeah. There's lots of people coming in, but they can't be asked to get here early. You see, so they do.
No, I know.
So they leave it to me to open up early on a Sunday morning, and then they all rock in.
The only reason I ask is because Tony made a last-minute change in rota for my second stint, which I can't make. So I prefer the other one, so I need to swap with Andy.
Well, Mitch, second ball is that's going to be the first boundary of the day. No, good bit of fielding down there actually by Travis Head. Chased it down to backward point. Looked like it was going to make it to 4, but it hasn't.
Well, he managed to get his bum down on the ball just before it.
Yes, over. And it didn't manage to scoot under his bum into the sponge. Good bit of fielding. Yeah,
that was more luck than design, I would say.
Yeah,
that ball.
I think so. He almost skidded past it, but hey ho.
I should warn you, Anindo, that Shelley is with us.
Ah, Shelley, the destroyer. That's a good ball.
But last time I got the better of Shelley, so I really don't care. The Shelley spell is broken as far as I'm concerned.
That was swinging into Rohit, and he managed to defend it back down the track, and there was no run.
If something which I dislike happens while Shelley's around, it won't be because of Shelley, so she doesn't need to take credit for it.
I feel like it's quite a hectic morning in the end. It wasn't supposed to be. Mainly because I couldn't hear you guys on Zoom, which is a bit weird. First time that's happened. Rohit is facing up, and Stark is in, and it's just defended out into the covers, and there's no run. And
Rohit's going to watch carefully with Stark, because that's an encounter he doesn't want to. Going against him at this stage is just not worth it. So. Well,
no. I mean, when you look at how Mitchell Stark and Josh Hazel bowled against South Africa in that first semi-final, I mean, it was quite.
So not to forget how they bowled against India in the previous match.
Yeah, they had them 2 for 3.
2 for 3.
Yeah, 2 for 3.
Yeah.
Mitch Stark is in again. That was across Rohit through to the keeper. No run. Because Mitch Stark.
It has to be said, the stand looks amazing. Just absolutely packed in blue. I've never seen such a solid wall of colour in any match. Even the yellow ones with MSD there, it wasn't this good.
Yeah, it's fantastic seeing there. I've got some friends in there, and they've been sending pictures, and it's pretty amazing, the atmosphere as well. The other thing is, as far as the teams were concerned, I mean, from last night, I don't know how many calls I got talking about Ashwin.
That's a nice drive by Rohit. Can't beat mid-off, though. I think it's the skipper there. It is. Pat Cummins stops it. Yep. There'll be a single off the last ball of the over. Rohit will retain the strike. India are 3 for none at the end of the first over. Who's joined us, Messi?
Brian in Brisbane. He says, morning, bloody cold, wet and windy here in Stratford-on-Avon. He's sending some supplies as well.
Yeah, can you did they give you a notice? Because I'm here on my own and I left my phone at home.
Yes, I've got a copy of the notice. I'll tell you about it in a second.
Okay, lovely.
Leah says, why is the picture of the Pornbot on the screen? Well, I'm pleased to say the Pornbot is sponsoring our coverage today. Is he not there?
He is indeed.
He's put a substantial amount of money towards helping us cover this today, and we're very grateful to the Pornbot for that.
So he gets his picture on screen all day.
Yeah. Mark Welsh is with us, says good morning. Brian says keep an eye on the doorbell. Kieran says morning all. Will Shaw's with us, Shelley is with us, and Stephen Kelp's with us. And that's probably all we've got time for right now. If Hazelwood's going to get a jingle.
Well, he is in a minute. He's going to bowl his first ball first, though. He's bowling to... edged.
Ooh.
It's going to be the first boundary of the day. No, it's not going to be the first boundary of the day. Once again, I get thwarted for my blue buttonness as an edge from Rohit. Goes past the diving, well, probably second slip. He then looks like he's hurt his wrist. And it goes down to, I think, Adam Zampa at third man. But it'll be a single. So the bowler at the other end.
It wasn't a chance, it bounced a few
times.
No,
it wasn't a chance.
I'm afraid when he bowls.
He dropped his wrist.
I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid.
And we have our first super chat of the day from Stephen Kelp.
Down the track comes Rohit. That is the first boundary of the day. He comes down the track at Josh Hazelwood and smashes him through the covers all the way to the boundary for 4 runs. India move on to 9 for none, and they're off and running. That was a lovely shot. He's not going to be held back as Rohit. He's going to come at it aggressive.
Well, that's
Stephen Kelp sent us €5. He says, I have to work, but thank you all for the coverage. Another €5 promised if at least one of these happens. Australia wins or Zampa gets a wicket. Thank you so much, Stephen. You've been a great supporter.
Well, that's hoiked into the leg side. It's a pretty ugly shot from Rohit, but I think he's going to get away with it. Another 4. It wasn't particularly well timed, and it was pretty ugly, but it was effective. 4 runs.
There was plenty of space in there.
Huh? What was that, Anindo?
I was saying that there's plenty of space in the mid-wicket area,
Yeah,
so
of
he could
course.
afford to get the timing slightly wrong as long as it didn't go to a fielder.
Yeah, exactly. There's only one person in mid-wicket. Oh, look, there's a doorbell. Can someone do some commentary while I just answer the door?
Yes, I can do it. I've got
Promise.
live coverage. So the next ball is from Hazelwood to Rohit, who's on 13 from 9. Over the wicket, on a good length, on off stump, just defended by Rohit to short mid-wicket, which it's a pity Bear's not here because he loves short mid-wicket like he likes nothing else in cricket, I think.
Well, short mid-wicket's an excellent place to put the fielder. It's amazing how many batsmen get caught there, even against fast bowlers or spinners, where they play cross-batted straight into the hands of short mid-wicket.
Indeed. We're just getting a replay of he's in again. Again, very similar length, as you'd expect from Hazelwood, on the off stump, defended out to short mid off. Again, no run. This is
Messi,
more
you reckon... sorry.
the Hazelwood we expect? Yes. Sorry, go.
Yeah. No, I was saying, does Hazelwood remind you of a poor man's Glenn McGraw from a metronomic standpoint?
Right.
When he's on song, yes, he does. So we've had 2 dot balls while you've been going, Bear. They're refusing to do anything until you return.
Well, that's good of them. I am back. We have
We're gonna
bags
give
of
them
goods.
permission.
Thank you very much to Warren. Oh, how did that not bowl him? Rohit has a big heave at Hazelwood's last ball of the over. Must have gone over the stumps. Through to the keeper. And there ain't no run. So 10 off the over. 2 done. How did that miss the stumps, guys?
13 for no wicket. Shelley says, I'm shining for an Indian win today, so Australia must deal with my hoodoo. Yeah, I don't know if it works like that, Shelley.
Yes!
Just do it. Leah says...
she's my friend again.
Leah says, that's good. I'm wearing my Bodyline shirt of the 2011 champions myself. And another super chat from Harriet Atkinson, who sent us £5. Morning, this is how Sunday should be spent. Indeed it is, Harriet. Thank you very much for your support.
I had time to make my coffee.
A friend here wanted an old Indian jersey. Sorry, I'll just be off.
Oh, edged! Oh! Edged, genuine edge from Gill. That was the first ball he'd faced.
Yeah.
Dropped just short of slip and just wide of a diving Inglis at keeper.
Must have been like 2 inches short of the...
Yeah, it can't have been far short. But Inglis had to go for it because it was going. It was clearly dropping just short of the slip, and he couldn't get across to it. It was too wide for him, and it dropped just short of. Who is in that slip there? Oh, it's usually Smith, isn't it?
Cummins.
No, it's
not him.
yeah, right.
No, it's
Marsh.
That's who it is. For
No,
some reason,
sure.
down leg side. That's going to be the
Wide.
first wide. Give that a little jingle.
Yeah, and I was saying a friend of mine with whom I'm going to watch. Sorry, friend of mine with whom I'm going to watch. A bunch of friends next door. I'm going to watch the rest of the match, which after I finish my commentary, he was looking for an old Indian jersey because he doesn't have one here. So I promised him my 2015 jersey, and fortunately for me, I couldn't find it because I've never worn that jersey after India lost that semi-final to Australia at Sydney.
You threw it away in disgust probably at the time. That's through to the keeper and there's no run.
Yeah. I thought I still had it, but I genuinely tried to find it and I couldn't find it, and then I genuinely didn't try to find it thereafter.
Is there much of a? I presume Singapore there's not much of a cricket following apart from expats, is there? I mean, is this big over there? It's not far from India, I suppose.
Before COVID, Singapore, believe it or not, had 111 cricket clubs.
Oh wow!
Wow.
And after COVID, 2.
There are a few, but they prefer drinking to playing, I think.
Yeah, well, that's smashed. That's wide. Oh, he's not going to get full for it though. There is a fielder out there, Travis Head, in the deep, and it'll just be a single. Rohit expansive drive. He's on 14 or 14. Gill's only faced one ball, and he could have been caught, but he has got one run.
I noticed that both Stark and Maxwell were very cross with Mitchell Marsh about that edge to slip that didn't carry to him. Basically saying you're standing too far back.
Yeah. I think they probably had the discussion that he needs to stand closer, and he wasn't for whatever reason.
Well,
he's a tall man.
He is a tall man. That one is driven and half stopped at cover. It'll probably end up being 2 as Pat Cummins chases after it. Warner, it was driven pretty hard by Gill, it has to be said. It's a good half stop, and I'll get back for 2 runs. Sorry, I'm trying to skin up my morning reefer for breakfast. I haven't had my coffee either. I haven't had a chance to get a coffee. I've left my phone at home. It's all a bit disastrous,
You're all
really.
over the place.
I'm all over the place.
You're just not used to doing it on a Sunday, are you?
Well, no. I've got to go later and take my son to footy. I was thinking, this is the thing, I need my phone to know if this football match has been cancelled, because it's been raining all week and their pitch is basically on a floodplain. Stark in, left alone by Gill, through to the keeper, and there's no run. So usually, with the amount of rain we've had this week, it would probably be cancelled, but I don't have my phone, so I don't know. Sounds really annoying.
Do you reckon, even though it's the World Cup final, Hendo would have woken up at this time on the Sunday?
Doubt it. Let's be realistic about it. Now the fucking doorbell's gone again. Hold on.
Okay. So we got the final ball of the over from Stark, coming to bowl to Gill, who's on 3 from 3 deliveries. And it's pitched outside, off with a little bit of shake coming back in. Gill defends it to mid-off, and there's no run. It's 18 for no wicket after 3 overs. I'll give you a few messages. Farong says Sunday blessings and greetings. Yes. Sunday blessings and greetings to all on this final day of the tournament from the Godi Dome. Aussies elect to field, so should we have a minimum of 70 overs for the match? Cheers and gunge. Oxymoronica says, come on England. Armchair Cricket Podcast. Ajit says, my first prediction from yesterday's over that India will bowl first is thrown out the window. Australia have chosen to bowl first. They have indeed. I think it's the only way they could win. Mog says, which one are we watching again? And he's got a picture of the ICC Cricket World Cup from 2015 up. And Amjad says, come on Australia. Josie Oakes says, morning, how will Oz cheat their way to a win today?
Well, any way they do it, it'll be good for me. Well, this is the problem, isn't it? I mean, I really don't know who I want to win this. I suppose that's a good thing. But in a way, I just want to see some team in pain. Vaguely, I get some pleasure out of that, I suppose. As that's just dropped square on your side.
You're assured of having one team, seeing one team in pain.
Well, you see, it could go either way. It could be that, India are closing in on victory quite easily, then something mad happens and they lose. That would be quite amusing. Equally, if it was Australia doing the same thing, that would amuse me as well. And I guess that's what I want out of it.
So you're going to be amused.
You want
today.
amusement, that's all. Yeah.
Well, no, I mean, it could be a one-sided affair, couldn't it? I mean, I still think...
I don't think it's going to be a one-sided
well, I don't expect it to be. You never know. That's pulled. Has he got enough on it? Oh, no. But it falls. He's riding his luck here is Rohit. It drops just short of Travis Head out in the deep square leg. Top edged it. But it dropped just short of Head. And he wasn't all the way back on the boundary as well. It's kind of 10 yards in. There's one way of getting Rohit. And they certainly got the pace to do it. Yeah, it was a setup. Well, the Australians do have the Australian bowlers do have the pace to be able to do that, don't they?
Yeah. The Kiwis were trying that, and that didn't really.
Well, they're not quite quick enough, are you? I mean, well, Lockie could probably do it, but he's a bit erratic as well. Whereas these guys are
and
actually.
He doesn't come in that early, I guess.
No. These guys are genuine opening bowlers. And Hazelwood is quite parsimonious. As he is in, and Shubman Gill just plays that up to mid-on, and there'll be a single. The 20 is up in the 4th over. Rohit's on 15 off 16, Gill 4 off 5. Are we expecting any dew here? I don't think so with this humidity level and this temperature, are we?
Well, Cummins said he was, which is why he chose to bowl, apparently.
Well,
I think any advantage of the dew is offset by the advantage of bowling at dusk, which I think is when the ball's likely to swing for India.
well, yeah. When that's it. Hazelwood is in, driven nicely by Rohit, but only to mid-off, and there's no run. That's part of the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, I was just. That is, and as I was saying, I've been getting call after call from friends since yesterday, talking about Ashwin. There's a huge rumor doing the rounds of Ashwin being included at the expense of Siraj, or I think it was Siraj. And I was like, I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's Siraj or Sky. I just don't think they're going to mess with the 11. I just don't see any reason why you would bring Ashwin into a World Cup final.
No, not
at this stage.
not Cole. Well, that's the first 6 of the day. That has been lamped over mid-wicket. Morning, Tony. It's the first 6 of the day. Of course, it's hit by a Rohit. It was too short, wasn't short enough, and got battered over the boundary for 6 runs. They move on to 26 for none. Can't really bowl there to Rohit.
No, he rolled his fingers out there to try and do what Saudi was doing did with Rohit in the previous match. Didn't work.
But yeah, I mean that's just exactly. That's just a long hot, really. Hazelwood in again. This time he comes down the track. Another not really hit properly. I think he was trying to go over the top of mid-on, but he's got enough of it to beat the inside of mid-on, and he'll get 4 more runs.
It's
That
me,
looks like a
Sanshi.
more-
It's me, Sanshi.
Rohit is full of intent.
That looks like a more reasonable start.
Yeah.
PJME says in 2019, well, it said morning grillers. In 2019, I was sat at the front of the pavilion at Lord's. Today, I'm feet up in front of the TV. Well, I was at Gorilla Tars in 2019. That was quite a day, wasn't it?
I was in the
and
com
you were at
box.
the ground, weren't you?
Yeah, I was in the com box.
Wow.
Lots of chat over on YouTube. I'm not going to be able to read everything, but Jay Taylor, welcome. Greetings from Pattaya, Thailand, Australia to Weasel, as he says.
Well, that would amuse me. If Australia did manage to do that, that would make me laugh. That was through to the keeper and there's no run.
Stark's getting quite some pace there. It's 142.5.
Yeah. A little bit of movement as well. As you say, it's not too hot, so they should be. I mean, this is it. Australians are used to 40-degree heat anyway.
Yeah, but this Ahmedabad in we're at the end of November. It is going to be very pleasant actually.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to start being very pleasant.
A nice midsummer's day. Ah, thank you. You're a star. You're a star. You can take the spoon now. Thanks. Oh, out! First wicket.
Gill.
Gill.
What the hell was that?
That was a horrible shot. It was a cross-batted hoik. I think he was probably trying to get it down to Cow or over the top of mid-on. But Shubman Gill has shanked that
Just
straight.
a nothing shot.
Yeah, it was a nothing shot. Straight to mid-on. The first wicket goes. India are 30 for 1. It is only 4.2 overs and you can lose a wicket in a power play. It was onto him a little bit too quickly, I think. He was trying to get it squarer than that. Is that Davey Warner at mid-on?
I think it might have been Zampa, actually, wasn't it?
I can't see who it was.
There was no need to hit that shot. Rohit gives him a look. I mean, that was just ridiculous. Rohit was doing all the scoring and Gill had absolutely no reason.
Well, that's
Completely
it
immature.
probably got to him. It was Zampa. He's out for 4. And we have to say goodbye to Gill.
The crowd says, the crowd says, the crowd says you're out.
So I'm asking Stephen Kelk if a catch by Zampa is sufficient to get the €5 off you.
Yes. Come on,
And,
super
we should
chatters.
mention too, if somebody wants to super chat us and send us a picture of their pet, we can put that on our screen behind us.
Limited time. I'm going to give it half an hour. Well, the more you get, the longer it gets. You give me 100 quid, you can keep it up all day. Well, we have a new batsman who has a fantastic jingle. I'll probably have to talk over it because it's so long. Well, in fact, I'm going to play it after this ball because Mitchell Stark is into him. First ball, it's wide of him, through to the keeper, no run. It is the man who has his own camera.
The Indian sends signals that they'll knock us on her arse. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenges of being we don't need. He lets lose all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. And we wait to find the match is dead and our doom is for rat. And Davey Warner rides around and says, Coley's the cat, Coley's the cat.
Well, yeah, I just think that got on to Gill a bit too quick. Mitch Stark is in again to Coley, who gets right behind it, defends it in the offside, and there's no run.
Who wrote that jingle, Bear?
That was Jeff
Oh,
Perker. It was an early one.
it's
Such an excellent jingle.
Leah blames that wicket on Shelley, of course.
I see.
No matter what Shelley says.
I see that Kelk says amber catch does not count. Stark in, fifth ball of his third over. Driven at inside half of the bat from Coley, sets off very quickly, gets an easy single, gets himself off the mark. Now this would be it. If you could get Coley out now, that might silence the crowd a little bit, eh?
What would be the point?
Oh,
of
we got
that?
another super chat from the pawn box. Says for $5 or $4.99. Says whoop whoop. That's the sound of the police. Whoop whoop. That's the
sound of the beast. That's my phone ring.
Thank you, pawn bot.
That's at home though, because I left my phone at home. I'm gonna have to leave about. No, he doesn't have to be at cricket. He doesn't have to be at this football match till 12:30. So I've got plenty of time. I shall go home after I've had my first couple of stints and grab my phone. Stark is in. That's too wide, and Rohit has got all of that.
Whoa.
I don't think he hit it as nice as he wanted to, but he certainly got enough of it. And it's gone over long off for 6 more beautiful runs, 37 for 1 at the end of the 5th. That was a nice shot to end the over. 7 off of that one and a wicket. So Stark.
And Ombre Nueva says, morning, wonderful Gorilla Cricket. Possibly the last wanted outcome for the final, unless you're Australian or India. But I find myself almost excited about the game now it's on. Just hoping to see some dramatic cricket, not even taking into account the ghost of 2019. Ombre also says, I would also love to see either Coley go for a duck or get a double 100 on the 5 for no middle ground, just extremes.
Double hundreds, a little unlikely. I think that's not how Coley goes.
No, it doesn't. Ombre Nova's presence does remind me.
And he won't get a
of
duck now, so those are two options gone.
Indeed. The Gorilla Prediction League is open. We already have 5 entries, and the pot is £75.
And I've got.
So get your guesses in.
I also forgot to put up the right streaming message that it's the final, didn't I? Hazelwood is in, and Cody defends it out into the covers, and there is no run. Yeah, I'd like to see a game. I mean, we haven't had many close games in the competition. I mean, they've games that have gone quite deep and then faded out. At least if it goes reasonably deep, it'll be interesting. But I mean, there is part of me that sees India trouncing Australia here. You know, getting 350 and then getting that top order out, and it all just getting really stodgy. And then, unless Maxwell comes to the party, but I've got a horrible feeling that Maxi today is going to get about 2, as that's went from the leg side and there's no run. I mean, he is so vulnerable until he gets going.
One of the Aussie writers who I used to enjoy writing, he doesn't do much now. Used to be the Sydney Morning Herald's rugby columnist, Spiro Zavos. I don't know if you've read him.
No.
A great writer. Spiro wrote in to me a couple of days ago. I'll just tell you about Maxi's innings. Yeah.
Into the pads of Coley by Hazelwood. He'll just get himself a single down to long leg.
Yeah, and he had a very good point. So he was talking about Maxi being stranded in one place and with the bat swing doing what he did, and he said, I just don't understand why you wouldn't absolutely slow down your bowling in that scenario to not allow him to reach the ball. I mean, it was just he'd just have to make so much effort he'd fall over.
Yeah, I mean, there was well, exactly that. I mean, that's into the pads of Rohit, and it's worked down to deep square leg. It'll be a single. I mean, that was it. I mean, Afghanistan really did. I mean, apart from the fact that they dropped him on about 30 twice, yeah. Exactly that. I mean, there were so many ways to bowl at him when he was completely immovable, and what they seemed to do was bowl into his pads from a wide angle, giving him the angle to just tweak everything into the leg side. It was ridiculous. Hazelwood, 5th ball of the over. Into Kohli, clips that nicely, straight to mid wicket, where Warner looks at the field as I don't know, maybe there's a little divot there or something. There's no run.
Which is why we have a mid wicket right there. Which is why we both love mid wicket.
I love a mid wicket.
Yeah. I know.
or preferably 2.
No, I don't need 2.
We had 2 the other day in one of the matches. I was thinking of Bear at that time. Yeah.
Maybe in a test match, but no.
No. We in one of the World Cup matches a few days ago.
Yeah.
And just to put some pressure, put it to mid wickets.
Yeah. Well, Hazelwood, last ball of his 3rd over, down the track comes Kohli. Just guides it out to the man at deep point. He'll take the strike, takes a single. India move on to 40 for 1 at the end of 6. Messi.
I'm not going to read out Anindo's tweet, seeing as he's already here. Kiwi by Day says, I'm here listening to your great coverage until I fall asleep, which I'm afraid will be in the next 15 minutes or so. I have an 8-hour drive tomorrow, which gives me ample time to relive the action. I'll try to avoid spoilers, but that'll be tough. Mog says, score some fucking runs, Kohli, you shit truck. You're a very demanding watcher, aren't you? Will Shaw said, why on earth did the Aussies choose to bowl? Is it as simple as it worked against South Africa? I think it's because they think it's the only way they can win. Then you can chase down anything.
Well, that's... Kohli, it's not particularly hit massively well, but he gets it well enough to get it just over the top of mid-on. And it makes itself down to the boundary, and that'll be his first of those for the day. It's 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Certainly didn't get all of that either, did he? Bat turned in his hand.
No, I think it's bat turned, yeah. It's quite a way away, but he was just lucky. I mean, I think it hit the side of the bat almost.
Yeah, I think the bat turning in his hand just closed the face a little bit and took some of the power off. Stark in. No, that's too wide, short and punched. That's a nice shot by Kohli.
Oh, that's
beating the infield. There's no one out there. It's a poor ball, really, short, wide. Kind of got what it deserved, which is being hit to the back with a point. Yeah. For another 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Well, he's following Mug's instructions anyhow.
We're getting some 4s.
Well, if there's 130,000 people there, there's about 100,000 Indian flags around.
Yeah. I hate it with flags in front of me at the sports game.
Yeah, I know.
Makes it bloody hard to watch.
Mitch Stark comes in to bowl to Virat Kohli, who drives that nicely and does beat mid-off, who's pretty wide, but he can't. He sprawls to try and stop that, but he can't, and it's 4 more.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
And that 4 brings up the Indian 50. They're 52 for 1. 6.3 overs gone. Rohit's 32, and Kohli is on 13.
15.
15.
Bear, is Tony with you?
Tony is here now.
Could you ask him whether I'm on 21 to 30 or 31 to 40.
Did you hear that, Tone? You can come in and tell me. It should be going on in there. That's just defended, and there's no run. 3 4s
Okay,
on
He's
first
got you
ball.
down for
Sorry,
30.
that's fine. Yep. Thank you. Yeah, just saw that.
Okay. So I'll change that.
So having leaked 3 4s in the first 3 balls of this over, I finally got a dot ball. Virat Kohli miles ahead.
Yeah,
726
couple
runs.
of them were 720.
That's an enormous amount of runs.
He comes into this match with an average of 101
Wow.
from this tournament.
Mitch Stark, gets a leading edge. Goes up to mid-off. Maybe a slower ball. Maybe a single.
The bat turned again.
Yeah. Well, I think that got to him slower, didn't he? He was trying to turn it into leg side, and it was just a little bit slower. Well, Virat's back to his sparkling best after, what was it, 2 or 3 years where he had a bit of a lean, barren. When the COVID really coincided with that.
Very lean, huh?
Well, he didn't score a century, did he, for 2.5 years in any format or something stupid like that?
Yep.
And since then, he's made up for lost time, one could say.
He had a test average at that time of 25 or 26, which brought it down substantially.
Yeah. Defended by Rohit. Out to point, and there's no run. I think that also coincided a little bit with. I don't know why they took the Test captaincy away from him. Fine, all the other formats, but I think he was a really good Test captain.
All kinds of politics.
Yeah, well, exactly.
He was.
But I think that kind of upset him a little bit, and I don't think there was any need to. And politics in India, I think, love him or hate him.
He'd already given up the white ball, which was fine. Captaincy.
But that's it. He'd given that up, and because he wanted to concentrate on Test cricket, and he's a good Test captain. He's proactive. Okay, he's got his histrionics, but I kind of like that.
It's a part of him. Right?
Exactly. I mean, Cody Cam, we can all take the piss out of it and all that shit, but he is a character, and he's good.
Interesting
He's
change
good
of
at,
bowling.
he's good as captain.
Change of bowling.
Into the power play, we're going to have a change of bowling, and it's going to be, weirdly, this man.
If I had $1 million, I'll buy you a Glenn Maxwell, and we are no longer friends.
Interesting.
I hadn't heard this.
You hadn't heard that jingle? Yeah, that's a good one. That's clipped into the leg side nicely by Rohit. With the change of bowling, the man is out at deep, wide, long on, and that'll only be 1 run.
I get the feeling this is going to be a bit of a binary move. It's either going to be a fantastic one where he gets 1 or 2 wickets,
Well,
or it's going to backfire.
Yeah, it's quite dangerous in the power play, isn't it? It's potentially 2 overs of power play. That's worked out to mid-wicket once more by Kohli this time, and it'll be a single. Maxwell in again, worked into mid-wicket, but passed a bit close in mid-wicket, and once again that fielder does all the work. It's another single.
We've been joined by Warren
Looking
in
at-
New York, which is pretty impressive. It's 4 o'clock. He says, "Morning all. What's more likely, an Indo going full Hulk or Bears Suns footy game being called off?"
Yeah, Suns footy game could be called off. That's play out to man on a 45, and it'll be a dot ball this
Me
time.
going what? Sorry.
Bull Hulk.
I don't know what that means.
Completely apeshit.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah,
That's a nice shot by Kohli. Rocks back, dropped
I
too
already did
short, a
one.
little bit wide. And they've got all their fielders on the leg side. There's only 2 out anyway. So he's trying to bowl straight, but he's bowled that wide, and Kohli just rocks back. Punches it through the offside, and it'll be 4 runs. Yeah, he can't bowl that with the field he's got. Mind you, Hazelwood with 3 4s in the beginning of the last over, so only 1 in this.
Spraying to someone.
Well, he's admonishing himself, and he should be. That one does turn in. And Kohli can only knock it out to the man behind square on the offside, and there'll be no run, and that's 8 overs done, 61 for 1.
I think they'll be
Same
happy
thing
with that, 7
KL.
runs.
Yeah. Sophie Kale's with us. Got to disagree with Messi. I think Australia's best chance of winning was runs on the board. Australia had some wobbles chasing, and the Indians seem to have the advantage of bowling under lights. Yes, but India can chase anything. Kohli is the best chaser in the world, or since Matthew Bevan, in my view. He's just amazing.
Yeah, he's incredible at being at pace and innings, isn't he? Well, Hazelwood has gone off. Don't know if he's injured, but he has left the field, and he is going to be replaced by the skipper himself, Paceman Pat.
Paceman Pat, Paceman Pat, Paceman Pat, and his baggy green cap. Early in the morning, just before the warm-up, he has to pull out with a dodgy back.
Patrick Cummins!
I love that too.
Yeah.
I obviously haven't been hearing too many of the jingles because of the Zoom.
Yes. Just dropped
Coming
into the
in
offside to
better
come
today.
through for quick single. That's a shot at the stumps by Piggy Smith. Doesn't hit them. Think it'd have been in anyway. And they get another single to the score.
He was in.
He was in.
Way in.
Kohli committed.
Rohit's running is a bit deceptive. Or was that Kohli?
It was Kohli getting to this end. Kohli.
Yeah.
He just took off the minute. Yeah.
As Cummins comes in to bowl to Virat Kohli. It's onto his pads. There's no appeal. Going down leg. Maybe there's a bit of bat on it. There'll be one run to the score. Was it a leg by or was it a single? It was a leg by, but it was
leg
going
by.
down. Going down, definitely.
Am I the only one, or you think anytime things don't quite go his way, Steve Smith has this jaw-dropping expression on his face? I mean, he just has that absolutely amazed look on his face, no matter what.
Yes, that's very Piggy. Cummins is defended by Rohit. Back to him, and there's no run. I mean, he's not had a particularly good tournament.
Labuschagne even worse.
Yeah. I mean, both Labuschagne and Smith. I mean, I think I don't think both of them should be playing in the same team. I think that's a weak spot in the Australian lineup.
Yeah. Especially after Labuschagne's battles against spin the other day.
Yeah. I mean, he struggles to score against it, and you're going to get Jadeja and Kuldeep Yadav here.
Yeah.
They've got to find a way of doing that. That's pulled by Rohit. Is there anyone out there? There is someone out there. Should get back for two though. Sean Abbott is out there. Must be on for Hazelwood.
Hazelwood, yeah. Sean Abbott's only played one match in this whole tournament.
Yeah.
But there isn't a place for a fourth teamer. Or who is he going to replace anyway?
Well, score predictor.
He came in to give Stark a rest for that one match.
Yeah.
That was it.
I think it was
He's
their
not
last
a bad backup to have.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, score
Just
predictor has
great.
341. I think that would be too much for Australia.
I think probably will.
I think
they'll get more than that too.
Yeah. Oh, bunted back by Kohli from Cummins.
I think it came slower again than he expected, so he didn't quite reach the ball in time.
Yeah, it was a bit aerial as well, wasn't it? It was a bit wide of Cummins. Well, there's an interesting stat, maybe. Pat Cummins has the highest percentage of slower balls. Better of fast bowlers.
Well, he's used to bowling in these conditions. I mean, he's been bowling here for a very long time.
Yeah, it's true. Guided by Kohli nicely. Beats the man at backward point. Good Travis Head. No, it's Davey Warner out there. 37-year-old. Pairs around from point and manages to stop a four. It does end up as being 2-5 off that over. 66 for 1 after 9 overs.
Yeah, you can't criticise Warner for his fitness or his endeavour. Age certainly doesn't have any impact.
Well, there's very little you can criticize Warner for in ODI cricket, I will say.
No, I agree.
He's had a reasonably good tournament.
Umbrella says, after watching for 30 minutes, for me the best outcome in this match would be after 6 hours of sudden death bowling, if that's an option. The game is declared a draw and both teams have to ungraciously accept that outcome. Good luck with that, hombre. Armchair Cricket Podcast says Rohit and Kohli bring pedigree to the crease or what? but expect a riposte from the bowlers who are no less. Also says an early gamble from Cummings to bring on Maxi could be a good one given his street smarts. Maybe get 1 or 2 wickets or go for the same number of boundaries.
Well, that's the problem, isn't it?
Keeping your options open.
Yeah, first ball was just punched out to cover. No run. Down the track comes Rohit to the second ball. It's gone a long way up and a long way back.
Yeah.
And it's over the boundary.
It was always going to go the distance.
Yeah. 639 sixes for the tournament, 72 for 1 are India. That was a good shot.
Warren says, some eyes sprung wide awake at 3:30 a.m. Have guerrilla cricket mastered mind control?
Well, you never know.
Yeah, we can't control ourselves, let alone you, Warren.
It drops a little bit shorter.
That's a lovely shot.
And that's the old 1-2 there from Rohit. Came down the track, Maxi drops it short, rocks back, cut it through the offside, no one out on cover boundary, and it's going to be 4 more.
On the previous ball, just as Rohit stepped down and hit that for a 6, so Josh Inglis behind the stumps pretended he was taking off the bails.
Well, down the track comes Rohit again. He's skewed that. Oh my word! That is an absolutely fantastic catch from Travis Head. Rohit has gone to work that over the top again. He's skewed off the outside edge. For all the money in the world, it looked like it was just going to get out of the grasp of Travis Head, who was running back from cover. And at the last minute, he dived out and caught it just above the ground, and it stuck. It so could have easily fallen out of his hands. But Rohit goes for 47 off 31. India is 76 for 2 after 9.5 overs. 4 overs, sorry. That was an absolutely fantastic catch.
It was, and it's exactly the same score Rohit had in the semi-final.
Yeah, it's a good start for India.
I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
I can't believe he held on to that. I thought it was just going to get out of his reach.
No. So did I. I didn't think he had a chance. Whoa.
It always looked like it was going to be out of reach, didn't it? And then just last minute, he just managed to dive and catch it. Rohit will be upset. 47, didn't quite get to his 50, but as a 47 or 31, it's a good start.
Yeah, he wanted to get in and score much more today.
Yeah, well, in the last semi-final, the last World Cup, he was out for about none off 3 balls, so it's good for him.
Well, I was just about to say that Maxwell was going to be exposed for the fraud he is as a spinner. But
yeah.
what do I know?
No. Eat your words, Messi. Eat your words.
I did say in that article that I wrote last night, Messi, that Maxwell's spin was probably going to be more important than his batting.
May well be. And I don't have confidence in Zampa doing well against India either, so it makes it even more important, doesn't it?
Well,
dear.
These two, over the last 2 or 3 matches for India, have been the glue that has got them to big scores. This man's the crease.
Diving away at the edge of the play, it's so tragic. Rolling in pain off the field again, it's tragic.
Maxi bowls at Shreyas Iyer, and he just pays it out to mid-on, there's no run.
You took my place.
Back foot. The last ball of the power play is punched by Shreyas Iyer. Gets himself off the mark with 4 runs. That does end the power play. India are 80 for 2 after 10 overs. Kohli is 23 off 20. Shreyas Iyer is 4 off 2. And going on nicely.
20 overs.
Yeah.
And Bear, see you, Ananda. Bear, you'll be pleased to know that you're on tweets.
I know.
And the next tweet is from, oh shit, they've all suddenly started coming in. From Oxymoronica about Aussie supporters, okay?
Okay.
Well,
you couldn't reach over and pass me the iPad then, could you? It's over on that table. Sorry, I left my phone at home. Just unplug it.
End of the power play, 80 for 2, India, and they were just about to
put their feet up and say good power play when Travis Head pulled off that catch. Rowett going for 47, that was a big wicket and a very good catch. Cummins is in again, inside an edge from Kohli. It's going to go out to deep square for a single. Who else is with us on this little session?
We're supposed to have Russ, who I haven't let in, so I'll let him in now. Sorry, Russ.
That really was a good catch. Running back, had to go to his left, had to stretch out, and big catch in the biggest of games. You can see how pumped Australia were with that one. And Maxwell, 1 for 14 off that over. They probably have taken the Rowett's wicket.
They would have been. Morning, Russ. Sorry, I didn't see you hanging around.
Morning.
In the room. You must be reasonably happy.
I am reasonably happy, yes.
Oh, Cummins is in. The keeper's gone up. They like it. And the umpire, well, I don't know if he likes it, but he's given it out. Shreyas is caught behind. We'll wait and see. The Virat just turned his back on him, saying, don't ask me, mate, on your way. And that's another big wicket. And suddenly, in the space of 4 balls, this game has flown towards Australia. Shreyas is out for 4, and it's 81 for 3.
That was seemed to squat a little bit on him, didn't it?
I'm not sure. It's back of a length. He just fenced at it, really. How did you see that one, Ross?
Yeah, I think it stayed a little bit low, and it was perfect line and length, and it just seemed to move out a little bit, but it might have stayed a little low on him as well. Or either that or his footwork was poor, but one of the two.
Well, his footwork was definitely poor.
Yeah. But either way, that, along with the wicket of Rohit Sharma in the previous, is turned what was starting to look not great for Australia into actually not bad, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, Shreyas Iyer's got 2 centuries in a row coming into this game.
Okay, we've got a new batsman.
He's capable.
He certainly is.
It's this man.
And a man who had a pair, in fact, who had to dig India out from 2 for 3 against Australia earlier in the tournament. They got a few more runs on the board, but they're still 3 down in the 11th over. Kohli not looking happy at all with the failings of his teammates.
I was going to say that, like, Australia was in a much better position in their group game, and these two put on 170 something. So, does mean that there's still a lot of work for Australia to do.
There is, but one more wicket now would really open the door. Cummins is in. It's short and Rahul defends it into the offside. There's no run. Now, this would have carried a lot of weight if I'd said it 10 minutes ago, but I wasn't on 10 minutes ago. I had a funny feeling coming into this game that when Sky has had no opportunity all tournament, he's going to have to do something in the final.
Well, it would be a redeemer, wouldn't it? It would be the redeeming arc of the final. Because this is what I mean. Shreyas Iyer's had one pretty decent tournament and then has failed drastically in the final.
So has Shubman Gill, yeah.
I mean, someone's got to fail in the final. Not everyone has a great game. So you just don't want it to be you, really, do you?
No, and I think both those two players will have further opportunities, but they both obviously looked absolutely distraught when they were out. That one's into the ribs of Rahul. It's a good ball from Cummins, who's got his tail up after that wicket. Into the ribs, and Rahul fends it off down to where short leg would be. There's no run.
That one got a bit more bounce. The previous ball, which was also short, really, again, died. So I wonder if this pitch is not coming through particularly well.
It was looking good for 9.4 overs.
Yeah, it was.
That's right. Rohit Sharma is a different batter, though, isn't he?
For sure,
Makes everything look easy.
Yeah, so does Kohli in many ways. Cummins is in to Rahul. Short, back of a length again. He's going to get a single there. In fact, Steve Smith might have been a little bit on his heels as they get through comfortably.
Cummins looks fired up. And Rahul looks distinctly uncomfortable.
Yep, he's certainly giving him the hurry up.
I mean, this is where trouble comes, isn't it? I mean, they've only really got... I mean, Jasprit Bumrah's coming in at 8. No,
that's right. That's worked so well for India in this tournament. They had Shardul Thakur in the first game. They went back to this 6 and 5 specialist lineup, and it hasn't been tested as yet.
Well, that's what they did last time, and when it was finally tested in a semi-final, it all fell apart.
Cummins is in, pulled by Coley, but he's not got anything on that at all. Hits it down into the ground to Maxwell at square leg. That's the end of the over. It's 82 for 3.
Oh yeah, it's me, sorry. Right, Oxymoronica says, Aussie supporters down under are having to have an all-nighter. There'll be a lot of sore heads and absentees tomorrow morning, and if they conjure a win, they'll be going all the next day, one would imagine.
National holiday anyway, wouldn't it be?
Wow, exactly. Leah says, oh dear, so the choke begins. Kiwi by day says, go Aussies. Warren says, do I see a little green tint appearing at Crickwriter, of course, is an Indo's complexion. Josie Oak says, India are doomed. And Leah says, hi, Russ.
Hi. I've got cats. There's a lot of stuff going on behind me in the Box of Dreams today. I think there's about 10 people here. So apologies if firstly there's noise, and secondly people keep putting cats on my shoulder amongst various other things.
That's fine. People love cats, as we've figured.
We've got giant cats.
We've got giant cats on our screen.
Looming over us, licking our heads and biting our necks.
Well, here's a big moment as well. He can take top wicket taker of the tournament, can't he, if he gets the right amount of wickets today. It is Adam Zampa.
The enemies of the mighty fear many things. Yet there is one thing they fear above all others. They fear Adam Zampa.
Full ball, and KL Rahul punches it up to long on for a single.
In the group game, Rahul just ended up cutting Zampa continually. He just kind of late cut for the entire innings. So it'd be interesting to see whether Australia change how they bowl to him to try and restrict that shot.
Well, they've got two fielders in that area, albeit Kohli's on strike now. He drives that one. It's also full, drives it up to long on. Another comfortable single. Kohli on 24 off 22, like 25 off 23 I should say. Looked very fluent in the power play, as he should.
Very easy. It didn't look like he was trying at all to score that quickly. There you go.
He's already scored the most runs anybody scored in a Cricket World Cup with a game to go. Punches that one up to long off again. KL Rahul. Zampa bowling very full, and Australia have got two men in that third man area waiting for those late cuts.
It does help that this and the previous World Cup, which was obviously on much less friendly batting pitches, were the only ones in which there was a billion games.
That is true. That's the first shorter ball from Zampa, and Kohli goes back and clips it easily to square leg. Pick up another single. Yeah, I think you'd only play 8 or 9 games in most previous World Cups. Trying to work it out with the Super 7s and all that.
Yeah, the most would have been 9 if you'd gone to the final of the 14-team World Cup, or 10 in the 92 World Cup.
92 World Cup was a similar format. It was just one team fewer, wasn't it?
That's correct.
Yeah. Tipped into the leg side by Rahul. That's the first dot ball Zampa has managed.
Yeah, it's a definition of milking, isn't it?
Yep.
Sometimes with Zampa.
Well, yeah, I mean, the fact that they've got these 3 wickets is going to massively reduce what India's potential score is for the time being.
For the time being, yes. These two batsmen are going to be clipping it around, I think, and Kohli does exactly that, just knocks it into the leg side for another easy single. 1992, gone with tweets actually.
Well, we don't have any.
Oh, okay. Well, 1992 is, I think, the only World Cup final where the winning captain is not representing at this game, and it's not just because it was Pakistan, it's because Imran Khan's in prison.
Yes. Well, that's true.
We might not have been invited anyway.
Yeah.
Well, it becomes a problem that the BCCI didn't have to address.
Indeed. Oxymoronica does say a shout out please for Ravi, who we sorely miss. It's true. We lost Ravi Nair this year during the Ashes, sadly, at too young an age, and he is missed.
Yep, I'm sure he would have enjoyed this very much. Cummins returns to the attack. and he's bowling to KL Rahul. It's back of a length again, seems to be his plan for Rahul, and he tips it into the leg side and there's no run. In between balls you can play the game of spot the yellow shirt in the crowd. I haven't managed it yet. It must be damn difficult to get tickets for this final as a team who's like only just made it.
I mean, 90% of the tickets are corporate anyway, right? So, if not 99%.
Yeah, a lot of them are corporate, and then they're sold off by the corporatees to make extra.
Well, I was going to say, I don't think many everybody's wearing a blue Kohli or a Rohit shirt. I'm not sure the corporate guys are going to do that so much. That's a bit fuller. Rahul pushes it up to mid-on for no run. But certainly Australia not managing to do that thing they did in England, where there's a whole block of them in the crowd all dressed like a cult.
Yeah.
I am sure the corporates will show their allegiance.
They do if they want future tickets, yeah.
But yes, there might be more yellow shirts in the box of dreams, and we don't have any. We've got one green Australian shirt.
Virtual yellow shirts. I'm pink today, just showing that I've got no dog in the fight.
There, have you decided who you want to support yet? Was this a
no
discussion?
Played into the offside to point, and there's no run. It's like when Chelsea play Manchester United, isn't it? You just want the ground to swallow them all up.
Well, I prefer Chelsea. I can't stand Man United. I don't really have anything against Chelsea, but no, I want to see someone in pain at the end. And
Well,
I don't really care
I'm sure
who it
you
is.
will. I'm sure you will. One way.
I
or
mean,
the
if you
other.
want pain, then obviously India losing is the most.
Yeah, well, exactly. A close game and someone losing or winning heroically.
Or someone just gets absolutely smashed.
Well, yeah. It would be quite amusing if India did get smashed in the final, having just waltzed through the entire competition.
Slower ball from Cummins. He does bowl a lot of those, particularly at the end of the innings. Rahul just plays it down the wicket. There's no run. He's certainly going to have a look. KL Rahul, 4 off 11 so far.
Yeah, and Kohli's actually on track. Cummins is on track for a maiden here, which is almost unheard of in this.
Well, you wouldn't have
this
been
Indian lineup.
You wouldn't have been expecting it after 8 and 9 overs when Kohli and Rohit were going like a train.
Oh, look at that. Start went for 29 and Hazelwood for 25 in the first 7 overs.
Yeah, Hazelwood's left the field, presumably just for a rest, but you never know. That one is pulled past square leg by KL Rahul, but there's another man in the deep. It's David Warner. Just get a single. It's an errant throw from Warner. So Cummins will not pick up a maiden. He's got 1 ball to go. 88 for 3.
It'd be interesting to see how these two approach this, given what's left over, because 5 and 6 and over, it will suit them quite well for about 20 overs, you'd think.
I think that's the way they like to bat anyway. In this sort of these two players in this 10 to 30 over period, I think they'll be right at home. It's another slower ball, but it's a Yorker dipped on Kohli. He got his bat down on it. It goes down to fine leg. There'll be another single. That's Josh Hazelwood back on the field, actually. End of the over, 89 for 3 off 13.
Too many electrolytes, needed a piss. The light roller says, hello Possums, this is going well. Batting doesn't look so easy. Well, it doesn't suddenly. White Line Wireless has sent us a picture of the box of dreams as a capacity for the final match. The sun is still streaming. Is that is that sun? That's the lights. You got that's an outbuilding at your house, isn't it, Russ?
What is?
The box of dreams. It's a nice little outbuilding to have. It's pretty cool. Leah says, fuck, tearing up again at the thought of Ravi not being here with us for this. Tearing up, sorry, not tearing up. Sorry, Leah. Just Ideal says, have I been under a rock? Ravi Nair was omnipresent in my guerrilla cricket experience. Yes, Just Ideal. He sadly passed away, had a heart attack during right at the end of the Ashes in the summer. Sadly at the age of 54, I believe. That's nothing at all, and he is sadly missed. Just Ideal says, surely at the Hopper you're rooting for India. Well, this is the dilemma. Do I really want India, who've waltzed through this, they're at home?
Zampa is in again, inside edge from Kohli on the defensive. It goes out to square leg and they pick up a single. Well, Australia will want to. Well, I don't think Australia need any extra motivation, but India are going to equal their record of winning every game in a World Cup unless Australia beat them today.
Yes. And they've looked imperious as well the whole way through.
They've looked much better than all the other
What I
teams.
don't like is, and you can say it's this is how it goes in the subcontinent or whatever. I don't like the fact that it's hardly been an international World Cup
pushed past mid-wicket and they get another single.
In the sense of overseas fans and stuff, and I think it's partly to do with the way the ICC have set it up. I think it's partly to do with travel in India. It's such a huge country.
From what I understand,
the
from what I understand, there's just a complete indifference.
Yeah.
To travelling fans, they really don't care, which is a bit of a shame.
It is a bit of a shame, and partly because
there's some yellow shirts.
There's 4 yellow shirts looking very uncomfortable.
4 brave men. Zampa's in again, full toss, but Kohli doesn't take full advantage. Puts it up to long on for a single. That may be a case, Russ, of getting a bad ball, but you're in this milking mode and you don't put it away for 6 like maybe it should.
Yeah, it was almost the opposite of the first ball, which actually was quite a nice one. Got it inside edge and it still dribbled away for a single. It's like every ball's a single regardless of whether it's good or bad or indifferent.
A little delay for something. Zampa, of
One
course.
of the things with travelling was that the World Cup fixtures were not released until incredibly close to the World Cup itself.
And they were quite a few of them were changed. I think we've got some people on the pitch. They think it's all over.
Yeah, it looks like we've got. Well, that's a streaker in India.
Well, no one likes to see that, except asterisk. Everybody wants to see what's happening.
Yeah.
Probably
all we get to see is the security guards wandering aimlessly in the ground.
You want to see someone get tackled and dislocate their shoulder.
Yeah, and I think
rugby style.
Something other than this has obviously been the fact that the grounds are enormous, and so there may well be 20 or 30,000 people in the stadium, but it still looks empty. You know what I mean? I don't think it's a particularly good look.
No, for a lot of the games, no.
That's inevitable in a cricket World Cup anyway. It's never had a situation where there's huge numbers of travelling fans, and most of the countries that participate in the cricket World Cup are either don't have a large, rich fan base, or they don't have a very large fan base, so it makes it very difficult for them to fill stadiums.
I don't know. I think it was pretty good in England.
Yeah.
I mean, that is slightly because
England's
it's a
kind of
smaller
the exception to the rule.
Yes,
right?
England would be the exception. That's shorter, and Rahul pushes it up to long on.
Well, the World Cup should be here every time.
Small, to be honest.
Like we started, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I mean, somewhere like what was it? Taunton had World Cup games, and capacities there probably 10 or 12,000.
But that means it's kind of bursting to the seams, and it's
but it looks good though.
It looks good, and it's more exciting. That's a Yorker from Zampa. Kohli digs it out back to the bowler. Zampa's actually in a shootout with Mohammed Shami, the top wicket taker. It's not just
that's true. Shami's
about what he takes. In fact, Shami's one ahead.
Bolted out of the blocks, didn't he?
In far fewer games too.
Yes.
He's certainly been taking a bunch of wickets. He's on 23. That's too far onto leg stump. Kohli flicks it down to deep square. They might get 2 for this. No, just the 1. That's going to be the end of the over. 10 singles off 12 balls from Zampa. Gives you an idea of the pace of the game. It's 94 for 3 off 14.
Oh yeah, it's me. Sorry. GC Naked Fun Ball Bot, who is sponsoring us today. You will see him in the corner of our screen if you're watching.
Him or her.
Him or her, yeah, in the corner of our screen on YouTube. He sent us some money. So he just said advertise all the things you normally do. So yeah, become a patron. Sign up to the GPL. You've got half an hour left in the GPL. It's 73 quid this morning at the start of play. Guess the amount of runs scored in the final. And if you get it spot on, you'll win whatever's in a pot. Yeah, become a patron. Doing lots of other things. Super chatters on YouTube, whatever you want to do. Well, it all helps. Anyway, he's in case of an Australian win. He's on guard outside one of Mog's Axe Locks boxes. Sends a picture of himself out there.
Axe Locks box.
Yeah. Diana Patton says, I wonder what kind of personality will get pleasure from bombing babies in hospitals. And now the hot air has shown me. Diana, please.
Cummins is in again, and it's clipped out to deep square. Warner picks it up. Be another single.
This is sport. It's a different thing. Come on. Kiwi Widow says, surely it's all in the mind and the heart, not the shirt. Raffles, the gentleman thug, says, morning gents, since the start of the game the odds of an Australian win have shortened from 3 to 2.5 and India lengthened from 1.3 to 1.7.
We just had a lovely Sachin break. Sachin and more Sachin,
followed by Cody.
The aviator sunglasses there too, wasn't he?
Had his mum's sunglasses. Oh, it's a bit aerial, but it's not going to carry down to long leg. It's just one bounce to Josh Hazelwood. He wasn't totally in that control of that KL Rahul, but he probably benefited from the fact that he didn't go at it too hard. It was maybe one of those, he was just helping it on its way and it flew a bit further than he thought.
Yeah, and once again, the unevenness of this bounce is, I think, making it very challenging for the Indian batters.
Yep, no sign of a particularly unusual wicket. There seems to be a little bit in it for the bowlers, a little bit of turn as well. Cummins has gone short as well. Kohli again flaps it, and mid-wicket just could only stare at it. If he'd been, well, obviously if he'd been there he'd be caught it, but what I'm saying is he is the right distance from the bat to have caught that.
Yeah, just the wrong arc.
Just the wrong angle, yes.
A couple of nervous shots here.
Really didn't get that one at all,
No.
Kohli, and he's had a couple like that.
Yeah, right up in the throat of the bat.
And he's doing the international hand signal for that bounced a bit.
Yeah.
Shaking his head as well. So we've had balls that have stayed low, we've had balls that have bounced a bit more, which is might make it Cummins think whether he's just going to bowl a lot of short stuff for the rest of
Well,
it.
he probably is the bowler best suited to banging it in. He can bang it in. Hazelwood's more length and Stark is more full generally, but they've all got the pace to do it. That one is just dropped to cover off a length ball for no run. He's leading from the front, and Josh Hazelwood, a bit encouraged by that bounce, is warming up.
Well,
I wonder if they'll bring him back.
Well, he only bowled 3 overs, didn't he?
He certainly seems to be warming up, so perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned that. I should have done a Mark Lawrence and said, I think they should bowl Hazelwood here.
We'll give it to you anyway.
Cummins is in, back short, and again it's an indeterminate shot from Rahul. He really just poked his bat at it outside off stump, and it came off the bottom half of the bat to
91
mid-wicket. Yeah, and these two batsmen are not discouraging Pat Cummins from bowling this length, I'll put it that way.
Nope.
For a ball that was 91 miles an hour, that did not come through at all. Like, he looked like he was waiting on it before he got the edge.
Certainly seems like if you bang it in, you can get this unreliable bounce and pace off the wicket. Cummins is in again. He bowls short again. That one is better played down to point, but Smith dives and fields and makes a big performance out of it. It's the end of the over. Good one from Cummins, asking questions. 97 for 3 off 15.
Well, Armchair Cricket Podcast says India in a bit of a bind. What a catch from head to dismiss Rohit, and Iron follows the skipper's Cummins coming to the fore, indeed. Warren says the Box of Dreams has an outhouse. Is that where the England team ended up? No.
It's a box of nightmares.
Yes, exactly.
You're in the doghouse, aren't you?
They should be.
Well, the cat house, really.
Most of them aren't. Most of them are, here you go, new contract, you're playing the next tour. Only poor old David Willey's in the doghouse.
Anand says 90 style ODI cricket needed now. Very true.
Yeah.
And Kiwi Body says I joined Twitter/X only because of you, Gorilla Cricket.
Oh,
White
don't
Line
blame
Wireless
us.
people.
Oh.
Well, he says everything I see apart from you lot is horrible.
Yes.
Well, it probably is.
Yeah, apologies for that.
Yeah. Nothing we can do about that, really.
Zampa is short, and Kohli punches it out to deep point to get another single.
It's Elon Musk's free speech nonsense. Of course, he was being anti-Semitic the other day, wasn't he? He was caught being anti-Semitic, and now everyone's pulled their bloody advertising again, and he's whining like a baby.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
Also got a super chat from Warren, thank you very much. Simply says R.I.P. Ravi.
Oh, thank you, Warren.
Here comes Zampa. And just a little bit of turn, it's played into the onside. Nothing too much to encourage the spinners so far.
No, which is interesting because there was some predictions that it might turn quite a lot and potentially help India.
Well, there was some talk that India might play Ashwin, and there was a lot of confabulation before the game. They ended up sticking with the same team. That's too short, but it has not really been put away by KL Rahul. He punches it out to deep point. Warner is quickly round, and then just another single. And this is, well, Zampa against England. I mean, everything has to be asterisk against England. Bowled 10 overs and never went for more than a single.
Oof.
And has done it so far in 2.5 overs. I don't think he'll manage 10.
He's had a very surprisingly good World Cup. In some ways not actually looking that great, but often being very effective.
Punched up to long on by Kohli off the back foot. That's going to bring up 100 for India. They are 100 for 3 off 15.4 overs. Kohli is 34 and KL Rahul 9.
Perfect.
Yes, Zampa, like Australia, had a couple of difficult games at the start and then came into his own, but I think we were all writing Australia off after 2 games without taking into account they probably played the 2 other best teams, India and South Africa. Oh, Zampa seems to want something for that. Is he saying that flicked the pad
before the bat?
KL Rahul played what looked like a conventional punch out to cover. He's the only one who was interested, and no one else is.
They've upped the kits in the final.
I was going to say,
it was 100
bizarre.
runs, now it's 50.
I know, I was thinking that myself there, Russ.
Still bloody nothing in the context of, anyway.
millions of dollars that are sloshing around, yeah. Punched out to deep cover for a single. Zampa keeps it going. 3 overs, 14 singles. Is 101 for 3.
Yeah, considering they probably made in Bangladesh next door and probably cost about $1 a fucking kit.
And it's been advertised in every single game in the entire World Cup.
Yeah.
The Box of Dreams could have provided 10 kits for every 100 runs.
Well, yeah, if they gave us a cost, definitely. Ombre Nueva says, after doing a morning of indoor climbing, remedied by 10 hours in the pub after, I'm failing to keep the silly tweets to a minimum. So here's another one. Kohli's to open the bowling for India after his double ton. Yeah, good luck with that one. Mog says he gave no consent. I don't know what for. And Zampa is definitive proof that shit takes wickets, says Josie Oak. Well, I was going to say a few of his wickets have been.
Yeah, but that's leg spinners for you.
Yeah,
even
true.
Shane Warne probably took 100 wickets with shit balls, or 200.
Yeah, possibly.
Mog's to my right if you want to find out what the comment was about.
Yeah, ask him. What was it about, Mog?
I think we're on drinks break. Yeah, I think we're on drinks break as well.
Mog, tell us the.
What?
What? What did he say? He didn't say anything.
Said something was out without consent.
Yes, I don't know what it was though.
Oh, there are people with fucking cameras in here.
Oh, right.
Around taking photographs.
Oh,
I haven't signed any paperwork for that.
Okay, fine. You didn't give a consent form, is what you're trying to say, yeah?
My lawyers are on their way.
Well,
okay.
I've been watching some YouTube videos where this guy goes around these, the worst sort of drug places in America and Canada, and
oh god,
there are people definitely saying in very strong terms that they don't have consent to film them. But it's very depressing, actually.
Oh god, yeah.
And it's actually worse. It's worse in the places like Canada and Oregon where they've decriminalised them, but they've not done what. Sorry, this is a complete offshoot, but we're on drinks break. They've not done what they've done in like Portugal and Netherlands, where they got full support system for everybody. Yeah. They've just decriminalised and said, "Fine, go for it." And
they're all lying around the streets and shit.
Oh, it's horrendous.
It is horrendous. I did watch a documentary about some area. I think it was in Canada.
And it's all the fentanyl as well.
Yeah. Well, you've seen that they're going to have bloody. What's the drug that they inject? Can't remember what it's called. For overdoses.
Naplan.
Naloxone or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're having to install it in some election places because people are putting fentanyl on envelopes and sending shit in. And that's crazy. I mean, that stuff is so toxic. Anyway, enough of that.
Sorry, don't know how we got onto that.
Yeah, I don't know how we got onto that. GC Naked Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says, by the way, Ben Duckett is opening a bowling in the Cat House.
He should be.
He shouldn't be. And Leah says, I think he doesn't consent to showing his impressive brow tumour to all listeners. I don't know what that is. Yeah, they're still on a drinks break. There's nothing more. Let's see what's on YouTube.
Oh, Beckham's not at this game, is he? He hasn't shown his face, but I mean, I wouldn't be surprised he was in there somewhere.
He was in India recently, but then he's in the Las Vegas Grand Prix today, I think.
Oh, the life of him. Come a long way from washing dishes, washing pint glasses at Walthamstow Dog Track.
Well, yeah. Right, what we got on here? Kieran Roseblade said, geez, I think this is the only time I've genuinely been supporting Australia. Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it, Kieran?
You don't have to genuinely support Australia. You could just begrudgingly support Australia.
Well, that's the only way it's going to be, Russ.
Well, here comes Cummins. Begrudging support or not. Punched into the offside by KL Rahul. Enough to the left of Maxwell, who still gets up, or Labuschagne, sorry, still gets up and throws a direct hit. but they're comfortably home. That was Australia's selection conundrum, whether they might bring Stoinis in for Labuschagne, and I might have done.
Yeah,
I might have done.
Especially because Labuschagne looks so bad against South Africa. He fielded well, but his batting was terrible, and you wondered whether that was going to get him dropped. I don't think Stoinis adds that much of the ball.
No, but he can add. Well, but he can still give you a couple of overs if you need them, and he's more explosive, obviously. And you can, move Maxwell up one, ducked underneath that one. There's no run. It's just if you're chasing 320 and suddenly Smith and Labuschagne are in, looking at each other with their mouths open, I'm not sure that's ideal.
Well, they hit out or get out, is how you have to do that. And India might drop a few catches to try and keep them in a few extra overs.
But I think India, the score predictor has them at 306. I think 306 should be enough, I reckon, for this Indian side.
I don't need 2 wickets, and that goes down a hell of a lot.
Yeah, doesn't it, just?
Cummins is in, pulled better that time by Kohli, but it's a good bit of fielding at square leg. I think they got through for 1.
Yeah.
It's Warner again. It just shows whatever we talk about England's players being too old, if you're fit enough, it's not a problem, and David Warner is definitely fit enough. That's a great piece of fielding.
You don't really have what South Africa had, which is a ton of big hitters at the bottom of the order, and even Australia to some extent, or at least with Maxwell. So they do need to grind out the runs in a way.
Yeah, Clarkson and Miller are just really good. Whatever style they have, that's tipped around the corner, but fine leg is there. Haven't had a boundary, haven't exercised you on the jingle machine for a long time, have we?
Well, 40 balls in 32 minutes. It's just come up on the screen.
Yeah, but Kohli's still going to run a ball somehow.
Yeah,
he does. He's very high, what they call non-boundary strike rate. His is basically the highest.
Is it a really good thing?
It's a better thing in 50 overs than 20 overs.
Yes.
Yeah, Australia won't mind because if it brings Rahul on strike and he's struggling, that kind of works for them.
And Australia working back the run rate since that power play, which was 80 off 10. We've had 24 off almost 7 since then. That's another dot ball.
Yeah.
Obviously the wickets made a difference. As in the wickets taken, not slightly the wicket that they play on. That always is rather confusing if you think about it.
Yeah, Cummins has bowled very intelligently though. He's mixed up his good length balls with short ones, taking advantage of any changes in the pitch.
Yeah, KL Rahul's been very watchful, 12 off 24. Kohli's on strike for now. Last ball of the over, short, and he just ducks aside from it. End of the over, it's another good one from Australia. Say 24 off the last 7 overs. And it's 104 for 3 off 17.
See what we got here. Leah says it's a brewery tumour, slang for a beer belly beer. Bear even. Supin agrees with somebody. Tim Everingham says, even Gorilla, I think it's always worth noting that Australia's fielding has improved immensely throughout the tournament. I think we counted 6 drop catches in their first game against South Africa, this is true, compared to Thursday's, and today's fielding as well as heads catch. Yeah, it's been good. Right, so message has sent in a photo saying, interesting that despite all the security, the pitch invader managed to reach the batter. No doubt he will pay dearly for his transgression.
I'm sure he's being beaten to a pulp as we speak.
As will multiple security staff, indeed.
Could you imagine if he injured Kohli? The entire crowd would beat you to a pulp.
Well, exactly, be ripped apart, wouldn't he? The right roller says, Australia fielded very well. I wonder if that might be the important difference. Well,
India's very good in the field.
Yeah, they've got propensity to drop catches, though, a bit. The Indians.
So is Australia in this World Cup.
Well, they did to start with, didn't they? But that catch from head this morning was fantastic.
Well, a bit of a surprise to me. Maxwell is coming back, and Rahul defends it into the offside for no run. So maybe a bluff from Cummins to have Hazelwood warm up so ostentatiously. But Maxwell 2 overs for 21, but that massive wicket of Rohit Sharma just when it seemed like Rohit was hitting him with ease. It's another dot ball into the leg side that time to mid-wicket. No one's going to hurry King Legend. He's in again, and again tipped out to mid-wicket. There's no run, Steve Smith.
He'll probably bring Hazelwood on for himself, Cummins, I think, given he's bowled 5 overs now.
Okay, yeah, that might make sense. Honestly, can't remember the last time India scored a 2, never mind a boundary. Cut that one past point, and just as I say it, he's probably going to get 2 here, as Warner is round. Yes.
But only 2 off the over.
Yep, only 2 off 4 balls. That run rate, which was up at 8, is now down to exactly 6. And Australia will be able to take a breath and feel a lot better about things than what they were 45 minutes
India
ago.
will attack Maxwell at some point. You can't let him bowl 10 overs.
No.
Molested.
Interesting that Maxwell's bowling in front of Head, who took those 2 key wickets against South Africa. They maybe feel Maxwell is a slightly better option irrespective of that. That's another dot ball back to the bowler. And here he is to complete the over, Jadeja style. And it's back to him again, but he dives and he can't quite make it, and he gets through to long on for a single. But only 3 off the over, 107 for 3.
Maxwell's had a really good World Cup. I think overall, he hasn't necessarily taken lots of wickets, but he's been consistently under 6 and over.
And had the innings of the World Cup, if not any World Cup.
Yeah, his batting's been up and down.
But when it's up, it's up.
When it was down, it was bad.
Yeah. GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says, who is the young fella fingering the box of dreams? I don't know what that's all about. Either a cat on your shoulder or maybe someone's hand in the video going out on YouTube.
The pun's behind me, and it did, for those who are familiar with our caller rotor.
A few more, and they found another pocket of Australians in the crowd, and they are trying to sort of stick together by all wearing the same colour shirt.
Find each other.
One seems to be wearing both an Indian and an Australian shirt, just mixing it up.
Like little
beacons.
Flocks of gazelles that have been separated from the main herd, and they're surrounded by 90,000 lions.
Well, you're right. Hazelwood is back into the attack.
So he took some stick early on, 3 overs for 25. It might be a different kettle of fish now. He's into KL Rahul, who punches into the offside and will get an easy single. But again, unless that was just a loosener, doesn't have the pace of Cummins and doesn't look as immediately as threatening.
No, it's certainly not coming onto the bat though, is it? I mean, against South Africa he looked lethal bowling that same sort of length.
Well, that first spell, I mean, it was a really tricky one for South Africa.
I mean, it's Hazelwood though, isn't it? He bowls exactly the same ball constantly, and if it works, it's fantastic, and if it doesn't, then maybe not.
And he's bowled it again, yeah, short outside, well, back of a length outside off stump, and punched out to deep point again by Kohli. You know deep point's going to be busy when Hazelwood is bowling.
Yeah, it's got a test match length basically, isn't it? Just short of a length.
Yep, metronomic, and as you say,
but
works
he'll
or it doesn't.
He'll make India hit him off his length, and Rohit Sharma was willing to do that. Whether or not Kohli and Rahul will be willing to do that is another question, given that they're already 3 down.
Yep, and an
Sorry guys, GPL alert, 5 minutes.
Okay. You heard it there, GPL alert.
Right, Hazelwood's in again, that's pulled, didn't get all of it, KL Rahul, and deep square's going to come round, probably keep them to a single, yep.
See, if they can make the crowd, if they could get another wicket, they'd really make the crowd anxious, wouldn't they? And I think that would...
Absolutely.
That would
I think there's probably a fair amount of anxiety anyway. I mean, they've got the right 2 batsmen out there to calm things down from India's point of view. 2 batsmen they'll very much trust. But yes,
the noise presumably is immense in the crowd.
I'm sure it was in those first 10 overs when the ball was flying everywhere. Kohli jabs it up to mid-on off a short ball, really just a bit of a forearm tennis shot. Throw comes in, he's comfortably home. But very clear intentions from Hazelwood. The mid-on, mid-off are up, point and mid-wicket are up, and then the fielders are all back, fine leg, square leg, third man, deep point. There's no mystery about it, he's going to bowl back of a length to you.
Yeah. All the camera guys lined up with their big long lenses.
Depends if India are going to anticipate that and do anything about it. That's a little bit fuller. Punches it past point again. Past the umpire. Don't know why he's standing at point with 2 right-handers. Sun, maybe. Well, square leg umpire is basically a glorified coat rack these days anyway.
Yeah. Well, he sends everything upstairs pretty much, doesn't
Yep,
he?
stumpings, run-outs, wides.
Wides, no. But that's about it.
5 singles off 5 balls in this over, and it's really been like that this whole 10 over spell. Tons of singles, not much else.
I think India will be happy with that though.
Down the track a little bit comes Kohli, trying to make something happen, but he ends up just poking it into the leg side, takes the pace off. Warner is in quickly, keeps him to a single, 6 singles off the over, 113 for 3 off 19.
What have we got here? We have Armchair Cricket Podcast says very good from Skipper Cummings. Not only is he bowling well, he's brought Maxi in for a few cheeky overs. Indeed. Is that Mog in the hat? This fine figure of a box of dreams inhabitant, giving the photographer the finger. I presume that's you, Mog.
That sounds like Mog.
Yeah, it sounds like Mog. And that's it.
Yeah, the game's really... Oh, okay. I was wondering who was going to make up Australia's 5th bowler, Maxwell, and who, and I think we've got our answer here.
Ah, wow.
I really haven't seen this guy bowl much in the tournament.
Yeah, this could be a bit of a risk.
Well, again, if they think the pitch is up and down, though, Marsh isn't a bad option because
Yeah.
you'll move it around a little.
You can talk over the top of this one. Goes on forever.
Has he bowled in the tournament at all?
Yeah, he has.
Not to my... I must admit, I've certainly not watched every ball of every game. Far from it. Single up to long on to get him started. He's having a word with Kohli, who's completely ignoring him.
Typical Australian.
Chirpy.
Yeah.
Should come down from a height, Mitchell Marsh, the bison.
He's got extraordinary triangular shoulders. They're going to go up his neck. We're going to have a change at the end of this over.
Yep. I think Tony's going to come in.
With Alan and Endo, I believe.
No, that's. I'm switching with Anindo.
Okay.
I'm going to stay for that one.
Okie dokie.
Slower from Marsh, or perhaps I should just say slow. And it's just pushed up to mid-off and there's no run.
Marsh has bowled 4 times in the tournament, taken 2 wickets into the Netherlands.
Okay,
So
yep.
Not a lot of bowling.
No. And I guess he, Maxwell and Head will make up that 5th bowler.
Yeah, Maxwell's typically been running most of the spell, but I think if it's not turning, they may not bowl Head at all.
That's full, but mid-wicket is there, and there'll be no run.
They like Head against lefties as well, though, don't they?
Well, it's the same as Maxwell.
Presumably.
Yeah, I know, but maybe they feel that Maxwell bowls better to right-handers, and Travis Head who bowls. Especially if
Well,
it's turning.
I mean, he took those 2
If it's
massive
turning,
wickets
like-
against South Africa.
Yeah.
But that pitch was going on, like turning a lot, whereas I don't know that this one's going to go for him very much.
No sign of it so far. And Marsh, I'm not going to say slower ball. He just seems to be bowling everything about 80 miles an hour. Not really putting his back into it. I'm not saying he's being lazy. He obviously feels that's best for the conditions. It's one of those bowlers who always looks dishevelled and tired after about 4 balls. He's going to come in again. And it's onto the legs, and it's clipped down to long leg by KL Rahul. Pick up another single.
He never really looks like he's pushing really hard now, so he doesn't come through the crease really quickly. Just kind of rolls the arm over, uses his bounce.
No,
His
well,
height, rather.
like all of us, he was quicker when he was younger, I'm sure.
Yeah, injuries have done him some damage.
Yep.
It's like Shane Watson was pretty nippy, wasn't he, before he had all his injuries?
That one's clipped into the leg side, but it's a good over from Marsh. Still nothing but a single. No boundaries in our 10 over stint and no wickets and just not much happening. But India advancing the score by 35 runs in those 10 overs. They're 115 for 3 off 20. So Tony's going to come in. I'm still here and Al is going to join us, I think.
Morning, everybody.
Hello. Shall I hop across one? Would that be easier?
How
Yep.
the devil are you?
We're good. We're good.
Did I hear a stunt bear?
I was good till the bear nearly ripped the microphone out of my hand with his paw.
Yeah, he does have a habit.
So what are your impressions of those 20 overs of 2 halves, I think it's fair to say?
Yes. Yes, these two are setting themselves up to be in for the next 15 overs at least.
That wasn't exactly the bear in his best Strictly Come Dancing mode, was it?
No, wouldn't get a 7 for that.
It is kind of all set for me for a Surya Kumar dash at the end, which you've not really seen too much of. It's going to be Joss Hazelwood to bowl the next over. This ball comes in off the pitch. Rahul defends. As I say, good morning to Tony Bush.
Good morning, good morning. I'm not surprised, you know, that at the end, the 3 games out of 4 here have been won by the chasing side. And of the 4, no one's got past 300 yet. And in the first innings, 286 was the closest, and it was Australia that did that. So it's not been this World Cup anything like a high-scoring ground.
Quite a few pensive faces with above blue shirts in the crowd.
This is short of a length and pulled with an exaggerated movement to get the ball down as early as possible by Rahul.
Sorry, it's alright. Can you get the...
It's gone down to long leg for a single.
And we're getting endless shots of the grandees in the crowd, all having the arses bored off them by Sachin Tendulkar, if his commentary stints on TV are ever any guide. Apparently he was talking about pads for about 20 minutes on one of them.
Was he?
Yeah, so I hear.
That is...
I mean, you think about it, if he was any good on commentary, he'd be on all the time, wouldn't he?
Well, you'd expect so. This is on the hip of Kohli, turned down again to long leg. Second single of the over. 117 for 3. So, not quite the flying start, but also not quite disaster either. But it's all in the balance.
Yeah,
as you would hope finals would be.
Well, yes, that as well, but you could just get the impression these two are just keeping in during the game here, making sure there's no disaster.
The ball faces, he takes a ball which is coming back in towards his off stump and pushes it out to deep cover for a 3rd single. It's fascinating that this is Kohli's 11th time he's batted in this World Cup, and he's got to 58 times and 103 times.
Remarkable, yeah.
Well, today's going to be the day when he needs to do it now. They're under probably more pressure than they've been under. I think I'm right in saying Australia probably have come closest to turning them over in the first game. It was reasonably close, wasn't it? Remember?
Well,
no.
When they at 2 for 3 it was.
Yeah.
But chasing 199 as this is tabbed down to a wide third man. Stark gets in there quickly and prevents a second run, so 4 singles so far. But they were chasing 199.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, apart from that, England were happy at the break until they had like 10 minutes of their innings.
Yeah.
Kept them to 230.
It was... They've only been threatened in small stretches.
Yes.
And in the game against Australia, it was these pair who put on a partnership of 180 odd to win the game, as this is pulled by Kohli, but only as far as a short square leg. Throw at the stumps by Warner. Everybody laughs, probably the way the Warner throws. That's 4 off the over, and at the end of 21 overs, it's 119-3.
I'm not completely sure where Messer's got to, so I'm just going to pick up with Kieran Roseblade. Geez, this is the only time I've genuinely been supporting Australia.
Yeah, we've definitely done that one, yeah.
Adam Newman, English up behind the stumps.
Ooh, not Adam Newman from WeWork, I hope. He sucks.
No, I don't think it's Adam Newman. I'm pretty sure it's not.
WeWork sucks.
WeWork sucks, yes. Well, it's worth 47 billion, and now they've gone bankrupt.
They have, yeah.
Spoiler, it was never worth 47 billion.
No, Mark Welsh says, excuse my ignorance, but where and what is the Box of Dreams? It is our Mooney Ponds studio in Melbourne. Mark Welsh says, how dare you slag off Satch? I don't know who Satch is, but... Oh, so Sachin, that'll be Sachin Tendulkar, of course.
Just Sachin Tendulkar, I believe he was quite...
Somebody,
new bowler alert, Tony. Travis
it is indeed. Little Travis.
This one is around the wicket, and this is played towards mid-wicket. Mid-wicket can't cope with it. It'll go to deep mid-wicket, but it'll still be just the same.
Here he is.
It's just a sweet driver's head. A sweet driver's head. From transdimensional driver's head.
Interesting that he's bowling round the wicket. Obviously just trying to straighten it to the right-handers.
Yeah, try and bring LBW into play, I guess. There he is. This one on middle and off. Play back to the bowler and there's no run.
I wonder if India might end up finding that this was too slow for 15 overs. We will see.
We shall, as this is attempted to be pushed to long on, but a short extra cover comes, short mid wicket, sorry, comes flying in to be able to stop a run.
We've nearly gone an hour without seeing a boundary.
That is true, as
That's
this is defended back to the bowl. 70 balls.
Is that a combination of factors, do you think? A, the ball's not coming onto the bat that much, and it hasn't been, as I said, a high-scoring ground. B, you've just got that little bit of extra tension. A couple of early wickets lost.
This one is on the outside leg stump, played down towards fine leg. Hazelwood comes in, does the fielding.
Well, plus you've got two batsmen who are very comfortable not scoring a boundary. It's not going to bother them. I mean, Kohli is still close to a run of ball because he is so good at scoring off the vast majority of balls. Very few dot balls for Kohli.
Yeah,
He's not too bothered if he doesn't hit a boundary, whereas Rahul, 22 off 45.
Might be the fly in the ointment, as this is played defensively to mid-wicket for the end of the over. 2 runs from it. 121 for 3.
Mog says, hi Tony, hi Andy, hi Al. Well, hello Mog.
Hi.
It's lovely to see you. Your picture in the box of dreams there, looking quite relaxed and sort of enjoying yourself, I think. Hard to tell. Leah says, Sachin as a player was divine. Sachin the commentator could be a mainstay of Channel 9 commentary. Raffles the gentleman thug says, is Sachin with his pads the Indian equivalent of Eric Offwaite with his shovels? That's a good question. Armchair Cricket Podcast asking for friends. Apparently this World Sporting event ends today after what feels like a year of games. How does one entertain oneself from tomorrow?
I know.
Well, Armours, that's kind of up to you, mate. I don't know, you're not so much into your football. The Naked Fun Porn Bot, Sachin advertising sanitary protection products. Click here. Okay. Well, a reminder, of course, that the GC Naked Fun Porn Bot has generously inserted money into Guerrilla Cricket. And is sponsoring us today. So if you've got any ideas for straplines or advertising messages that would suit him or her, then do please let us know. But we are incredibly grateful, very helpful. Muttley, woof, morning primates. Don't want India to win because they win everything. Don't want Australia to win because it's Australia. Is it wrong to hope for rain? Love and sausages.
Well, I don't think India
gonna,
do
You
win
can
everything.
hope. I don't think you're going to get it today.
What have India actually won?
Nothing for 12 years.
It's going to be Mitchell Stark who's going to bowl. He's had 4 overs already, 1 for 29. He's going to come around the wicket, spearing into the pads of Rahul, plays it to mid-on, no run.
I mean,
yeah, I think there's India have flattered to deceive it.
Yeah, they've underachieved.
Parts of tournaments, but
They've not done well at all in the T20 tournaments, and they've got a couple of semi-finals in the 50-over format. It puts a little bit more pressure on them. I mean, if that's possible. But of course, there's pressure on Australia as well.
Stark in again. Another full-length delivery. This time stopped at cover. Maxwell doing the fielding there.
That's the thing with Stark. He's still going to pitch it up and look for swing mostly, and we've seen really that the opposite has been more effective so far. I mean, he's got the odd short ball in him, but he's not going to bowl 4 or 5 and over like Cummins.
It's interesting. It's like tournaments like this kind of almost in part dictate how the next 4 years of cricket's going to be played. Same thing with rugby, as this is back of the length. Surprises Rahul, but again, only finds Maxwell at cover.
Yeah, the ICC are going to have a big meeting pretty soon, apparently, with quite a few things on the table. I mean,
I've got a sneaky feeling, just a sneaky feeling, that this might be the last 50 over ODI final.
Well, there's some people saying they could change it to 40.
I think they might just go to T20 and test.
This is the kind of thing that's on the table, and however you do it, some people are going to be disappointed. As I said to Tony in the green room, you can't please all the people all the time.
Although that was about something else.
Yes.
This one, the optical illusion of swing from the angle, played to deep cover by Rahul, takes a single. Just the one single off the over so far, bringing the total to 1-2-2-3.
Do you think they might keep something like the Champions Trophy?
No.
No, just bin it all.
Yeah.
I don't think they'll go that far.
I would be very surprised, very, very surprised, and I think it's a shame. I've really quite enjoyed this tournament. Maybe I'm just perverse.
Oh, I'm not saying I haven't enjoyed it. What I'm saying is that they'll find a way of making money somewhere else, as this is turned towards, well, the gap between backward square and long leg. Bit of exaggerated diving by David Warren.
He looked like he might have fallen over his own feet there.
No.
It wasn't exactly elegant, was it?
Well, I'll leave you to make the connection between the words David Warner and elegance.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
No, I'm not saying it would be my sentiment to do those things. I just think that the current feeling of the cognoscenti that is the leaders of world cricket will think that this is not worth it. Dab down to third man with the last ball of the over. Kohli will retain the strike on 45. KL Rahul is 23, and after 23 overs, it's 1-2-5 for 3.
Mog says, I've said it before, and I will now say it again. African qualifiers for the T20 World Cup start tomorrow. There is your entertainment. Well, there you are. Should that be your bag? By all means, watch it. On Breno Evo, after yours and White Line Wireless's mammoth efforts to give us coverage of this World Cup, when will you next be on the airwaves guiding us through this madness they call cricket? A little bit of a debate, but I think we're edging towards the fact we will be doing the West India England white ball series.
Can I just clarify what West India means?
Pardon?
West India is what you said.
Did I?
Yeah,
well,
you are kind
you
of
probably knew what I meant.
Seriously. Well, yes.
Eliana seems to like us. Now, I'm looking at a picture of Eliana, and I'm slightly guessing she's not necessarily normally a cricket follower, but I might be wrong.
Mitch Marsh to bowl the second over. That is wrapped totally on the pad.
It's probably got something on that, I think.
Maybe there's no hint of a DRS meter to tell us how many seconds.
Almost an off spinner from Marsh. Yeah, it's got an inside edge.
Inside edge there, yeah.
Honestly, it's the first thing that hasn't come off the middle of the bat for about 45 minutes, and yet they're not scoring any boundaries. That's why I think they're starting to leave a few runs on the table here.
Marsh in again. Kohli takes a big step forward and is able to create the angle to turn a relatively straight ball down to long left. He's on 46.
Well, I've said that before in this tournament with India, whether they're doing century slowdowns or maybe just consolidating a bit more than I'd like, and then they've won by a grillion runs, so maybe they do know better than me.
As we see some aerobatic flying mid-over. Thankfully not from the Red Arrows, who are under special measures as this ball from Marsh is played back under Rahul. The Red Arrows are under special administrative measures because of a damning report into their culture.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, no, they've been bad boys in terms of their attitudes to ladies,
women,
amongst other things. Yeah, not good. But this was we're looking at the Surya Kiran flyers from earlier, aren't we? We are basically the Red Arrows of India.
Rahul able to go back in his crease to this fourth ball of the over, play it down to long on, just a single. 1-2-7 for 3.
You get the sense the crowd are trying to make their own entertainment a little bit. They want to be positive, but they've had nothing to get them out of their seats.
But you see, you
for
can
15 overs.
This is the beauty of the one-day format in a way. Isn't
Yes,
it allows extra and greater narrative to evolve in a game.
This one fuller, but on a leg stump. Coley turns the ball to deep square leg.
I think it was
single.
Might have been you, Andy, who was arguing that in some ways it's more akin to Test cricket than it is to T20.
That's David's big thing.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
But I think he has a bit of a point.
I think it straddles the two almost in the middle.
Anything you see, you wouldn't bother taking a picnic to a T20 game, but you would to a one-day game. There is one way of thinking about it.
Just outside the off stump, Rahul defends, end of the over. Not sure how many people
take a picnic to this game. It haven't really got anywhere. Haven't got any space to put it anywhere.
Yeah, picnics might not be the thing.
Well, our friend, our generous sponsor for the day, the GC Radio Naked Fun Porn Box, is who's pleasing whom in the green room. Muttley, raid cricket and making money. It's almost as if the entire concept of money doesn't work. Brackets almost.
Don't start me off.
Don't get me started. Leah says you can also tune into the coverage of the India tour of South Africa from the 10th of December. And she says where you can do that. So if you wish, you can. Messi Jazz. The more I watch ODIs, the more I find them similar to Test cricket and T20s. And most of the best performing players in this competition would confirm that those skills are very transferable. Yeah, I think the shorter formats get more specialist. I mean, each format has its own unique set of skills and requirements, but I think they're more transferable from 50 over to 4 or 5 day cricket. As for the 100,
Maxwell?
well, just forget it.
It's where Maxwell bowls his 4th over. First ball is tried to be turned past square leg. Labuschagne fields, no run.
We have clocked up an hour since the last boundary. The cobwebs on the jingle machine.
Is it still working? Is the blue button working? That's the big question.
Oh, we did it did it when they got 100.
This ball is turned away. It does go far enough to Labuschagne's right that they're able to take a single, square leg. 129 for 3 is the total.
The Bears going to have a nightmare doing the highlights because there aren't any.
There just aren't any. No. Well, that'll be good. Quick job, in and out.
Don't say that to the porn bot.
No.
Generous sponsor or not, he doesn't need twice asking for invitations like that.
This ball slightly back of a length. Rahul can do nothing more than defend.
Yeah, I would like to see these two batsmen open their shoulders a bit at this point. I don't think it's asking too much. You've been out there for, like I say, an hour. Kohli more than that.
Fuller ball, Lupio delivery, on leg stop. Rahul plays it towards deep square leg. Warner there.
I think Australia would be pretty happy coming up to the halfway point. 130 for 3.
Well, the more the game remains in the balance, the more it's a positive for Australia, as this is unable to be pushed past mid-on.
Yeah, you do feel
Smith
that
runs like an 80-year-old back
runs
to
like
position.
runs like me. Yeah, you do feel that something at the top of India's end, like 350, would be game over. But
yeah, down to long leg for the last ball of the over. Kohli is on 49 and will retain the strike, and India are 131 to 3.
So we're going to have a highlight in a minute, I would think.
Potentially, blue button. If I can draw your awareness to the location of the blue button.
What would be that highlight?
Well, Kohli's on 49 and got.
Oh, Kohli on 49. I beg his pardon. Yes, of course. Yes.
Is the game passing you by?
It is slightly. I was focusing on my duty.
Generally or specifically.
Will Shaw says, always have to be grateful for a generous insertion. He also says, and I think he still agrees with a lot of us, but not all of us necessarily, Test matches are the pinnacle. We need ODIs to be the bridge between T20 and proper cricket.
Well, I'd just like to see a bit more context to Test cricket than rather just... I consider them endless friendlies.
Mog says, fuck! This is boring. Worst final ever. Which large part of that message in capital letters, by the way.
Can't be worse than the one Sri Lanka got about 120 and Australia knocked it off spinning on their proverbials.
15 overs,
yeah.
Like I said, this has not been a high-scoring ground. And I think it's got its own challenges here. Virat's having a bit of a problem with his cap, I think. No, he's fixed it now.
And don't get me wrong, the Final Four years ago was very tense. But it wasn't exactly a thrill. It wasn't exactly thriller-minute stuff, was it? Really?
Oh, I think for spectacle, and you could knock the conclusion. Really, I think that made up for a lot.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Zampa is gonna bowl. It's a rank long hop, which Coley smashes only as far as long on. Now there is now
there it is though.
A pause as 120,000 people all stand dressed in the same colours. You would think they'd think differently. And Coley is 50 not out. Ninth time he's reached 50 in this ODI tournament.
Incredible. In 11 games.
Incredible consistency. That kind of turns in Rahul's hand, so he only plays it as far as mid-wicket.
Well, there have been a few one-sided World Cup finals in the past. There's Australia getting 360.
Yeah.
There's West Indies getting plenty, and England opening with Brealey and Boycott.
Slightly wide of off stump. Rahul plays the ball in front of square. My colleagues have premature jocularity about the idea. Almost a boundary. However, good work by David Warner means that 4 is not scored.
You've got to say, love him or not, old David Warner, his fielding has been magnificent in this
tremendous
World Cup.
Intensity. Yeah,
and it has by and large for Australia.
Hate him or hate him, David Warner's fielding's been quite good.
It has.
This one, back of a length, surprises Rahul with almost tennis ball-like bounce. He can only defend it back to the bowler.
Yeah, you can also say, hate him or ignore him, you can't love him.
Yes, be ambivalent towards him, KL Rahul. He's 27 off 57 balls. This is where the acceleration really needs to come from.
I think so,
As this is pushed to deep cover, or deep backward cover in the end. And they'll just walk through for a single. 4 off the over so far from Zampa.
I think Kohli's little celebration there was very much that of a man who says, I'm very conscious I've only done half the job.
Get these in my sleep before breakfast.
Yeah, it's almost like I'll come out at 50, I think, as this is attempted to be pushed past the bowler. The bowler will prevent Kohli from adding to his total. The 50 Rahul's on 28 and slowing the whole thing down. He's the anchor. India 135 for 3.
Armchair Cricket Podcast says wonderful work from Australia to keep India to 51 for 1 from the overs 10 to 25. The game is truly back in the balance and 350 looks far away. Well, it's already about 70 more than the highest score in this World Cup in the first innings. So yeah, it is a long way away. Mayank, they'll just add another T20 tournament and help the BCCI make the IPL 9 months long. Warren says, come on, Tony Bishop one. It's a well-known fact that creationism, aka T20, is the preeminent theory these days, is not evolution. Fair enough. The Light Roller says it's rather sad to contemplate the possible demise of the ODI format of the world's greatest game, cricket. It is, after all, the format most of us amateurs have played. Yeah, that's also a very good point.
OD without the I, anyway.
Yes.
Maxwell to continue. Rahul tries to play the ball to mid-on. Maxwell swoops in and does the fielding. No run.
Particularly as this is Australia's 5th bowler combination, I really think they should be doing a lot more. That might be it.
A premeditated lap over the corner.
Oh,
and
Lord.
Tony hit the blue button.
Good
Because
Lord.
for the
Does it
first
still
time
work?
in what seems like eons, that ball's gone so far down fine leg that that's 4 runs.
So many choices. I'm going to play this one.
I had visions of you accidentally playing a 6 jingle.
No.
No. Yes.
They've possibly got the message. That's the first thing they haven't done out of the textbook in 15 overs.
Sure enough, this one is a textbook forward defensive shot though.
Actually, I mean, those shots are in the textbook now, but you know what I mean.
Yo, not my textbook or my father's textbook. This one is a full-length delivery, which Rahul whips through quite a mid-wicket that's more towards mid-on, but a long-on means that there'll be a single. The score predictor is predicting 317, so they are predicting sort of the hockey stick last 10 overs, I think. As this one is manoeuvred by Kohli through mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and Warner will get the ball back in pretty quickly, 6 off the over.
That is the first time I've used the blue button this tournament, 4 of 4. I've previously
if I was
strictly
to get
just for sixes.
If I was to get the bearing, you might talk about how you'd use the blue button at all through this.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll be in my post-tournament appraisal.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. And linked to your bonuses, this last ball is played.
Yeah, we get a percentage bonus on top of our salary. Yeah.
Just a single off the last ball of the over. A bit more of an India over that one from Maxwell.
Ombre Nuevo says, this is sadly turning into the final the shithouse reorganisation for this World Cup that the ICC and the BCCI deserve. Mog says a 4! The floodgates opened, just ideal. Says, I didn't see any commentary rate the Travis Head strategy to Klassen. 2 balls around the wicket, clubbed away, switched over the wicket, darts into the body, and then the straighter one deceived the batsman. The mix of angles produced the wicket. Yes, it did. GC Radio Fun Pornbot says, tuning into YouTube, and it looks like I have either appeared out of Tony's stomach like a xenomorph or on his Tinky Winky TV. I'm not quite sure where that's going.
That might be about the cat.
Oh yes, but he is there. He is there in the bottom. He is actually obscuring a large part of me. And when I say a large part of me, interpret that as you wish. Dr. Condon says, if you don't nude up for the pitch invasion, what are you even doing?
Well,
there?
yes.
There was a small.
Was there a streaker?
Break in. This one from Zampa is the wrong one, which Rahul plays to mid-wicket for no run. Yeah, there was a brief interlude, wasn't there?
Oh, was there?
We didn't get to see because no one likes to see that.
No one likes to see. Tell you what, we are getting a lot of today. Likes from. I can only say they're young ladies who I doubt
Eastern European-looking young women
following the cricket.
Yeah, good. They all count. All likes count.
Yeah. This one is more on the leg stump. A really lazy bit of fielding by Zampa. He really should have got down and stopped that. It's only going to be a single, but do better, Adam Zampa. Come on.
Tell you what, the crowd do look subdued.
The crowd says, eh.
Yeah, exactly. The crowd says meh.
Considering how loud the cheer was when Australia won the toss and put India in, that's the loudest cheer of the day so far, I think. Oh, and Kohli's 50.
They would have cheered anything with that, wouldn't they? Kohli defends to mid-wicket, they would. I mean, at that point, it was all optimism and we're going to win.
Well, it's not like they're 80 for 6. I think this could still set up a very interesting chase.
Yeah, I agree.
Could do. This one on the leg stump. Kohli beats mid-wicket but will not beat deep mid-wicket. And that will be just a second run off the over with... Sorry. Imagine this over was more through than normal.
Well, it's going to depend a lot on taking wickets, especially at key times, but I can see around 300 from here.
Yes. Yes, and then the most important turnovers will be the power play for Australia.
Yep.
This one, plenty of error. Rahul slaps the ball to deep cover.
I mean,
takes a single.
Definitely. I mean, you can excuse people going to make a cup of tea at this point in the game or any point in the last hour, but to make sure you're in your seats when Bumrah's bowling to Warner.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that might be appointment viewing only, I think. Last ball of this 28th over. The score 145 is too far onto the pads of Kohli. We will play that to deep square leg where Travis Head will throw the ball in. The man of many angles. 4 off the over, 146 for 3.
Right, Spangly Sai, skip to the super over, I say. Annie Chave had said, also covered by the wonderful Gorilla Cricket team who do this tirelessly for the love of the game. Thank you, Annie. We appreciate it, and we appreciate you. Mog, just
we don't get paid.
Well, yes. Mike says he wasn't a streaker, he was an activist wearing a shirt saying "Stop bombing Palestine." Okay. Mog says it's all good, Tony. Elon has fixed the bot problem on the shit site.
Yeah,
Well, I'm not
exactly.
sure he has today for us. Although there's one bot we do like, of course, who has been so kind and generous.
Don't mention that anti-Semite.
There's no space for ebb and flow in T20. That is the true
I'm not
spirit of
sure
cricket.
about that.
Plus, it's rarely an excuse. It's rarely an excuse for day drinking, says Anthony Condom. Muttley says, I've noticed, Tony, that you'll often get 2 to 3 likes at the same time of people with the same name but a different picture each time. Yeah, you're probably right there, Mutters. Hattie.
It's going to be... Oh, sorry.
Hattie, the mad old batty, says, Coley, remember everyone, no smashing the ball till I get to my 50, okay?
Yeah, that might be the trick. Paceman Pat is going to be back of the lane. Dabbed down to third man for a single by Virat Kohli.
I can tell you,
54.
Maybe it's a bit mean, but if Kohli scores a slow 100 and India lose, a lot of people I follow on Twitter are going to quite enjoy that. A lot of gambling cricket Twitter are going to enjoy that. I mean, I was just thinking, maybe it's me. I've been on from 10 through 30, and it's been super boring. So once I go at the end of 30, it might pick up. Yeah,
I wouldn't take it personally, Andy.
But it's
I don't listen to everyone else when they say you're dull. Just ignore them.
This is my only 10 overs, so I'm. It's going to be definitely down to me, as this one is turned off the hip down to fine leg. Just a single.
There's only one thing worse than being talked about, Tony. Not being
you are
talked
quite
about.
right, Oscar.
Being talked about while on air.
I have nothing to declare but my plagiarism.
I wish I'd said that. To which the reply was, "You will, Oscar. You will."
Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Was that George Bernard Shaw?
I think it was. Yeah.
It sounds like the kind of thing that's attributed to George Bernard Shaw.
Cummings in again.
Oh, he's out!
He's bowled him.
Oh my lord.
Kohli is played on, and look. Well, all I can imagine is that there is no air and no noise.
Funereal silence.
Ahmedabad.
Well,
148 for 3 is one thing. 148 for 4 is a whole new ball game.
Well.
Well, Kohli. Kohli, if you can read his thoughts, is thinking, what? I have to go off? That doesn't count. It's the World Cup final.
Well, I mean, I've got to say, in my songbook for the tournament, he was nailed on to get his 100 in the final, and it hasn't happened.
Well, it was Cummins again bowling that short length,
Yeah.
and it just pulled out a bit of a false shot, and you've got to say, that could have gone anywhere, and often they do, flash past or over the stumps or just bounce down in front of you. But to the shock and horror of 90,000 fans, it clipped into the stumps, and Kohli's out.
54 off 63. Wow.
4 fours. Now, Andy, we've done a lot of T20 games together, and one of the things that we've always said is that if you go below a certain strike rate, what you have to do is to be there long enough in order to be able to make it work.
Catch up, yeah. Oh, what on earth have they done this for?
Because they want
I think they're saving. I think they're saving Surya Kumar for the later overs.
That's chicken, if you ask me.
That means it's going to be this man who's going to come in at number 6.
They need a more controlled Jadeja's on.
That's taking a backward step. They've turned their head away in the stare down for me. I don't agree with that. I think you should trust your specialist batsman to be able to play himself in and then accelerate.
Cummins is going to come in from around the wicket, and this one is a Yorker length delivery, but on the toes of Jadeja, he only hits it as far as mid wicket, and there's no run.
But don't they possibly think that Jadeja is well equipped to try and seize back the initiative with a flurry of aggression?
That's not what he's. He's not going to do that. No,
okay.
That's not what they've done, and it would make. And it's even more so because he's batting with Rahul, who's on 37 off 67, hasn't got going, needs to accelerate himself. I think this is wrong. I wouldn't do it.
Cummings in. I've got a thought about this, which we'll come to in just a second. This one's short. Jadeja can't pull it behind backward point, and there's no run. India have been so consistent. They've not changed their team. They've not changed their lineup. They've not changed their order. They've not changed the order of bowlers.
Shows they're a little bit rattled.
It kind of indicates that you're either overthinking it or you're panicking.
I think they're overthinking it. Yeah. That is an interesting point. They've never really changed their order at all. They've never moved Sky up when it looked appropriate.
This is filth down the leg side. Cummings may be a little bit overexcited. And Tony, you get to play a jingle, but it's a wide one.
Getting a shot of Kohli standing so long. He's waiting for some kind of divine intervention. Oh, come on, ump, that's a no ball.
They've come to watch me, a WG Gray style.
Exactly.
They've come to watch me bat, not to watch Pat Cummins bowl.
No, I think maybe there's just a sense of like, just a realisation of the moment, as this is another short pitch delivery. Jadeja goes underneath it. That's the end of the over 3, including the wide, but potentially a game-changing and World Cup winning.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting indeed. Leah says, while YouTube has cracked down on the porn scammers, Twitter has opened the floodgates to all the methed out hookers of Eastern Europe. And as if to prove the point, there's a couple of likes from Nova and Elisa.
Thanks,
who, again,
Nova and Elisa.
Not entirely sure are particularly massive cricket fans. Dr. Anthony Condon says, there's definitely no bots on here anymore. All these women really do want to sleep with me, and crypto is really a legitimate investment opportunity.
Speak to Sam Banksbury.
Go get thee one. Go get thee one. Says, thank you. We are enjoying your commentary in Nairobi, Kenya. Asante sana.
Nice.
Well, we are delighted you're with us. We're glad you're enjoying it.
Yep.
Muttley says, where's Shelley when you need her? She's going to be on for the last 10 overs, mutters. Just she'll be there to try and clean up
the carnage, as Zampa will bowl the 30th over. Rahul plays this ball, which did look to hurry Rahul for pace down to long off for a single. And 150 up after 29.1 overs.
Well, I'm going to be, like I say, we're going to have a change at the end of the over, but I'm certainly going to have more focus on the game in the green room than I often do. I think it's a fascinating point in the game. It will be interesting to see how this decision to promote Jadeja plays out.
I mean, I know that we're not the firmest of gamblers, but I would have Australia favourites at this moment.
Well, they're certainly better than they were at the start, put it that way.
Rank long hop filth from Zampa, and Jadeja can only, I'm assuming, mistime it down to Travis Head long on, but an absolute filthy delivery from Zampa. But if your filthy deliveries only go for one, then maybe it's your day.
I think they don't really quite 100% seem to trust Suryakumar Yadav in this format.
Well, if he is, then you wonder why he's there. Because he's not there for his bowling, as this bowl is played to Labuschagne at point. No run.
Jason Hiscox, if you're in the green room, can you make your presence known? I didn't hear you tiptoe in, because you're actually due on. And if you don't appear, we're going to have to do some hurried shenanigans.
A full ball, which is played defensively to mid-off. This now, Andy, I think the most important part of Ahmedabad is the space between KL Rahul's ears at the moment.
Well, if there's ever a lot going on in there, but KL Rahul.
Well, it might be. Hurry up, boy. This one from slightly wider in the crease is played down to long on. Rahul is 39, but it's taken him 71 balls to do it.
Reminds me of, you remember the iconic goal by Marco Tardelli in the World Cup final when he runs off screaming?
Yeah.
Someone asked him what he was screaming, and he said, actually, I was just shouting Marco Tardelli.
It's still the best goal celebration of all time. Slightly wide of a crease. That one, has it taken the edge
like
of his back?
No, they like the stumping, but it seems like his foot. Seems like the foot was rooted. But he got a little. it's obviously going to be an umpire appeal, I think, off the last ball of this stint. It seemed like his foot was just rooted in the crease, but Josh Inglis maybe has just ironically pulled off an MS Dhoni and flicked the bails off on the microsecond that Jadeja's foot was in the air.
There's nothing on the graphics that indicates that it's being reviewed, but I'm almost sure that it would be, because no umpires ever...
Well, plus they're all crowding together in review fashion, so I think we just missed the signal. And I'm presuming it's an umpire review, not a player review.
Well, Inglis appealed.
He doesn't have to say what he's appealing for, of course.
No.
But I'm sure it is the stumping. We're going to have a look anyway. Floated it up outside off stump. Oh, it's Joel Wilson. Look out.
Yeah, this could be anything. It's definitely missed the outside edge of the bat, so you can forget what I talked about. A vast yawning chasm there. It's all about the stumping. But let's go to Ultra Edge anyway.
Well, maybe it is a player review. Because you wouldn't go to Ultra Edge unless it was.
No, it
was definitely an umpire review.
So, sliding.
They have to, when they're looking at a stumping, they look at it as a matter of course.
Foot's down to me.
Foot's
never
down.
left the ground.
Oh,
yeah.
So, a little bit of drama at the end of our spell together. However, it's not out. It's 30 overs. Thanks very much for letting me be a part of the final.
Well, thank you, Al.
It's 152 for 4.
It is 152 for 4, and it's not quite, I think, the One Direction procession towards World Cup glory that India might have been expecting. Should be joined, I hope, as Cummins is in. He bowls. It's pulled by KL Rahul. It's going to be fielded down at deep mid-wicket by the lively, energetic David Warner. They'll take 2. No, Jason? If you could see if you could do something to hunt him down. I've just messaged him. I hope he's all right. He may be just...
Why is Jason Jason on call right now? It's mine, I thought.
It's you and it's supposed to be Jason, but I'm on for Jason.
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
And Tony, you might want to expand the screen to fit us both on.
I will do that in just a moment, as this one is defended away into the offside. It might do it at the end of the over. Fielded on the run at cover. And they will take another single. Anendo, well, blimey. Not quite as chirpy, perhaps, as you were at the start of play, I'm guessing.
Well, of course not. With 4 wickets down and both Kohli and Rohit out, it's not an easy trot. It was never expected to be an easy trot. So contrary to what you just said, I don't think anyone in India ever expected it to be an easy trot. I think it was more the English and the Aussies who were talking about India running away with it than the Indians.
Captain Cummins has
been there, not done that
around the wicket, and he's caught
that's
Jadeja in front. He was trying to whip him away, but I think both height and direction were not working in that one's favour. No sense of a review. I think it was an involuntary sort of twitch from Cummins, really. The score predictor is telling us 303. I think that might be high.
Which could still be the case.
Oh, it could.
But I think they've got to stay together for another 10 overs and then get Sky in for that to happen.
And what do you make of bringing Jadeja in? Do you pushing him up the order?
I think that's the right move. If you had brought Sky in, my fear is you would have been 155 for 5.
Well, Jadeja it is who's facing Cummins around the wicket to the left-hander. Jadeja pulls. He's going to pull it down to fine leg, where it is going to be fielded by, I think, Adam Zampa, and it will only be a single. The run rate still over 5, which I mean exactly is not,
I think
galloping,
it's okay.
but it's actually just about okay.
And the pitch is slow. I mean, there's no doubt about that.
Yes.
The pitch is pretty slow. So it's not really a belter on which you'd expect a 6 runs per over at the moment. It could have been, but if the wickets were there. But just going back to Jadeja, I think Jadeja, at least in the ODI format, is a far better bat than Sky and is in better form. So it does make sense. Plus, with the left-hand bat, it does make sense for him to come in here, try and stay another 10 overs, and then let Sky have a go at the end, which is what he's qualified to do as a T20 batter.
I think I heard, I'll just wait for Cummins, who's in and it's defended nicely, but he should get runs by KL as he just Nice high elbow out towards Travis Head, who's at deep extra. Jason, who is resplendent in a very smart floral shirt, I think.
Wow,
Yeah,
that's a lovely shirt.
That is. I mean, he's dressed up for the occasion, but didn't quite make it. Slightly late. He's had a haircut as well, I think. Haircut, new shirt. Is this all for the final, Jace?
No, the shirt's newish, not completely new. The haircut is completely new.
Well, obviously. Which one did you have cut this time?
Well, the two hairs I have.
I look at right, so I'm in a glass house and should not be throwing stones. Let me tell you, Cummings in. That one's worked off his hip. It's going to be down to fine leg. It'll only be another single, and it means that at the end of the over, Messers, if you stay, could you just stay and do the social for this particular bit? No, he's already gone. Jason won't have time to get himself
He's
ready.
taking care of the bosoms.
We'll just let them pile up, Jace, and then I can tell you where we got to if you like.
Well, this machine is dead, so I'll need to put it on charge.
Right, okay. I shall very quickly tell you that Hombre Nuevo said blue button alert, which was obviously for Coley's 50, but he didn't go much further past it. Is Coley blaming the pitch, says the light roller. A nation mourn, says Mog Just Ideal, says Coley out to a nothing shot, penalised for lacking purpose. It's coming again, isn't it, says Armchair Podcast. Let me see, I don't know what that is. Something about Wacker WNS is talking about, we'll wait for Zampa. Defended out towards backward point, and it's a dot ball, 158 for 4. That means that when you do get yourself sorted, it should be Pirate Badshar. In fact, it won't be, because I just say that. It's ahoy old salts is his message. The bear is all dressed up, ready to go and watch some football. I think this one's worked away to backward square. You're back later, you know when you're on.
I can do the social, not a problem. I've got it here. So whenever you want, the light roller says, a few more gold shirts appearing in the crowd magically.
I'm not surprised. That turns a bit from Zampa. It's a leg break, and it's going down towards third man, where it's fielded by Captain Cummins, who I would imagine is not all upset by the way things have proceeded. There were a lot of questions asked when he decided to put India in an Indo.
No, but I think we all saw sense in what he did. It wasn't particularly difficult to guess why he had done that. This was his best chance.
In comes Zampa to KL, who again just works the one out towards deep cover. And they move on to 160. Well, Andy had a very interesting stat, by the way, which I'm sure he might have used by now, but I'll use it again. 8 out of 12 finals have been won by the team losing the toss, which might offer you a little bit of help and hope and Indo. 8 out of 12 finals.
I had a look at that, yes.
That one's flicked by Jadeja out to mid-on. Quite deeply set, not quite deeply set enough to be a long on, but certainly longer than a normal mid-on. And it's Mitch Marsh in his yellow cap.
Yeah, if I was Australia, I'd be very happy at this point. It's kind of going to plan. They just need to contain KL Rahul a bit, I think.
Well, it was 80 for 2 at the end of the plough play. It is 161 for 4 after 31, or soon to be 32. That's a wristy little flick. Again out to long on. Mitchell Stark will be the man there for the right-hander. And it means that at the end of 32 overs, it's 162 for 4, Jason.
Light roller says, hang on a moment, let's get some more. There's more coming in.
Yeah.
And Warren says, Tony Bishop's glass house and sends us a picture of the Crystal Palace, which is very nice.
Oh, fair enough.
So you could throw a stone in that and probably not do any damage.
Well, I'm not sure my arm's long enough these days to, if I was in the middle of it, to actually reach the windows, but there we go. Might have been once.
And Armchair Cricket Podcast, our own Ajit, says there's plenty of cricket yet to come. It's not all done and dusted, which is quite right.
Indeed.
I think chasing 300, 320, Australia got more than a puncher's chance. They've They're
Well,
probably still not favourites. but
I
they-
will say again, the highest score in this tournament at Ahmedabad was Australia against England. They made 286. 282 England made against New Zealand, but we saw what happened in the chase there.
Well, we were well short.
Pakistan
Well, I can tell you
191
on
and
this
Afghanistan
rounds-
244.
Yeah, exactly. And I can tell you on this pitch, chasing 300 to 320, I don't care if it's South Africa, Australia, whoever it is, or Kohli himself, is not going to be easy.
Well, also, I
the
think-
question is whether India's going to get there.
Yeah, India will back their pace
I think
attack,
that's a bigger
particularly
question.
under lights for the first few overs of the Australian power play, where it's going to be batting power play, where it's going to be quite hard work too.
It's going to be darting around a bit.
So no, I think the way India are attacking this, they may just know a little bit more than we're giving them credit for, and the ball and run scoring is not that straightforward, I have to say.
And
Because Rohit was very clear when asked why he wanted to bat, even if he had won the toss, and he said, "This is a pitch on which you need to put on runs."
Yeah, and the best chances in with the
So,
sun out. Australia, of course, they've got two spinners, but the second spinner is Maxwell, who has done well in the last few games, but could be taken for a few.
Well, he's had a couple of overs today.
He's taken one wicket.
Yeah,
I mean,
he's already taken a wicket.
Rohit Sharma.
For those who are listening, we're not missing any play. They're just showing us nice pictures of the ground whilst they have a drinks break of some form, or a break of some form.
It is a perfect circle, isn't it? Pretty much, Ahmedabad. When you look at it from the
It
sort
is,
of drone
yeah.
picture above,
And the training pitch on the outside is pretty good as well.
looks like a sort of a giant plug hole.
I think that's the advantage when you get to completely break down a stadium and build it again. You really can play around with how you want it.
Well, aside from the 4 games in this tournament, I think I'm right in saying that there'd only been 3 ODIs since that rebuild, and they were
Which
India,
wasn't that far back, right? Because it was during COVID.
No,
so-
2019-20. The 130,000 capacity that everybody keeps referring to is only if you have seats all around the pitch and you don't have sight screens up where you can't actually put people behind them. So for the Trump Modi rally, I think they might have got close to that. But it's pretty much around 90-odd thousand.
So they lose 5,000 for the people behind the bowler's arm.
Yeah,
Give or take.
and for the fact that you're not putting people on the pitch. So I think it's between 90 and 100 once you've sort of made those adjustments. The 130 would be for, as I say, something like the Trump Modi rally, which is the highest so far. It's a bit like the MCG.
Yeah, this is
Where
interesting.
the highest attendance ever. Oh, Mitchell Stark, indeed.
Yeah, they
back into the attack,
looking to take a wicket, I think, and put more pressure on.
That's exactly
break this
what they're
partnership.
gonna do. I might look jingle up Starkers. Here we go. Even though he's returning. Around the wicket to the right-handed KL. He defends him towards short cover. It's Labuschagne. And there's no run. 162 for 4. This is the final. It's a repeat of 2003's final in Johannesburg. And you know what that was famous for?
Yes. Ponting century, got 140.
That became the milestone 140 Tasmanian Chardonnay from Ricky's Wine Connection. There you go. That was the one that was
And if I remember
commemorated that
correctly,
140.
India were up with the rate for losing wickets, and they were about 220 for 3 or 4, and then they lost a whole pile of
Here comes
wickets.
Stark again. That's right on the off stump of KL, who defends out into the offside. Smith Fields. Not seen so much of him in the field, actually. We seem to have seen a lot of David Warner. Fabulous running catch by Travis Head.
Travis Head, yeah.
That was just
That
one
was the
of
one
those.
off Maxwell, right?
Yeah, and that was, that was just a superb one. That was Rohit, wasn't it?
It was.
Yeah, that
but
was Rohit.
running back and diving and still managing to cling on is quite a feat. Stark in again to KL, who once again defends with a nice high elbow. It'll be out to deep cover, or deep point, really. And he'll give himself a single.
I between the time I was switching off my television in the other room and switching on to guerrilla cricket, that's when Kohli got out. So I know he was bowled, but What was the dismissal like?
It was an inside edge.
Bad shot.
It was slightly loose. Bat away from pad a little bit, and he chopped on.
Kind of described it as innocuous on TMS.
Yeah, innocuous. I don't think he'll see it as his finest moment. Let's put it that way. Stark is over the wicket for him to the left-handed Jadeja, who defends away to the onside, but they will get the single. Just
Jadeja's running, you'd usually get a single.
He's quick. He is quick. He is quick. KL's no slouch. And between the two of them, they just want to keep this scoreboard ticking. 4 wickets, remember.
Ones
the
and
toss
twos.
was won.
Ones and
twos. The toss was won by Captain Pat Cummings. And at the point at which he said, we're going to have a bowl, the cheer that went around Ahmedabad was enormous. Rohit said, well, he would have batted, as opposing captains often do. This is slapped out towards deep point. There is Travis Head, who is stationed down there. It'll be another single.
Well, I have no
3
doubt
from the
Rohit
over
would
so
have
far.
batted.
1 left.
India would have batted on no matter what. I absolutely fail to see India bowling in a World Cup final.
Well, I mean, Australia might be looking as well at the fact that they've won, I think, their last 3 in this tournament chasing. However, you've got to look at the circumstances for some of those, either low scoring or one was against Bangladesh, who let's face it, at the end of the day, have disappointed this tournament. This one's a slower ball outside of off stump, and it's left by KL. And there is no run. It's the end of that Stark over. 1 for 36 off 6 for him. 165 for 4 off 33. The rate exactly 5 and over. Jace.
Our friends in Whiteline Wallace, who are watching in the Box of Dreams, said the conversation here is currently the role of the sea people in the Bronze Age collapse. So we're on normal form. I.e. totally unrelated to cricket.
Oh, well, that's not unusual at all.
Farong says, did mention an hour ago that 230 to 260 would be a good score. After that, it would be rather tricky if it becomes tacky and slower, which I think will happen.
We're getting that lovely drone view as it goes around that perfect circle. We can see the Subramati River in the background, sort of snaking its way past the Modi Dome.
Easy for you to say. Not.
Tony, just a little bit of the linguistic education while I'm there. That's the Sabarmati River.
Is it? Well, it's a river, and it's going past the stadium. The Modi Stadium, as this one is out towards mid-wicket.
The Madi.
You got that right. The Modi.
The Modi Stadium.
The
Travis
Modi
Head.
Dome.
He is also back into the attack. He's only bowled 1 over so far. Went for just 3. And took a wicket, of course. Round the wicket he comes. Flicked by Jadeja out towards mid-wicket. It's all pace off.
That was a good
that's
ball.
Working
It was an
again.
arm ball.
Yeah. He's a busy character, isn't he, Travis Head? That one turns away from the left-hander. It's an off-break and it's cut out towards deep point. And they'll get another single.
You get the feeling that Had's been deployed because Jadeja's now at the crease and he can turn the ball away from the left-hander and also angle the ball in with the arm ball and tuck him up potentially.
I thought he got a wicket. I must have got that wrong. Travis Head, he doesn't. He's none for 4 for him so far. That's tickled very, very fine. This might be. No, it's not another boundary. Good heaven forfend. Mitch Marsh was there. It's leg bys, and it will be leg bys to the tune of 2. And the score will go on to 169 for 4. I did think we dared to dream that there might be another boundary there. It was so fine, just evaded Josh Inglis, who of course is an England representative. Remember Josh Inglis, born in Yorkshire, grew up there for the first 12 years of his life.
So we've got 3 Englishmen on.
Is that why they gave him the name?
Yes, Inglis. Yes. That one's out to mid on, no run. Oh yes, we do. Messrs Illingworth and Kettleborough as well.
Spanish heritage.
Is he of Spanish heritage? I didn't know that bit. That one
I
again
don't know. English
is out out to mid wicket. It's the end of that head over. There's the 2 leg bys and 2 singles from it, so reasonably economical for him. It's 169 for 4. KL is on 48. Jadeja on a fairly slow and ponderous 7 from 16.
And it's all Kettlebury's fault, of course.
Leah says, do you know that KL Rahul was named by his parents for Rahul Dravid and Kuala Lumpur? That's a Rashin Ravindra joke. No, she also says, I was turned to reverse jinx them talking to Ajit about a previous tweet.
Indeed. Are you on top of YouTube as well, Jace, by the way?
I can squint over there.
I can just quickly tell you. Andy P. stuck in Modi again. Creedence Clearwater Revival reference there, I think. Jay Taylor, Australia have got this by the pips.
Well,
no, they're up around the bend, I think.
Well, no, stuck here's Lodi, isn't it? Stuck in old Lodi again, stuck in old Modi again. I think that's where he was going with that one. The Stark back into the attack. Cut straight to backward point by Ravi Jadeja. It's Steve Smith, and there's no run.
I just imagine Australia hoping it's not a bad moon rising.
Well, I expect they are hoping that. We're going for Creedence Clearwater Revival songs. 169 for 4. Kohli gone. Virat gone. A nation mourned, a nation in shock. Mitchell Stark, tail up, in, full. Whipped nicely off his toes though by Jadeja, and he is quick, as Nindo said earlier. And there was no doubt about them getting that single.
I mean, that was perfectly weighted.
Even though Stark was trying to stand in his way, but we should not hold that against him.
Well, he's not obliged to make way for him.
I'd like to see that again. He might be a tad harsh. I think he was in his follow through. It's very hard to veer just left or right when your whole body weight is driving you
there.
forward. Yeah.
And he's totally entitled to do that.
170 for 4.
Of course he is. Did I say he wasn't?
You didn't.
I just
no, you
gave
didn't.
the fact that he was.
Round the wicket comes Mitchell Stark. It's going to be a single for KL out towards deep cover. There is Travis Head. He'll move on to 49. Another milestone awaits, another chance to press the famous Gorilla blue button. And we haven't pressed it much today, that's for sure.
No,
well, only
see,
for wickets.
English knows the rules because the ball broke the stumps and he took the stump out of the ground immediately.
Indeed, very much so. And it's being those heavy bales.
It's being reconstituted. And reconsecrated.
Indeed. Reconsecrated. I'm not sure. Maybe his coliness has come back to do that. Stark going to be into Jadeja, who again has got that. Again, he's off like an absolute hare. And once again, after all that careful work to remove the bales at one end, well, they've now gone at the other end. The throw came in. Jadeja was well home. This time, it's going to be umpire Kettlebury's job.
Yeah, it's Cummins or Labuschagne. One of them has been trying to throw down the stumps. I'm not sure why they're bothering.
Well, if you're right on the edge of the boundary, by the time you run in and had a shy, Jadeja is so quick. He's past the return crease.
He's past the stumps. All 3 times he's shied at the stump. Jadeja's been past the stumps.
So it's 3 singles.
By the time the ball
KL is on strike. He is on 49. It's hardly been electric. 49 from 85. But
not the time to be electric. It's more diesel time.
He's up onto his toes. He drops the bat. It's out towards short point, but he will scamper through. And his 50 has come off 86 balls of well batted KL Rahul, and his team have needed a bit of solidity, and he has duly delivered it. Well done him. That went well. Try pressing that one.
Don't stop just cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done, the first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
Stark wide of Jadeja's off stump. Through it goes to Yorkshireman, at least for the first 12 years of his life, Inglis. And it's the end of the over. 4 from it. 50 up off 86 balls for KL Rahul and 173 for 4 for India.
Mark, who's with the White Line Wireless crew, said we also talked on the Harapans for a bit as well. GT Naked Radio Fun Pornbot says, Tony Bishop 1, have you seen Brian's package yet? Who misses?
Well, he can do no wrong today, can the Naked Fun Pornbot. He's kindly sponsoring this broadcast.
Yeah.
And we're very grateful for it.
Martley says, have we talked about how the Jew, in quotes, might affect the match later?
Well, yes, absolutely. Where do you stand on that potential factor if in Ahmedabad and Indo?
Potential due factor.
Yes.
I believe there's going to be some due for sure, but I think it may not have as much an impact as Cummins thought it would. I just think if this pitch gets worse, which I suspect it will, you're going to get Kuldeep and Jadeja, assuming that they are on top of their game today, to be very difficult to handle.
And the head experiment is over. We've gone back to another guy.
We are. It's Joshua Reginald himself.
JR.
I'm afraid of Josh Hazelwood. I'm afraid when he bowls.
Does get a bit of movement in, and it's worked out towards mid-on. They won't run. In fact, they'll... Oh, overthrows. What is going on? Well, that shouldn't have been a run at all. That is probably the first and only bit of genuinely sloppy cricket in the field that we've seen from Australia this tournament, I think. And I must admit, it looked so basically nailed on for no run that I looked away. So I'm trying to find out.
I think
the throw came in from Maxwell. It missed. There was nobody backing up. No one was expecting it. It beat Smith, who was the other side, and away it went. And
expletive comes out of Joshua Hazelwood's mouth.
I don't blame him. Defended out towards mid-off. Brilliant piece of fielding, diving to his right. Was that Cummins? It was a fine effort. No, it was Labuschagne, who goalkeeper style.
It wasn't hit very hard, to be fair.
Well, it wasn't, but it's still a good piece of fielding.
Did they sneak another extra run there? I think they did. Yes,
They did. So that's 4 runs off the first 2 balls of this Hazelwood over. 3 of which for sure.
I missed that.
That wasn't. It was a fine piece of fielding. It might have been another overthrow.
Oh no! It hit somebody on the way.
Yeah, it hit somebody on the way through.
Hit Cummins, I think.
Labuschagne is distraught, and I think he's a fairly clean-living, sort of church-going young man. But I think whatever he was shouting there was not necessarily what his mum would have wanted to hear. And again, don't blame him. That one is guided by KL down towards fine leg. A little bit of order restored with a single, but that's 4 runs off the first 2 balls, 3 of which in Indo, to me, if I was looking from an Australian perspective, absolutely should never have happened.
Well,
yeah, and looking at it from an Indian perspective, it gives hope that this Australian team can also make fielding mistakes.
Well, that wasn't predictable. It wasn't predictable at all. With the third ball was going to be bumped into his, so he wouldn't get a length ball to drive and scamper an extra run.
Before today, 12 wickets for Hazelwood at 31. His best, I think, so far was against India, 3 for 38. And then he got 1 for 60 versus South Africa, 2 for 12 versus South Africa. Oh, that's a flick by Jadeja for one that moved away from him. It was a lazy shot, and it goes through to Inglis. He got rid of Quentin de Kock and Rassi van der Dusen against South Africa.
Smith wants a DRS for everything.
Yeah, and they've gone for it.
Why are they asking for DRS?
Have they gone for an edge?
No, they've gone for DRS.
Yeah, for the edge. So Josh English kept telling them not to do it, but they just wouldn't listen to him. So.
Well, the Indian KL and Jadeja just punched gloves.
Saying that's a review wasted.
Jadeja is talking to Mitch Marsh, who's never slow about having a little chat with someone, and he's just shaking his head, going, "Well, that's your call, mate. If you
wasting your review,
if you want to waste your review." It does just a shade of movement off the pitch. He does fish, there's no doubt. He's dangling.
That's a long way away from his
he's dangling that bat out there.
Very long way away. I think his bat came out there after the ball was passed.
Well, we shall see. It goes past the
nothing.
The merest, not a complete flat line on ultra edge.
Not even a wormlet.
Not even a twitchette. And that, I'm afraid, is very much a review lost. Hazelwood perhaps a bit discombobulated by those 4 runs off the first 2 balls of his over, that 3 of which, as we say, should never be. Pat Cummins is looking on, going, "Ooh my, that was close," but
a bit sheepish.
No one else thought that, Pat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think Pat's got the sort of guilty look, thinking, "I've been persuaded here when I shouldn't have been."
Yeah, well, I think the English, to his credit, in his broad Yorkshire accent, said, "Near lad."
He kept telling them, don't.
Hazelwood. Oh, that's beaten the outside edge. That has taken the edge, and that has gone.
That is out.
And Jadeja, well, he got away with that one, and we were all laughing. He's not got away with that. That was a legitimate edge. Through it went to Inglis. He had absolutely no doubt this time. The 5th wicket's gone down. It's 178 for 5. Jadeja has gone for 9 off 22. Jason and I in perfect harmony on blue button pressing. But I just need to look at you and know that you're going to do it. I forget you do it. Well, Anindo, your thoughts?
I think that about sums it up.
Well,
let's see what Sky does, because he's not been exposed to this kind of a situation
well, I think
recent matches.
That's the
He's been a
overreaction.
passenger on this.
Yeah, I think that is the overreaction from Jadeja. He played outside the ball before, and he then played inside and just got a tiny little scratch on the outside edge for this ball without footwork again.
Were you playing at?
He's just playing. Sorry, he's
all
playing
right.
too far away from his body.
Well, was he that time? I mean, definitely for the first one that they
It's definitely
reviewed
closer.
Wasn't. That one was much closer, but it was just. I think you describe it as nibble. It wasn't prodigious movement, enough nibble to take that edge. I mean, we are going to see the man they like to call Sky. Let's find his welcome for you. Here he is.
Surya Kumar. Surya. Now I know
Only averaging 17 and a half in this World Cup. So today is the day he needs to come to the party, isn't it?
Yep, it's his chance to be an absolute hero. Never going to get another one which is better than this.
Well, yeah, at age 33, he's probably not going to get to the next World Cup either.
No.
Nope.
You are right.
And
He's lucky to be here, and he really needs to make his mark here. And this is the occasion when he needs.
He's going to face Hazelwood, and that kept pretty low and was defended in front of his off stump by Surakumar Yadav. It's a successful over for Hazelwood after a very shaky old start. It's only gone for 5. Crucially, it's got the wicket of Jadeja, caught behind off Inglis, and India have advanced to a rather poor 178 for 5, Jace.
I peeked the GC Naked Radio Fun Form bot. It says, what was Jason's head experimenting exactly? The haircut? Yes, it was.
Okay.
Like Roller says, run rate sinks below 5 and over. It's a slow burner. And Message said, I look forward to the day when the fielder tries to pull the stump out of the ground but can't because of all the tech anchoring it to the ground. I think that was still. I think they're loosely connected, so that they can.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, and that's why they never try the center stump because I think that's the one which is really.
But if there's a World Cup to be won, you're not going to suddenly go, ooh, I can't
No,
pull the
you're going to rip it out and
if you need
pay
to
the
rip it
500
out,
quid.
You need to rip it out. Well, Maxwell is going to be back into the attack. Interesting move. He's manipulated his bowling well, has Cummings. That's defended back to him, and it was well stopped. Surakumar Yadav helps out by picking the ball up and tossing it back to Glenn Maxwell.
Well done, Josh. Take a blow.
Indeed. And that one's flicked out towards wideish mid-on. Again, no run. Good tight first couple of deliveries from Glenn Maxwell. Scorer of that amazing 200, of course, against Afghanistan. This one is edged, and they think about a single. No, says Surakumar. Stay where you are, KL. Adam Zampa just a little too quick, had the ball in his hand, and they weren't going to risk a single. 3 dot balls for Maxwell. That run rate dipped to under 4.9. Maxwell coming over the wicket to the right hander, beaten him. I think the foot was well planted. There's an appeal from Labuschagne at square leg. To me,
he's gone
they
for it.
are going to have a look
Is that an umpire's review, or is that...
No, well, I think it's an umpire's review. Labuschagne, though, appealed, stood next to Richard Illingworth at square leg. I don't think it's definitely not for an edge. It would have been for a stumping, and I'm pretty sure KL's foot was firmly planted and indoed. What do you reckon?
Yeah. I don't think it's.
Well, they are looking at the edge.
It's possible. They have to check all dismissals, so they have to check this first.
Possible, yeah.
And we're looking. The bat is angled. It's past the bat. It flat lines. The Ray Charles of the umpiring world.
It was a lovely arm ball.
Joel Wilson is the man behind the TV. Now his toe. He does lean forward. His toe is
firmly on the ground.
English has to really.
Firmly's
possibly overstating its case, but
I think he's got.
It's firm enough, and I'll go along with that. The Emirates jet appears to be crashing towards the crowd. It's not out, and we will move on. But I don't think Australia have lost a review there, because I think that was an umpire's review, and it has proven that he was safe.
Is that right? No, but I'm not sure it was an umpire's review. Actually,
Maxwell, that's slightly uppish as it's pushed down towards mid-on, but they'll take a single.
But does that count as an umpire's review if the player asks and for this kind of for a stumping?
I think it does. I think it does for a stumping. There was no review signal actually made.
Right.
Maxwell, just the one from this over. And,
you mean by the fielding team?
Yes. Yeah.
Right.
It's Labuschagne at square leg who did the appealing. We can see Mitch Marsh, who's at fairly short mid-off. And that one turns and just worked away to backward square. It's the end of that Maxwell over. It's only gone for a single. 37 complete, 179 for 5 India, and this is not quite going to the script at all. Jason.
Leah admonishes you, Tony, for saying...
What have I done?
The first sloppy fielding from Australia in this tournament, and says, didn't they drop 6 catches in one match in the group stage?
They might have done. Was that against India?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, thank you, Leah. Well done for
reminding. And Armchair Cricket Podcast says, there's some turn for finger spinners on this pitch. 270 to 280 might be enough for India. Chilo says, it's coming home to the MTG! Exclamation mark.
Possibly
and Leah says,
premature, but...
And then Leah responds with, let's see what Shami, Bumrah and Siraj have to say about that.
I should say, we are hoping at the end of play for both winning and losing teams. We've had a wonderful partnership with our friends in Mooney Ponds to get us through this World Cup. So one or two of them I hope are going to be jumping on at the close of play and having a chat with us, and Indo I think has said he'll try to so we'll try and get a few of us together to have a little general conflab at the end. That one's nicely whipped off his legs by KL, but we'll only get him a single. Hazelwood again.
Just
back
send
into
me
the
a text at the time once you're going on, Tony.
I'll do my best, but you'll know
I'll
it's
be
the
outside.
end.
I will not be on.
But you'll be watching the game, right? So you will know when the end.
Elsewhere,
well, you'll know where the end is.
Well, this is the end, surely.
Yes.
It's the end. And in the end, the love you give is equal to the love you take or make. I'm never quite sure. 184.5. Hazelwood. Maybe they swapped ends for Hazelwood. Maybe that's what they've done, and this is probably quite a smart move. Dabbed towards point, no run. 37.2 overs we've had. Surakumar not... Well, he hasn't necessarily...
He's had 150 and not a lot else.
Well, I'm going to look and...
Yeah, he's had 150.
Let you know. 2 against
he's had
New
150
Zealand.
And the rest...
He was run out. 49 against England, so at least he came reasonably close to a 50 there. Went to David Willey, of course, the discarded David Willey. 12 against Sri Lanka. 22 against South Africa, that one's defended into the offside, no run. 2 not out against Netherlands, 1 against New Zealand. So when did he get his 50?
No, that's at 49, that's it.
Yeah.
That's his only score of consequence.
Of note, which of course was against tournament whipping boys. England.
Yeah, but he was done by a spare Willie.
He was done by a surplus to requirements, Willie. The man who wasn't worth a contract. Hazelwood, in he comes. 2, Sirakumar Yadav, that's nice. Flicked, beats mid-wicket, but is backed up well enough from mid-on, and they'll just take a single. Body language good from Australia. They seem to be enjoying themselves as well they might with a score 181 for 5.
Yeah, I think that their mood is very definitely up. They think they're in this.
Well, they are. They are. A lot of people question that decision at the toss, and Indo, you weren't one of them. I think you saw a logic in it. I certainly did.
Logic in what, sorry?
Logic in the decision to insert India.
Oh, yeah.
By Cummins. That one is steered out towards deep point. They'll stroll a single. We went.
Messi was on the same view.
Yeah, over an hour. Over an hour we went without any boundaries being scored. We thought the blue button had dried up. Or would be stuck because of cobwebs. We had no reason to use it. Of course, India do have the wrecking ball that is Mohammad Shami. And 7 wickets for him in the last game. He'll need to be on the top of his game, as they all will collectively, if they're not going to have that big a total to bowl at. That's flicked straight to mid-on by Surya Kumar, and there's no run.
That was absolutely beautifully timed. It went like a rocket.
57 minutes. We might be now coming to another hour without a boundary. 57 minutes since the last boundary.
PJ Mead asked the question, are we mid-choke yet? No, I think that's a bit early for that.
I think judge it. Well, they always say judge it when two sides have batted on it, but it's certainly been a fine effort by Australia. I really think scoring has not been that straightforward or easy, but how much of that is the pitch and Indo, and how much of it is a combination of nerves and expectation?
Yep, a light roller says a poor review for Jadeja was followed by an excellent ball. Another potential danger man out. Warren says there's a picture of the Hulk transforming for some reason. Don't know what that is about.
281 score predictor now, so that's coming.
He also says, do we know if Bear's Cub is playing footy or not? Well, whether he is or isn't, the Bear has left the building.
He has. He's going to be coming back. I think he's not going to stay and watch, which it's fine. And so he should be back forthwith.
And Jeff says they're not cheering anymore. talking about the Indian crowd. And Muttley asked if we're in the boring middle overs yet.
Well, I don't think it's been boring, but I mean, we would have had. Well, we'll wait and see what Adam Zampa's got. That one's stepped back by KL Rahul onto his leg stump, slaps it out towards Travis Head at deep extra, and they should have taken 2, barring a very large surprise. But as I say, I don't think run scoring's been easy. I will say one more time, no one's yet got past 300 on this pitch in the World Cup. This pitch is the one that was used by for India and Pakistan, wasn't it? Pitch number 5.
Pakistan scored 191, I think.
And Pakistan did score 191. Yeah.
And that was what, 3 weeks ago?
That was about 3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Zampa in an attempted sweep, and he bottom edges it
He was
off
lucky
his
not to.
bat handle. He very nearly. It's gone to fine, a short fine, and he'll get something. It's given us runs, is it? No, it's given us a.
Yeah.
No.
Wide.
Given us a wide.
I thought he almost played on.
No, he's given it as a wide. I thought he got something.
It hit his pads. I think it hit his pads.
I'm not sure it did, because that would have been a leg by. So according to the umpires, it missed everything, and has been given as wides. Defended. They will drop the bat on it and run. They're dealing in noughts, dots,
Hit
and
off
ones
the
and
pitch.
twos.
Running straight down the middle of the wicket.
He was.
Rahul.
I'm sure the Kettler and Richard Illingworth will be all over that. I think one of these, I must be Richard Illingworth, I think, has both played in a World Cup final and now umpired in one.
Yes, he played in 1991.
Fairly unique double.
92, sorry.
That's past the outside edge. That ripped and turned. That was a terrific leg break from Adam Zampa. And there's a swish by Sirakumar.
Well, if Australia wasn't playing the final, you'd probably get Paul Rifle having done the same.
Yes, that is very true. but they've gone for impartial umpires in the Kettler and Richard Illingworth.
And not blind Joe Wilson or Kuma Dharmasena.
Who's launching his own perfume, apparently. As this one's out
he's back
towards
launching his
mid-wicket.
perfume.
They'll take a single. That's Kumar, isn't it?
Just to make... Yeah, I think it's because the players complained. Sorry, body odor.
Oh, is that genuine, or is that just an assumption on your part?
I'm making an assumption that he just invented his...
well, he is. I do believe
perfume.
he is launching a perfume, as that one is.
I know he is.
Guided.
I just said maybe it's a result of
to mid-off
complaints from the players around him.
Possibly. That's you may say that.
We
couldn't possibly comment. We certainly couldn't smell him from Sydenham. Although I'm sure with his magnificent new perfume, odor umpire, he'll be fragrant as a flower. 188 for 5. Last ball of this Zampa over. It's been another good tight one. Oh, that's beaten the man though at backward point. Hold your breath. Hang on a moment. It's a boundary. I think we might just have tipped over the hour, but nonetheless, it's another one. Well, I say another one. It's a rare one of these.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Well, I never. Goodness me. And Jason leaps like a man who's been fettered, but unable to press
shackled.
blue buttons.
I can't press the blue button.
Unshackled, leapt. We're treating 4s as 6s on blue buttons today on Guerrilla Cricket. So rare have boundaries been in Indo.
Armchair Cricket Podcast.
It's quite a contrast.
It has been. 192 for 5. 4.92 the run rate. Jace.
Armchair Cricket Podcast. Well, all of India probably held their collective best there for a whole 15 seconds as Rahul stumping a pill was not out on review. Yes, I think they were.
Yeah.
And GC Naked Radio Fun Paul Bot says, I'm keeping a lid on the box of dreams. And he sent a picture of in Melbourne of a Kilt Melbourne Clean bin.
Oh, nice. Hazelwood, Joshua Reginald himself. And it's pulled by KL down to deep backward square, and they'll take a single. And Zampa, as so often is the way, a bowler finishes an over and then suddenly finds himself immediately having to field. They're trying to where they've got the backward point and the short third for when Zampa was bowling to Sirakumar Yadav, but somehow he threaded it between the two of them.
Message just comes in with an interesting stat saying that both Winvids and Quick have Australia at 60% to win, whilst the punters have India at 60%.
Yeah.
Bugger all your algorithms. Give me self-interest every time.
Well, say it one more time. I don't think runs are at a premium on this surface. This one is defended in front of his off stump. No, says Surakumar Yadav, as KL was quite keen to try and get a single. Sorry, Anindo.
No, I was just saying, this is not the first World Cup where you might have a below par score, assuming that your prediction of par is correct. So, you never know.
Well, the average first innings score 251 in this World Cup at Ahmedabad. So they're already suggesting it will go a bit past that. As in comes Joshua Hazelwood, and that's flicked down towards fine leg by Surakumar Yadav. He'll get just a single, and the score limps apologetically on to 194 for 5.
You've got to believe you're going to hit that.
I know it was a very long time ago, but Indians would like to remember that they have won a World Cup final after scoring 183 in 60 overs.
That must have been 2011.
No, 1983.
Oh, in 83 was
1983.
it? No, Dhoni made quite a few, didn't he?
Yeah, but that was 280 they chased that time.
Yeah, but India was chasing it then.
2 runs so far off the 3 balls from Hazelwood. That's worked off his legs quite sweetly by KL.
And that was in Mumbai.
It was. Very lively bit of fielding at mid-wicket by Captain Cummins. Actually no, that's Abbott. So someone must be off the pitch, because I think that was Sean Abbott who fielded there. Which means someone is having a blow. Do we know who's having a rest, Jason?
I haven't seen it. I would expect it's probably Mitchell Stark.
That could be Mitchell Stark as well.
195 for 5.
No, Steve Smith is here. Yeah, I can see Steve Smith.
Oh, Steve Smith, he's right in front of us there.
Yeah.
Over the wicket comes Hazelwood. That's whipped. Fielded again by Abbott on the dive.
It might actually
is just a single though.
It could be Maxwell who's been withdrawn because they did lace the ball through there, and he did have a look at his hand in an over or so ago. So he might have gone off.
Suryakumar Yadav is hitting that. Yeah, sorry. Suryakumar Yadav is really hitting that, timing that shot well, but he's not being able to pierce the field. The two fielders there, mid-on and wide-ish mid-on.
In comes Hazelwood again. Edged down towards third man, fielded by Mitchell Stark. So that solves that question. It's not him that's not on the pitch. 5 runs off the over, all in singles. 1 for 48 for Hazelwood, 197 for 5 after 40. And hang on to your hats, we might be about to see a clatter of wickets, because joining us is going to be the wrecking ball herself, Shelley Beck.
And there should be.
Yep, I'm leaving it in your capable hands, Shelley. Not a single wicket goes down in the next 10 overs.
Yeah, you say that with bated breath, and then I skittled the whole Indian team out for 5 runs or something dramatic.
Someone should be coming.
Thank you, Anindo. Hope to talk to you later, whatever the result.
Yep, talk to you later.
Cheers, mate.
Who else is coming in?
So there we go.
I'm in. Hello.
Are you in with us, Tony?
Hello, it should
Tony,
be Forthy. Yeah, I'm here. Yes,
It
yes,
is.
yes.
He's
There we
here.
go.
He's in the box of dreams.
He is.
He's
I need
surrounded
to-
by
can we-
Australians.
Jess,
There
can
we
you just
go.
thank you?
What an interesting combo to take India home, a South African, an Australian, and an Englishman.
Yeah,
There we go.
exactly. So there's a joke in there somewhere. They walk into a commentary box. One says.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Are you on comms, Tony?
No, Shelley is.
It's me.
I'm just.
They
Oh, has there been
substituted.
another last-minute change? I'm obviously reading old info.
You are. It's all been changing today. It's all been
Okay.
shifting about due to.
Am I doing
last minute
socials
change.
or?
I don't
the
mind
other
doing
thing?
socials if you want to just be brilliant. and
Okay, I'll do.
Erudite and entertaining.
Well, funnily enough, talking of which, we've been talking about the Sea People, the Sumerians, and Bronze Age civilization in the Box of Dreams. So
There you are then.
Okay.
Beat that.
Well, Zampa is on his way into Rahul and played forward from the crease and just blocked into the covers for no run. But last time I was on with you, Forthy, I think we had
Yes.
a pullback of the past. So I'm quite happy I'm on ball by ball because, yeah, I think we were 30 seconds behind each other.
Yes, that's correct. Yes, I had some unfortunate incident with my timings.
Zampa in again and played firmly through the covers just for a single down to the boundary rider. And one of the things I actually saw a bit earlier is we had Stephen Kalk on YouTube offering us some good money if Zampa got a wicket. How would it be if Zampa got a caught and bowled while I'm on the line, Stephen, so that we don't just double, but now we triple it? So good money.
Think of that.
Imagine
And
that,
talking
Stephen.
of Stephen Kalkayoma replied to the email he sent me. I haven't forgotten, Stephen. I've had a busy weekend.
Zampa in
Ooh,
and
didn't want to
swept
miss that.
and running to the boundary, but should just be probably a single. So India are now, is it 199 for 5?
199 for 5. They are absolutely.
Every time they think they're about to accelerate, they've lost a wicket, haven't they? So they've just had to rein it in. I guess these two will just see it through to what, the 44th over maybe, before they really open up.
I don't know how good the tail is because they really haven't
It's not
needed
good.
to. They haven't needed to show themselves this World Cup,
No.
and with the wickets falling at the strategic times today, it's put them at a bit of pressure today. Zampa in again, and this time just defended by Rahul. Still for no run.
Just seeing some Australians in the crowd. It's a bit like seeing, a map of the Mediterranean with, oh look, there's Malta, and there's just a tiny little dot amongst all the sea of blue.
Yeah. Tony, I do think that you were onto something earlier with your indication of just even a small total will work today. Zampa in again and pushed onto the leg side towards the boundary rider for a single and blue button, Tony. That is 200 for India for 5.
Yep, after 40.5 overs.
Fantastic. But no, definitely I think this is the most uncertain India have been this in all the matches, I would say. They've looked so convincing this World Cup. But as you say, this ground isn't known for massive scores. and Zampa in again, and just defended by Surya Kumar. And that is the end of the 41st over. Tony, socials?
Certainly. Winand Grundling was asking, why no score on display? Well, I can tell you, Mr. Grundling, or Mrs. Grundling, Winand Grundling, it's a ruse, because we were finding that we were being too easily discovered and blatted by those who should not blat us. So for a while,
do you like grundling? Do you like grundling?
I've never grundled. I've never grundled. That does sound familiar. Let me see over on the artist formerly known as Twitter. Win Like You Mean It says Brewer Dilton 7. 40 surrounded by Aussies reminds me of the Monty Python sketch. What's your name? We'll call you Bruce. Yes. Hello, Shelley and Forthy, says Leah.
Hello, Leah.
Lovely.
Yes, it's great to have you in the ether somewhere in Hanover.
More impressive than Kettleborough and is Damascena, the only person in the World Cup final and umpire in one to win a World Cup final and umpire in one. Yep, that's very true.
Yep, that's true. Yep.
Very, very true. Messi says, isn't the bear launching his signature perfume Oda Spliff with beer overtones?
So
it would definitely sell.
Stark coming in and wide down the leg side, well stopped, but by the keeper, but they will scamper through for a single, and wide being shown by the umpire. So 2 runs then overall for that ball.
That's bad, Mitch. 1 for 42 off 7. That's been fairly par, Mitch, isn't it? I guess a little bit disappointing, maybe.
Yeah, I do think so, but I think the overall display today by the Aussies in the field have been really good. And
in the field, certainly, yeah. Certainly their fielding has been excellent.
The catch by Maxwell to get rid of who did he
head off Maxwell?
Stark in again and played into the offside, but well fielded at backward point, no run. I thought he got the captain right at the end. Who got that brilliant catch this morning?
Travis Head.
Well, Travis Head took a great catch, running back over his shoulder off Maxwell. Yeah,
fantastic. Just showing again, fielding.
We've only seen it 35 times on Australian TV.
Oh my word! Catches win matches. Well, the old adage, as they would say. But no, Stark, I definitely think has a major role to play in these closing 9 overs. Stark in again, and I'm going to go prodded into the covers. We'll go to the boundary rider for a single.
Although I am surrounded by Australians, it's not a universally pro-Australian crowd. It's fair to say I'm not. There's one. Krishna is he's proudly wearing an Australian shirt. It's true, but he's the only one.
Yeah, I actually was looking for a blue shirt today to try and come into commentary, and I realised my whole wardrobe was green. So that doesn't help when you never get to a final, now does it? So
I've got Mog, and we all know what his predilections are.
Oh, gosh. So Stark on his way in. And, prodded at and taken behind. That is out. Gone for 66.
Gone.
Yep.
Oh, that seems to be definitely an important wicket.
Shelley straight into her work. Well done, you.
Oh, God.
Well done, Shelley. That's great work. It really is. Wasn't expecting you.
Times.
You had a lovely warm up over, and then poof, 9 balls in.
Yeah.
Well done.
203 for 6. Yep. What did you go for, Shelley? 62?
I thought 66. I thought I saw before they changed.
Yeah, caught behind off the bowling of Stark by Inglis. Goodness me. Well.
It was a really good ball. He just ran his fingers along the side of it. Just, I guess it's the left-handed off cutter. If that sounds a bit odd, but that's effectively what it was. And
well, I saw an interview with Cummings actually yesterday. We were talking about the pitch, and there was some sense that the Australians were a little bit restive and concerned about it. But Cummings said, "Look, we are familiar with these conditions, and one of the things he said is that cutters, particularly later in the innings, often do the job." And one has definitely done the job there for sure. Quick hello to Sean MC, by the way, who's listening in Singapore, who's thanking us for the call. I was there last week. Sean MC, I was staying in Katong, first time I ever stayed in that neck of the woods in Singapore, although I've been there a lot. And it was a very fun part of town, I might say. So I don't know where you are, but we're glad you're with us.
Tony, do you have an intro song for Chamois for us?
Well, personally, no. Well, I can find a jingle. Whether I'm,
please.
Don't think I'm going to launch into. I don't know.
Well, you know what I mean.
I'm sure I can think of one. Where is he?
Wait for me to finish the ball.
Yeah.
Stark in to Chamois, and not convincingly, but defended into the covers for no run.
Do we have an intro song? Is the Pope Catholic? Does a one-legged duck swim in circles? Here's Mohammed Shami.
When he gets thrown the ball, he goes back to the top of his mark, where he stops and he turns and he goes for a strike till he gets to the green and he balls it again. Yeah. But don't you want to face him? He's coming down fast and moving it too.
Stark in again, this time to Chamois, and put it off his hip for 4 runs.
Goodness me.
Still going?
Yeah, I know. I've got rid of the jingle.
That was a lovely shot, actually, from Chamois. Fair enough. I mean, you would not particularly choose Chamois as a natural number 8, Gary Naylor's fabled value of a good number 8, but he can score use for us, and that's actually a very nice leg glance.
It played that very tidily, didn't he?
Sean MC beautiful shot. It's textbook.
My new best friend forever from Singapore, Sean MC, is near Katong. So there we go.
Stark in again to Chamois, and again just prodded into the offside. No run, and that is at the end of the over? Should be 207 for 6 after 42 overs. Tony?
Well, comparatively expensive over, but crucially a wicket. Expensive in the context of this game, not normally. Warren, come on, Tony Bishop won. It's a well-known... Oh, no, in fact, that's ages ago. For some reason, I seem to have leapt back an hour. What's going on here and why? I know why. It's because I went over...
You're not in Melbourne?
No, it's because I went over onto my own feed rather than the Gorilla feed. I'm wearing a bolt thrower T-shirt, says Mog, which is good to know. Should work like flypaper for a certain kind of
I'm looking at it now.
Are you?
Lovely.
It looked magnificent in
right
the picture we saw. The name Grundling reminds me of history's best-named sculptor, says Pirate Badshaw. Grinling Gibbons. Okay, there we go. Blue Button Tony is the director of my erectile dysfunction department. Says, well, you don't need me to tell you who says that. Mog says, hi, Tony, hi, Shelley, hi, Forthy, long time no see. Well, probably not really, because you're sat next to each other, aren't you? But
I'm sitting next to Mog, yeah.
He's being funny. Dave
There's
Wood,
Mog's
congratulations to Shelley on moving past Zampa as the leading wicket taker.
Gosh. So Cummins into the attack, and it will just be played onto the leg side for a single. Continue on, Tony, if you've got one more.
I've got a few. So we can wait. A lot of them are celebrating you, Shelley, as you might expect. Straight into your work.
I was
seamlessly.
hoping that Zampa would come on, because I'm still really trying to get money off Stephen Kelk. So for the Gorillas. So I just I'm hoping that he's got 1 over left, because I think he's only bowled 9. So to try and get that €5 off, at least €5 off Stephen. Cummings in to Chamois. And attempted pull, but undercut. That ran very close to the wickets for no run, just to the keeper. Very strange shot.
It was a strange shot. You don't often see that. So there was a pull. It was
looked
about
like
a yard above the seam. I think it might have been cut downwards. It must have missed the off bail by a coat of paint.
Yeah, those cutters sometimes, if they hit the right mark, stay low, and that's what that looked like. And all of a sudden, with that fall of the wicket, it's looking dramatically less in the predicted score. Cummins in again to Chamois and pushed to third man, and should be running just for a single.
Yeah, they need to get, obviously, Sky on strike as much as possible, which they haven't really made a great fist of. But he's got 3 balls here against Cummins. It'll be interesting to see at 42.3 overs whether he feels now is the right time to launch an assault, or whether he'd leave it another couple.
Yeah, I think he's going to leave it till at least the 44th, 45th over.
Yeah,
there's not a lot of
right.
batting left in the hut, so
very little to come.
Exactly. So Cummings in, and again attempted pull, but this time hits the batter and no run. again, those cutters are staying low. So
Yeah.
very much, I think they almost predicting it to jump a little bit higher.
Yes, and I think they're
Yes.
digging it into pitch. I wonder if there's. I can't see from here whether they're cross seam, which would make additional sense because then you know it's absolute pot luck whether it lands on the seam or the shiny side at what
exactly.
what angle it comes off at.
Zampa, it does have one left. You are absolutely right.
And Surya Kumar was very ready with the hockey shot to protect the wickets. So well done to him. So Cummings in again, and this time smashed into the leg side, and will just be a single to the boundary rounder.
That was a sort of check pull because he knew Warner was lurking out there just on the bounce to Warner.
But now it's almost looking like a dangerous shot because you're hoping it's going to reach a certain height. Some of them are keeping low. And really having to be quite careful because if you get struck now and you are the set or the last recognised batter, what's to come? It's only 110.6. And
Very
I'm
little.
sure absolute minimum for India must be hopefully 250 minimum. Cummings in for the last ball of the over to Shami and angled towards the off stump, played beautifully and will just be picked up by the boundary rider who is Mitchell Stark and thrown for a single. That's the end of the 43rd over.
Yep, 211.46. Armchair Cricket Podcast says, just when it looked like KL and Surya Kumar would begin motoring along, Shelley strikes. Shami's done it with the ball so far. Can he pull out a 20-ball 40 as well in the World Cup final? Messi Jobs. Where did that come from? But Messi Jez says, great job, Shelley. Please don't take this personally, but I'm relieved you're not scheduled to commentate in the second innings. Warren has sent us a meme of the Incredible Hulk and says, hey, Shelley is on. I think that's nothing to do with your physical appearance, Shelley, nor your wrecking capabilities.
Stark into Shami and angled down the left side. Looks like it clipped the pad, but just no run to the keeper. But you know what? I think we should start something, Tony. If the gorillas, if we can get a nice gorilla, what do we call them? Super chat for some good amount of money, maybe like a 50-pounder. I'd pop in to try and get some Australian wickets.
Oh, Shelley on tap. Shelley on tap for super. If you're free for the afternoon, there's a thought.
But some decent money. We're not talking £5 here.
Everybody has a price.
Exactly. And for gorilla, we'll make a plan. Right, Stark into Shami and pushed into the covers. Well fielded by what looks like Maxwell for no run. So two dot balls.
They're not really manipulating the strike particularly intelligently. I'm getting the impression that Shami's been hogging it for the last over and a half, and they really need to get Surya Kumar on strike here.
At the risk of
like prods by Shami, hopeful prods.
Yeah, hopeful prods is about the size of it, and they'll be quite happy with that.
Oh, they're showing a picture now. One hopeful Australia
One
fan
Australian has made his way.
Massive 100,000 supporters. And again, Stark into Shami and prodded into the covers for no run. 3 dot balls. This is not what India are after.
At the risk of waking up the porn bot, Shelley, I once had to go all night for 500 quid. Somebody kindly... This was during an Ashes series, and I literally just someone said, if you keep Tony on all night, here's 500.
Well, here's super chat for us, Tony, from Messages. So
I'll do that in a second at the end of the over.
Stark coming in. Shami is facing, and a big heave ho and got a edge and gone. 211 for 7. Shami is the wicket.
He is indeed. Another one has bitten the dust, which would sound like the perfect cue for a wicket jingle, so let's use it.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Honestly, 3 dot balls and then a wild heave is not especially intelligent cricket in the 44th over. All you need to do is do whatever it takes to get drop and run, steer it just wide of the keep, whatever it is. Don't play out 3 dot balls and then go for a massive smash. Suck up 4 balls out of the limited number available and keeping your key guy off strike. Unintelligent.
Very quickly then, over on YouTube, yes, our own Messer said it was 10 Aussie dollars to keep Shelley off in the second innings. Well, there you go. Yes, he says Shelley strikes again. Oi, 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 says Will Shaw. Nicholas Smith is listening to us in the 20th arrondissement in Paris.
His name
Thanks for the commentary, said Nicholas. Listening in Paris's 20th arrondissement. Oh no, says Nicholas Agar. No, Aussies on top. Yes, they are. New man, we're going to jingle him in a second after his first delivery.
So Stark into Bumrah and angled down the leg side, and that's what probably should have happened by Shami.
Yeah.
Plays beautifully for a single.
For sure. And now Sorry,
not
Kuma's got
rocket
one
science.
ball.
It's
One
not
ball
rocket
to face.
science.
Here
against
is the new
Stark.
man.
And now the mighty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
I mean, we all remember when Bumrah came over to England with an average of 2 and then proceeded to terrorise the English attacks late on, 2 or 3 years ago. But he's definitely not the ideal number 9 either.
Stark in. And again, angled down the leg side, but also beautifully played to the boundary rider just for a single. And that's the end of the 44th over. 213 for 7.
2 more overs, says Stephen Kelk, for Lord Zed to strike. Otherwise, Shami wins the most wickets award for this World Cup. Picnic Zampa, says Jay Taylor. Well done, Shally. Another wicket, says S. Sam. Who else do we have? Will Shaw. Oi, oi, oi. I said that, didn't we? Okay, let me go back over on to X, which just doesn't sound right when you say that, does it? PJ Mead, out of interest, who are the characters jumping around at Old Trafford in the adverts? Actors? I think they are. Leah sending a picture saying she still believes. That was before that last wicket, but I suspect she still does. Andy says, a friend of mine was a roadie for bolt thrower for a bit. Well, there you go, apropos of nothing. Well, oh no, because Molt wearing
Big
a bolt
thumbs
thrower.
up from Mog.
Yeah, he's wearing a bolt thrower t-shirt, isn't he? Leah says, burn the witch! It's harsh. Mog says, how does Shelley sleep at night with all this blood on her hands?
Ah, yeah.
The Lady Macbeth of guerrilla cricket.
She is.
You know what? I've wanted the Jaws intro every time I come into commentary.
What a great idea.
I've been just informed from behind me by Krishna that Shah Rukh Khan is the gentleman in the white shirt who the cameras keep picking out. A legend of Bollywood, is it? Yes, Bollywood. Yeah.
I assume so.
Zampa in for his last over, and first ball is a dot ball, just defended into the covers. And a shout out to Stephen Kalk. This is your last over with Zampa, and hopefully there will be money coming the gorilla way. So we've got 5 balls to get some money, boys.
Just any wicket. He needs one wicket in the next 5 balls.
Exactly. So again, played beautifully off the wickets and back into the covers for no run.
Well, Australia would have bitten your hand off for 213 for 7 deep into the 45th over, that's for sure. But will it be enough? I just have a feeling it may not.
Well, here's hoping that it's going to be a close, exciting game. Zampa in and angled down the leg side, and it will just be a single. I think that was the big thing for me today, is an exciting match, not one team blowing the other 100%. One away.
Well, low-scoring thrillers.
We were just low-scoring thrillers, yes, thrillers in Manila. Thrillers in Ahmedabad doesn't quite rhyme the same way that Manila does, but the thought is there.
Thriller in Ahmedabad. No, it doesn't work quite the same, does it?
It doesn't, does it?
Rumble in the jungle.
What rhymes with Ahmedabad?
Well, you've now got me thinking.
Be careful, we might wake up the porn bot, and then we'll really get something.
Yes.
But Tony, isn't he sponsoring today?
He is.
Porn bot?
The porn bot is absolutely sponsoring us today, and we are very, very grateful.
Zampa in and played off the pads onto the leg side for no run by Bumrah.
Yes, Bumrah just failing to penetrate the inner ring there. There's one for Pornbot.
Well, no, he has said, this is too exciting, I need to be rubbed down with an old copy of Popular Mechanics.
Oh, gosh.
Do it.
Zampa in to Bumrah.
Oh, surely.
Big shout. Big shout. Stephen will take your money.
Well done, Shelley. She's done it again.
Unbelievable stuff.
Is that Bumrah? It is. Bumrah has gone. 1 off 3, 214 for 8. Goodness me. Well, well, well. Yep, and we should celebrate that musically as well.
Dude, it's your big chance. Don't blow it. You're probably going to blow it.
Are you familiar with the historical figure typhoon? You've got quite a oh, she single-handedly introduced typhoid, I think, into America in the so. Anyway, well done.
I was playing a very loud jingle.
You're doing a grand job. Really, really good stuff.
Well.
Yeah, so hopefully Stephen is listening, but I did see earlier that he was at work today, so we will
Typhoid
collect
Mary,
Stephen.
not Typhoon Mary. Mm.
So, yeah, one more ball of Zampa, and if we get another one, Stephen, you can double it.
Oh, Shelley, you beauty, says Jeremy Henderson, a.k.a. Nessers. I'm not surprised. The new man is going to be, we're right down into the depths where few have trod for this in this World Cup for India.
We're into the cool depths.
We're right down to the, we've gone that deep. We've gone cool deep. Here he is.
I thought that Cool Deep was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I've thrown all that rat junk away.
Yeah, and every time a wicket falls, it just postpones the much vaunted assault that's Surya Kumar's going. I mean, he's going to have to put it off for another couple of overs now. They're down to 8 down.
Zampa in and played off the pads by Kuldeep, and will just be a single onto the leg side, and that is the 10 overs by Zampa. India are 215 for 8 after 45. Tony?
Right, yes. Let me see who we've got here. Well, Shelley here's hoping for Straya to be all out for 43. One of the characters in that Old Trafford ad is Rohit Sharma, apparently. So there we go. Definitely not an actor in that instance. Is there still a ducking stall in Mooney Ponds? Ruffles, the gentleman thug, says India still favourites with the bookies. It's been pretty constant since Kohli was out. Well, there you go. Moving on up. Raffle, I've read that. Stall, hold on. Elaine Simpson-Long is saying to Annie might switch over to get away from Morgan's wittering. Well, we hope you do, Elaine, and welcome if you have. Mark Zip, this feels like one of the scenarios Kimber laid out for Oz to succeed today. Bowl first and restrict. By the way, I'm claiming that last wicket as I tuned in 5 seconds before it fell. See you at Wilkes Bar PA record show today. Wilkes Bar PA as in Philadelphia, I guess. Claim your GC discount.
Stark into Kuldeep and played off the pads for a single onto the leg side.
Yeah, Kuldeep's done exactly the correct thing. Single off the first ball and left it to Sky. These 5 overs become quite critical. 215 could become 240, could even become 250. 2 quick wickets, and then I think Australia are favourites. But if India can go another 35-40 from here, I think they become favourites.
250 for me, and it's a different ball game. Yeah. So Stark in and ball sharply rises, but beautifully played by Surya Kumar for a single down to the boundary rider. I think anything less than 250, Australia are in the pound seats.
Seemed really surprised by that, didn't he, Surya Kumar Yadav? It just popped up at him, and it leading edge, but the field was set back and nobody there to take it.
No, I think as you've been saying earlier, Tony, very much a 2-paced wicket, and with India's attack, this could spell trouble for Australia.
But it's always the most important to get runs on the board. It's
Indeed.
a different thing in a final. Stark in to Kuldeep and defended into the covers for no run. It's a different game, a final. And if you can get anything reasonable, pressure is a big thing. These Australians, they've still got to get there.
I think we've mentioned the 1954 Soccer World Cup before now, when Hungary disposed of Germany 8-3 in the qualifying group and then lost the final 3-2 to the same team.
Stark coming in and Kuldeep facing. and again defended into the covers. Now the ball seems to be rising, not just staying low. Left hand on the left-handers off stump compared to the right-handers off stump in the last over from Stark. Very interesting.
I didn't do all the pre-reading that perhaps I should have done, and I'm uncertain as to whether this is a used pitch. Is this fresh or a used pitch?
This is a used pitch. It's pitch 5.
Used
it was
pitch,
used in the India-Pakistan game.
Right, okay. Thank you.
Stark on his way in and plays off the legs aerially, but should be cut off by looks like Warner. Yes, it is, for 2 runs.
Now, Warner's got a little blue towel tucked into his back pocket, which will not please the graphic designers and the aesthetic people who've been trying to marshal the overall look of the Australian team here. It should be yellow or green, surely.
I'm sure half of the teams have all these, what do you call them? Their lucky towels and their all their antics. And I remember Chandapal, who had literally had to touch both pads and everything else before he took guard. Stark in and a little bit wide, but should be just outside.
Given us
wide line.
Yeah. I would say
he's
that's,
reaching for something.
Definitely a wide. Here it is.
Wide.
But we've really had quite a few different cricketers that have all these different antics before they face up to a delivery. And I think the worst one I ever saw was Chandapal.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What, worse than Stephen Smith?
Jonathan
Yes.
Trott, he was...
Stark into Kuldeep and just for a single down the ground. It's nicely defended away. But that's what you need to do. Singles if you can't get anything else. Over to you, Tony. End of the over, 221 for 8.
Thank you. Yes, I should point out, if you happen to be anywhere near, if you're a US listener, Wilkes Bar, PA, then check out our web feed and you'll see Mark Zip. He's running his record show there, so go and find him. If you buy anything, you get a special Gorilla discount. So make sure you say hello and let him know you're a fan. Jersey Oak, are India, South Africa in disguise? Raffles says Australia finally edge ahead with the bookies at 8 down. Yep. Armchair Cricket podcast, just to distract ourselves from the ongoing pathos. I was aware yesterday that Wahab Vicky is not only the chief selector of the real PCB men's team, had been appointed sports minister of Pakistan. Oh, okay. That's Wahab Riaz, is it?
Cummins into Kuldeep and just defended onto the offside. Tony, we have a bidding war going on YouTube.
Oh, I'll go and look for that. What's happening?
Apparently I have powers. That's what's happening.
Oh,
And
Warren
everybody
Davis.
wants them.
Oh, absolutely. It's going crazy. Look at this. Wow. Warren Davis, your fastest broomstick to GC Towers, Shelley, for nearly $20 from Warren.
Excellent.
$10 I cancel you, Warren. You can't cancel a 21 with 10, messers. I'm not quite sure you've got the idea of this auction.
Cummins in and pulled by Kuldeep onto the leg side. Should be 2 runs.
Isn't 2 runs because they
only
need to
one.
get Sky back on strike.
Yes.
What's the rough exchange rate of the US dollar to the Aussie dollar? 40?
I think it's about, what is the exchange rate with the US and 65, I'm sure. I've got a panel of people. I feel like Howard Stern, who's got all his people around him in his, US radio station.
Well, so Messrs. As an attempt to counter a $20 US bid with a 10 Aussie dollar bid is not really going to fly, is it? Anyway, Warren's raised him.
No. My people are saying no.
For an extra 5.
My people say no.
Extra $5 US. Warren said, I see your weather cave and raise you a black cat. There we go. Messrs has responded with another 10. I raise you 3 ducks.
There we go.
Goodness me.
Cummins in. And, angled towards him. Beautifully played. But should be stopped on the boundary. So just another single, but very well played.
Very well played, and he was unfortunate actually that the third man was so fine. I mean, good field placing from Australia, of course, but in ordinary circumstances, you'd expect that to be 4. I mean, not helped by the fact it was the slower ball from Cummins. Ordinarily, that sails over the keeper's head for 4. Sometimes 6.
Mark Welsh said this may not be anywhere near enough for India, but depending on Shami and Boom Boom, well, they've both gone, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Specky
Into the cold
94, the
depths.
BCCI need to offer Guerrilla Cricket huge amounts of money to keep Shelley on the call for all of the Australian innings.
Cummins in and undercut by Kuldeep, just through to the keeper for no run. Well, at the
Yes,
moment,
another
we're just
slower
dealing
ball.
with- today we're just dealing with keeping me on air. I think this is my one and only stint today, so we need big money if you want me back.
That was almost shades of Kohli there. Almost played on off a slower ball. Not quite.
Cummins in to Kuldeep and angle towards the off stump, but just played backward of point for no run, straight to a fielder.
I've got memories of Cummins mixing up faster and slower ones somewhat unsuccessfully in previous matches, and he's gone for more or less a consistent diet of slower balls into the pitch, and it's working very well for Australia here.
Certainly is. I mean, what have they got? They've got one ball left of the 47th. If they could go at 7 or 8 and over, that would get them to that 250.
It would. Ooh,
Cummins
that's a good
in and a
ball.
beautiful Yorker. There's an appeal.
My feeling is it hit the bat,
I
which
thought he
would be
played
the
that with a
reason
bat.
it's not LBW.
Well, I don't think Cummins is interested. He's walking away. He's having a chat with Richard Illingworth. But
He's smiling and saying, well, you can appeal if you want, but I've given it as a run.
never. Jay Taylor confirms, sorry, Mark Welsh confirms that he's talking about Shami and Bumrah's bowling. Yes, quite right. Yes, they will need to come to the party. That is for tour. Jay Taylor says, will Australia lift the cup on the replay? On the reply, Warren has thrown in another $10. I'm all in with Eye of Newt. Fantastic.
There we go.
It's you're playing a range of roles from the Scottish play.
You are.
Not only Lady Macbeth, all the witches as well
Yes.
tonight. Shelley, well done.
How about we just do the Tokolosh from South Africa? You know, we let's make it.
Oh, hang on.
Oh, hang on. What's happening?
50 Aussie dollars. Defeat them with your powers, Shelley. From a Mr. Disinterested Handjob, whoever he may be.
Oh, God. Tony, at this rate, you'll have to get me back. If the money keeps coming, guys, we'll
If
make
there's
a
an
plan.
if there's an uninterested hand job out there,
Hazelwood in and Hoik, but well stopped behind the wicket, so no run, sending Kuldeep back.
I'm surprised they didn't run because he'd misfielded it and then there was no one coming in. You would have
Yeah.
thought they'd be looking to push everything they could get, so I think they might
you
have missed
would.
one out there.
The running between the wickets of these two has not been fantastic so far. They've turned 2s into 1s.
Wow.
They have rather.
Oh, but it was off the glove, so
Yeah.
it wasn't going far, but I would not have turned down that signal. Hazelwood in and trying to hoik again, trying to do it. Almost looked like a slower ball bouncer.
Given as a wide.
Wide, not surprising. 'Cause the last
Yeah,
thing
it's
that
a
Australia
very
won-
fine line. These cutters, if they really sling them into the pitch, there's always the danger they get just a touch too high. But it is absolutely the right strategy.
Yeah, but that's well over head high, so
Yeah,
definitely a wide. But just to be careful with the
oh,
extras,
yeah.
because each of these is a run they have to get.
It is. I think Australia have probably bowled this as well as they can. I think they've done very well. And the
Hazelwood
fielding's
in
been good
and
too.
smacked onto the offside dive by
Another
the boundary
example.
fielder, and should come back for 2.
It's Warner
by
again.
Warner.
He's been like a, well, whatever a diving thing is, a kingfisher.
Yeah, it's like
swooping.
It's like a leaping impala. Were there to be such thing in the Australian outback?
Vlad the
There
leaping
isn't.
impala.
Yeah, I've got to hand it to David Warner. Whatever
scurrying
his
warthog,
value
Jason, is
system,
just-
he's a very good sweeper at 37.
He is.
Yeah, very well fielded. And again,
And that's out.
definitely out. There was a slow ball bouncer, attempted hoik over the keeper. This time gets the glove and out.
Yep, 226 for 9. Surya Kumar's gone for 18 off 28. And we're halfway through the 48th over. My goodness me.
Yeah, I think that's the big total gone.
Well,
playing-
the big
playing
total
something
had gone a
fairly-
while ago.
Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm pressing blue buttons,
okay.
and I'm now.
That actually could prove to be a very crucial wicket, because another 20 or 30 runs from as we were saying, from Surya Kumar at this stage could make all the difference. As I think in either the New Zealand or South Africa game proved to be the case. I think the South Africa game, wasn't it? But with a total at, I don't know, say the next wicket falls very rapidly at around about 230, 235, you'd have to say Australia are indeed favourites.
Yep, I would agree. As I said earlier, anything less than 250, it's Australia's to lose. And Hazelwood's still got 3 balls left of this over. It's just...
This always reminds me of when I used to work with certain suits. Not Tony, obviously. I never actually worked with Tony, but you'd be working on a pitch, and the suit, who'd done really nothing to help all pitch, would say, "Guys, it's ours to lose."
Yes.
The night before, which didn't help anyone.
No, absolutely right. John Hibbert,
useless thing to
by the
say.
way, $5 super chat for Shelley to stay. Go India. Harriet Atkinson, £5 English pounds. Another to add to the total from the mad old bat to keep Shelley on. The pressure, the pressure. Tony, I'll have to go and figure it out.
Next time we've got to get me into the studio, and hopefully I have a South African team there. I think that I was trying to aim that if South Africa made the final, I would have made a plan to get to Gorilla Towers. Hazelwood into Suraj and played onto the leg side just for a single, so immediately off the strike.
Here is the new batsman who really probably wasn't expecting to be batting today, but he is.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gonna find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can save us now. Where's Mohammed Siraj?
One man who can save us now, Mohammed Siraj. I'm not sure he will, but he may do. He may do with the ball, of course.
Yeah, and even now, you just never know where another 10 runs might not be critical. If I were them, I would just say, okay, let's see the situation. We've got 14 balls. Let's aim to get 14 runs, and you never know. 241 could be a winning total. 227 might not be.
In again and defended for no run by Kuldeep. But they've got to be so careful now. This is it. Another wicket and it's all over. So get the singles where you can, and otherwise defend for all your money's worth, because you've got to see out all the balls here. You've got to. Every run's going to count for India.
Oh, hang on. I'm getting. Well, my Howard Stern people behind me are telling me something. Hang on a second. What am I looking at? I haven't got my glasses on.
Now he tells us after 10 overs of expert summarising.
Yeah, that's good.
Hazelwood in
I've
for
got
the last
some
ball of this
information.
over, and that's it. Oh, did they catch something or not? No, that's the end of the over. 227 for 9. Tony?
Samantha G says, good day all. Good day to you, Samantha. My money's already been returned with interest, says Mr. Disinterested Handjob of Melbourne. KLA or Klar says, this is Shelley's World Cup and we're just living in it. Harriet Atkinson says, nearly sent 500 by mistake. The bank would have had a fit. Well, obviously we'd have been thrilled if you had, but yes, we wouldn't have taken your money if it was by accident. Who's going to pay for Shelley's therapy after she gets a complex out of this, says Mog.
I think I already do, but it's all right. We just use the complex to get some super chats.
We've got a poem here, I think.
Oh, that's nice. Cummins is in.
Cummins in to Suraj, and attempted to defend, but I think it went through between the bat and the pad for no run to the keeper.
I'm just being reminded by my people behind that England's got India out for 229.
They did. I've just seen a message to that effect.
Yeah.
Indeed. It's quite interesting, Forty, that you say your people. It's like you've got a squad.
I have got a squad. In fact, we might throw the camera around. Do you want to wave, squad?
There's quite a gang in the box of dreams.
Yeah.
3
There's
hands.
loads of us here.
Hi,
Should see
squad.
the pizza pile.
4 squad.
We've got
Cummings in. And on the leg side, which should be a wide.
We've had some great food contributions tonight. Krishna brought in some lovely pakoras, which we've enjoyed enormously. We've enjoyed, I think Russ is going to be dining off the pizzas for the next week and a half, and maybe the kittens will as well. And some lovely brownies from Rajit as well, so thank you very much.
Oh,
for
that's
that.
very kind.
There we go.
Show you the
Didn't Bear
brownies.
also get some goodies this morning? I think we saw the doorbell ring.
There's there's the Brownies.
Cummings in, and again one of these slow bounces, but below head height. So that's one for the over. Dot ball. But definitely a ploy by Cummings to, as far as possible, use the bounces as well as possible with the lower order to try and get the dot balls, and it's been working. It's got the wicket to see India in this position. The last two in the lineup left.
Worked like an absolute chorm, as Tony Gregg might possibly have said. Absolute chorm.
But just looking at the scenes, there's just blue everywhere in the crowd, and a big heave by Suraj, scampering for a single, and they get the single to get Kuldeep back on strike.
Yes, something of green and sea of blue. What's it in Yellow Submarine? But there's not much yellow in the submarine. It's all sea of blue.
Isn't it?
But
Sky of green and sea of blue.
Sky of green. Yes.
Oh no, sky blue and sea of green. It's the other way around.
Sky of blue, sea of green, and
in
tiny
our yellow
little
submarine.
dots of yellow in the Yellow Submarine.
You
Might
both
push
lost
that.
me, by the way.
Well, that's sorry. We've already established that you don't know who Cliff Richard is from a previous session, Shelley.
That's okay. As long as I know my cricket, I'll leave the music references to you.
100%. That's how it should be.
Cummings in to Kuldeep, and
That's quite a nice shot.
whipped onto the leg side for a single. Very nicely played. I'm actually quite surprised how Kuldeep has been connecting really well, not struggling for timing at all.
No, and I think the thing that Australia have got in their favour amongst quite a few things is that this is the sort of pitch in which you need to set. It's very hard to work out what's a decent total. Well, they now know what's a decent total because they'll be chasing. That's the advantage of having won the toss, of course. And I think they can. Not sure. It'll be very interesting to see whether they start with that all-out assault, which Head Warner did. I suspect they might try that again.
Cummings in, and defended onto the leg side, and will get them a single, should be. But that was very much just evasive action, trying to protect himself.
Yeah.
Nothing else. It could have gone absolutely anywhere.
So it would have gone down that leg side at 45. The Rashid position would have gone straight down his throat. There was no one there on this occasion. But, for the 49th over of the innings, .111, this is dream time for Australia.
But they're above the total of England now that that they got against it. So Cummings in for the last ball of the over and defended, actually well played, onto the offside for a single to end the over for 232 for 9 after 49 overs.
I've got some catching up to do on Twitter after the YouTube excitement. PA, Leah tells me, stands for Pennsylvania, not Philadelphia, so thank you for that. But she knows all of the abbreviations of US states because she played too many American Civil War games. Tim Everingham saying, at this score I'm in two minds as an Australian. On the one hand, I'd be inclined to say the trophy is within inches of solar panel Pat's grip. However, I can also see Australia all up for 74 within 17 overs. Cricket, it's a funny game for the mind. Armchair Cricket podcast. You could get the best of both worlds if you are there, but listen to Guerrilla Cricket. Yes, you certainly can. For some reason I think he's saying that to Gareth Berg. Is that Gareth Berg? Yes, it was. Well, if you do happen to be listening, Gareth Berg, hello to you.
This, would you say, I don't know if you two would agree, this is not wildly dissimilar to the last World Cup final? In
No.
which we were expecting something much more rigorous in terms of runs and run rate. We actually got, I think, New Zealand 248 or 249, was it, in the end? And everyone was saying, okay, this looks pretty straightforward.
Well,
for
Dave
England.
Wood's showing I'm not sure what currency that is. Philippines? There's 1,000 of them anyway.
Hazelwood in to start the last over and played into the offside, into the covers just for a single.
And it says more for the Shelley Commentary Fund.
There we go. So we use me sparingly, guys, and when I come on, I'm lethal. Let's just say that.
Yeah, that's true.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You can't overuse a good thing, can you?
You're like Jofra Archer.
Yes. No, I know. No, let's not go with Jofra.
That means we won't see her for the next 3 years. Having found her, we want to keep her, not get rid of her.
You'll be calling me on the daily and saying, Shells, you've got to come back.
Yes. Remember what happened to Jofra?
Hazelwood in. And
Smash.
big smash down the ground, and should be 4 runs.
It is, and a very rare one of these.
Well, India have started the assault, which we predicted would happen sometime around the 38th over. It's actually happening with 4 balls to go, which we argued is a touch late, but circumstances have drifted against them.
Yeah, I think the falls of the wickets were at perfect times for the Australian, and every time that they wanted to start putting the pedal down, that was the end of it, and they had to start rebuilding again. One of the big ones for sure was the Kohli wicket was at the perfect time for Australia. Hazelwood in, and again smashed, same place, but this time down the ground, but stopped by the field and not timed as well as the previous ball. So just a single. But as you said, Forty, the wickets have been keeping India back today.
They have, but 238, who knows? 3 balls to go. Maybe another 6 or 7 now could make all the difference. So
yeah, it's pretty close to that
it's impossible
250
to know. Yes, exactly.
So are we? How big is the stadium, by the way? Do we know how big the stadium is?
Well, I think it's 120,000, isn't it?
Because I don't see many empty seats, and every time we see a camera pan, it's really packed. Again, a slower ball bouncer from Hazelwood, no run through to the keeper.
It's 130,000 for the Trump Modi rally, but that's only if you've got the pitch covered and everything like that. So we're reckoning around 100,000 when you don't have that.
Wow!
Still pretty impressive.
100,000 people looking a tiny bit shell-shocked at the moment.
And probably very quiet, to be quite
Yes.
frank. Hazelwood in for the second last ball of the innings and hoiked onto the leg side, but should just be a single to Warner that's on the boundary. So it's 239 for 9 and the last ball of the innings to come.
Yeah,
So,
I would make it about 50-50 actually, I would say now. And I know you were saying 250, I reckon 240 is about par today, but we shall see, shall we?
yeah, definitely. And plus it's a final. So all
Yes.
strange things are going to happen, I think, in the second innings. I think we're going to go through quite an emotional roller coaster, particularly for our Indian and Australian fans listening to us.
It's bang in the middle of the scores so far at Ahmedabad in this World Cup.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
So,
Well,
yeah, who knows?
I think, as you say, fingers crossed we'll get another super over. Wouldn't go amiss, and of course we've changed the rules on super overs now.
Hazelwood in for the final ball, and again slower ball bouncer, but this time got some bat onto the leg side and falls safe. Should be running back for 2 and
out,
run out, so just 1 to add to the total. So that should be 240 for 9 after 50 overs, and that is it for India. It must be enough.
What is?
Yeah,
and a
first
wicket for
time
what
I've
it's
been
worth at
bowled
the
out,
end.
as my people are telling me.
Your people down there at the Howard Stern show. Well, first of all,
Howard
it was
Stern
one of
people,
these.
yes.
There must be a run out here. Oh, how tragic. How tragic, how tragic, how tragic.
Yep. Well, but maybe not quite so tragic off the last ball of the
Probably
innings,
not,
to be honest.
no.
Wow. So was that exactly 250 for 9 that they got to in the end?
240 for 9.
240 for 9. Well, yeah, there it is. Shelley, do you want to, as a way of keeping you on that little bit longer, to delight your crowd, do you want to just talk us through some of the key points, of which there were a few?
No, definitely. I think the way the Indian innings started looked really very much trying to follow on their dominance that they were trying to put in for the rest of the tournament. Didn't quite come off as well. Australia were bowled really well, fielded fantastic today. The catch of Head really highlighted that. But also at key intervals throughout the innings they were able to take wickets just as India were trying to put on the accelerator. And I think probably slightly, if not quite a bit less than India would have wanted, but hopefully it's going to be a really good competitive second innings and a really exciting game for all neutrals. So yeah, really good, I think, in terms of entertainment. And yeah, let's have a look what the second innings brings.
Let's see, who's the pick of the bowlers? We should have a quick look at that.
Pick of the bowlers is going to be Pat Cummins with 2 for 34 off 10.
Yeah, not at all bad. 355 for initial start, 2 for 60 Josh Hazelwood. 1 for 35 Maxwell. 1 for
Lord
44
Zampa.
Lord Zampa. Nothing for Marsh and Habishead, but they were both very economical. The 4 overs they bowled between them. Let me just sweep up what's been an absolute deluge of messages, but I'll try and do 1 or 2. Hello to Mr. P. S. Sam says Shelley has no option but to stay for the Australian innings. I have impounded her broom, trusted owl and black cats. There we go. Just don't commentate on my life, Shelley, says Pokey. I want to live. Dan De Castro points out the betting odds are surprisingly about evens. Well, I think from what we've been saying, we're not that surprised, Dan, to be honest. Jim Henson says Jay Taylor would admire this batting performance by the chaps. Let's see.
And just so you know, guys, I took 5 wickets in that.
Yes,
I know you did.
Spell, so I think I had the best bowling figures today.
You've done extremely well again. Mark Welsh says, not the usual raucous atmosphere, and I blame the stadium itself as much as the match situation. Well, okay. Let's just quickly sweep up over on the artist formerly known as Twitter. Mayank, giving this 50-50 is very generous. I reckon the Aussies are 70 to 30. India had 80 in the first 10 overs, then only 85 in the next 23. Yeah, that really was when they seemed to fall apart a bit. I think we're probably pretty much there if I haven't read your messages. Official capacity for the Modi Dome, says Leah, is 132k, but as I say, that means you'd have everybody sitting in the seats behind the sight screens and sitting on the pitch as well. Raffles, was that Billy Birmingham I heard a moment ago? I think that might have been you, Forthy. It was you and your Tony Gregg.
Oh yes, of course.
Muttley, will that make them samurai pizza cats? I think talk about giving pizzas to the kittens, and loads more. We're going to have to go and take a little break ourselves. We will be back, whether I can juggle the rotor or not, to keep the Angel of Death in her position.
You better put me on for the last bit, even if it is for 5 minutes.
Well, we'll see. Stay tuned, Shelley.
All right.
There's a lot of people who have done a lot this World Cup, including your good self, of course. Right. We'll find some highlights for you. I have no idea what they're going to be. I'm going to ask Jason to come in and see what he can unearth, because he'll find them quicker than me, and we shall be back for the second innings.
See you in a bit.
Jace, can you come in? It'll be fine.
will probably agree, is their strongest suit, and they are better off doing it first because, well, they might choke if they have to chase. So I will give you the teams, and then I will introduce my compadres for the first session. The playing 11s, I think they put it in Tabriz Shamsi is the only change, I think, for South Africa in the last team. Temba Bavuma, Quinton de Kock, Rassie van der Dussen, Aidan Markram, Heinrich Klaassen, David Miller, Marco Janssen, Keshav Maharaj. Kurtz is preferred to Ngidi, Kagiso Rabada and Tabriz Shamsi. And Australia have two changes. Out goes Stoinis and out goes Abbott, I think. Travis Head, David Warner, Mitchell Marsh, Steve Smith, Marnus Labuschagne, Glenn Maxwell, Josh English, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark, Adam Zampa and Josh Hazelwood. I am joined from the weather cave, as per normal, by Messi Jez, who is going to give us a quick weather report.
Welcome, Bear. Welcome, Annie. I can tell you that it's not going to be so hot today. High 20s, 28 or so, 29. Very humid, but nobody knows what the weather's actually going to do. There's a massive weather system in the Bay of Bengal. The fringes are cutting around Calcutta, and the predictions range from no rain to 60% chance of rain. So I suspect we may get some interruptions today, and they'll try and complete it in the one day, but if they don't, they've got tomorrow as a reserve day.
Mitchell Stark is coming as well, the first ball of the second semi-final, and it's defended back to him by Quinton de Kock, who's facing at the other end. Stark in, edge gone. There's the first wicket, but it is Temba. He has had a pretty poor tournament. I didn't manage to get my under on. Stupid fucker. Anyway.
How many times have we heard that?
Yeah, I know. Temba Bavuma was just prodded at one. It's going across. It was swinging back into him, and he's just playing.
Again, no foot movement.
Yeah, absolutely no foot movement at all. Caught behind by Inglis. The first wicket falls. It's 1 for 1 for South Africa. That smashed up in the air.
It's really
gone
high.
a long way up, and it's been caught. Oh my God. Quinton de Kock has gone. He's tried to break the shackles. Hazelwood has taken the wicket. Bloody Australians doing it again. And we have to say goodbye, Quinton de Kock. He's out for 3 or 14.
8 for 2. Oh my God.
8 for 2 for South Africa. Bloody hell.
Yeah.
Well, that could be the first boundary. It's on the pads of Aidan Markram.
It is!
It's the first 4. Hurrah! It got clipped over the boundary at square leg. They finally get 4 runs, and they move to 16 for 2. So last ball of the power play is driven at by Markram. He will get a run, and it'll take him up to 18 for 2 after 10 overs. Christ almighty. Run rate 1.8. Markram 6 off 15. Van der Dussen is 5 off 27.
In comes Stark over the wicket. Oh, that's a bit uppish, and he's gone. He's caught at backward point. Who else? It's David Warner. Well, it would be, wouldn't it?
Does a little jog.
And he jogs on the spot, but the third wicket has fallen. It's 22 for 3. Markram has gone for 10. He's been caught by Warner off the bowling of Mitchell Stark. And things for South Africa, well, they are looking a bit dire.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
In he comes over the wicket. Edged! Taken!
Oh dear!
Van der Dussen's gone now. Hazelwood's got him. He's been caught again at second slip. And Steve Smith, I think it was, who took the catch. And, well, the wheels have come off the South African clown car, I'm afraid. They are spiralling all over Eden Gardens. It's 24
great
for
from
4. It was a beautiful delivery from Hazelwood. That's uppish. Dropping. Oh, he's going to get more runs than he should. He's going to get 4 for it. It was spooned up. It looked as though it was heading straight to mid-on. It just evaded the diving man at mid-on, and there was no one behind him. And it's got a rather fortuitous 4 runs for Miller, but I wouldn't say it was convincing, Russ.
It's raining.
And oh Lord, is it raining? Are we going to have a little...
Well, they were taking drinks, but now they're all walking off, so I'm assuming...
They are. The covers are out, and I have bad news for you.
For Australia.
Well, in a way, bad news for Australia.
Bad news for Australia. As long as they get back on.
Yeah. Well, we did know that this was a threat. The run rate is accelerated to a massive 2.8. That's going to help it, because that has been launched by David Miller up and over long on for
the first 6
of the finest. And A, it's the first 6. B, it's the 50 up. It's 54 for 4 with that 6 from David Miller. Oh, that's launched.
Whoa.
That's huge by Miller. That is most of the way down Kolkata High Street. Well, it's actually about 7 or 8 rows back, over deep mid-wicket. Up go the Men on Arms, that well-known pub. And it will be 6 of the finest.
Cummins is in, and this is short, and it's hit hard and high by Klaassen. It wasn't too far away from the aforementioned Warner at backward point, but it went over his head, took a couple of bumps, and it's through for 4. This is short, it's not that short, but he rocks back, does Klaassen, and he gets it all the way over cow corner for 6. I do believe that is another 6 played in almost exactly the same way. I was hesitant for a moment because I thought, oh well, you know, it's a replay, but it's not. It's one of these. If Miller fancied taking it on, but he forewent that opportunity and gets a ball in at the pads, but he shows a little bit of confidence. Does in the previous overs he couldn't do anything with that, but he's able just to get it a single inside the circle, and the 100 is indeed up as they go through for that one. He can bowl out. This is a huge full toss from Zampa. It surely slipped in the hand, and David Miller's eyes lit up, and he just belted it for 6. This is a huge full toss from Zampa. It surely slipped in the hand, and David Miller's eyes lit up, and he just belted it for 6. 108 for 4 now, South Africa, as we approach the end of the 29th over, and that's just defended back to Zampa, and there is no run.
And this one has bowled Heinrich Klaassen. It's gone straight through the gate. There's no footwork. His stumps are all in a mess. Temba Bavuma doesn't want to look. And I'm feeling bad again.
Yeah, we were just bigging it up, weren't we? That did just seem to go zip off the pitch and go straight through him, didn't it? And just took out the stumps. We have to say goodbye to Heinrich Klaassen. And,
the one before turned, this one turned less actually, but enough. It beat the outside edge. It was actually very lazily played by the batsman. To be honest, he just hung on the crease, didn't really play a shot. The ball turned as you would expect it to, and he was nowhere near it.
Yeah, let's say goodbye to him. Can you turn the volume off on your phone, Tone?
Oh, sorry, mate. Yeah.
The crowd says you're out.
47 off 48 for Klaassen, and if South Africa do make anything of this innings, they will have to thank him for his contribution. We're ready to go again. Heads in. Oh, that one turns in sharp. He wraps him on the pad. He is given out. Janssen, first ball given out. Now, is he going to have a look at that? I think it's a pretty good shout.
Looks salmon trout to me.
It looks really salmon trout to me. I think he wants to review it, but I think you'll find you're dead in front. He is going to review it. I think they've decided that purely because he's the last chance they've got, haven't they? However, I would say that there isn't a lot of luck there for him.
Is there any question of height here?
No. There's only a question of did it turn too much for me and going down leg, but I think at worst it's probably clipping leg. So, I mean, he's a tall man, but I just don't think height's an issue.
That's the straw at which I am clutching.
You can clutch at that. That's out, man.
It's hit him on the knee roll, but
it still could be going down leg. You know, it could be turning too much.
Might have just turned too much, or it's umpire's call on leg. I don't think it's height.
It looked out. And that's the problem he's got. There's definitely no inside edge. I think that's out.
Time for South Africa to be thinking about opening with Maharaj, I think, when they get the ball in their hand.
I'm going to have a word with Messi Jez, because just before going off air, he said Travis Head's going to come in and pretend to bowl. And what have we got? 2 wickets in this over. Come on. Messi Jez, where are you? Show your face.
He's hiding in his weather cave.
That's harsh. They haven't rebuilt. They've suddenly been absolutely cut off at the knees.
Oh,
we can fix that.
Thus.
There we go.
Hello, are we back on air?
I believe so. We're back on
Hello
yet, Jason,
there.
yes?
Hello and welcome back to this exciting second chapter in the 2023 World Cup final. I am in the Box of Dreams in Melbourne alongside Russ and we are going to co-pilot you through the first 10 overs of the Australian innings. I believe I'm joined by Andy in Sydenham, is that correct?
That's going to be right, yep.
Very good. There's been some changes to the rota. We've had to adjust our thinking, much as Australia and India have had to adjust their thinking throughout a gripping first innings. So that's been very exciting. If you're just joining us, Australia bowled and fielded, it's fair to say, to the limits of their capacity, I would say, restricting India to 240 and giving themselves every chance of recapturing yet another World Cup. I might just go round the guys, although perhaps it would be more sensible at this stage to talk about jingling up. If we've got anyone who can jingle up back in the studio. We may not have, because there's a little bit of musical chairs, don't worry. I'll tell you what, while you're just getting maybe some jingles up, Andy, I might just ask Russ, who's your money on?
India. Because I think their bowling is that good that even if they get no... I mean, so the only reason I'm not sure about India is because we didn't really see much movement on the pitch, lateral movement, and India's, that's their game. We saw a lot of uneven bounce and slowness, which sort of suited Australia to bang the ball in continually for 30 overs and take advantage of it. It will be interesting, I think, in terms of thinking whether Australia do change their game, because against South Africa they didn't, of course, at all.
And we will do some jingles in one moment. And that's oh my goodness me, what a start to the innings. Warner followed that ball, which kept deviating away from him, and he flicked at it, and it went between first and second slip. Not really catchable, but 4 of these.
Right.
Very good. So, Andy, I wonder if you wouldn't mind. Do you want to play any...
I do.
If you've got them to hand, do you want to play any jingles for the bowlers and batsmen?
Okay, this is the bowler.
Another Marty Bumrah. Oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
And there he is again, and there is Warner again, flicking it wide of the man at point. Has it got the legs to go all the way? Not quite. Pulled back by, is that Jadeja? Isn't quite sure, but a very nice bit of fielding, and they've just restricted to 3, so Australia have got off to a mini flyer, 7 off the first 2.
Not the fastest outfield, is it?
No.
It's a bit quicker earlier on. So that was,
cost interference.
Warner with the first runs there.
And,
he's quite good with the bat. He's got a stupid star. He's short and he's fat. He's got a stupid star. He's a bit of a twat. He's got a stupid moustache. David Warner's got a stupid moustache.
He may have a stupid moustache, but at the age of 37, he's fielded brilliantly, it's fair to say, throughout the competition. Saved Australia a hatful of runs throughout, and he got them off to a little bit of a mini flyer in the semi-final. Can he do this game here? He's already off to 7 off 2. Now Travis Head, who we will jingle up after this ball, comes in, and that's a bit of shape from Bumrah. That's encouraging for India.
You can just play the same jingle for Travis. In fact, he has a stupider moustache.
He does have a stupider moustache. Let's hear his jingle.
It's just a sweet Travis Head. A sweet Travis Head. From transdimensional Travis Head.
Was everyone ready for that first ball? Because Coley kind of moved his foot away.
It was odd.
Kind of go through.
It was odd, yeah.
It's now moved much wider.
Yeah. And that's full. It's swinging away from Travis Head, but it's effectively a half volley, and he's smashed it wide of mid-off for one of these. 4.3.4. Perfect start for Australia.
A little bit of movement for Bumrah.
Yeah, it's movement.
So, that would make him confident, even though he's given up some runs early.
And that was more on the money. That was the best directed so far, apart from the first ball by Bumrah. Defended. And we're having a look at the win predictor. India 27 and Australia 73. I understand from the algorithms why that might be the case, but I also understand from Russ's point of view why he thinks India are favourites. How about you? Where do you have it, Andy?
60-40 Australia is about where I stand. Yep.
Yeah. Last ball of the over from Bumrah, and smashed between cover and mid off. Will it have the leg? Yes, it does. Another one of these. A very expensive first over.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you. So 15 off the first over, and I might throw over to Andy, who I think is on socials. Hopefully he is.
Yep.
See if anything's happening out there.
Kimbo Ramplin, message as retweets. It's good to see Australian X come together in its mutual desire to see Matthew Hayden gagged and taped to a chair. Only to shut him up, not for any sexual purposes, I hope.
It's 30 years too late, that's the main problem.
And we've got another new bowler. If we want to reach for our great pile of simmering jingles.
Yep, it's going to be this man. Interesting.
When he gets thrown the ball, he goes back to the top of his mark, where he stops and he turns and he goes for a strike till he gets to the green and he bowls it again. Yeah.
Yep, it's helter skelter. It's Mohammed Shami. He's in with that. And he started with a wide down the leg side, and of course there's a massive appeal, and of course it is in fact a wide.
23 wickets.
That is a very reasonable return. 23
not a
wickets
bad
at
World
9,
Cup, is it?
isn't it?
23
Yeah.
at 9.
Yep, he's level with Zampa now, so obviously needs just one more to take whatever prize you get for that.
I don't know what archaic system separates out two bowlers who finished on the same number of wickets, whether it's boundary count back or what.
Oh,
and he's out! He is gone! David Warner has gone following a ball wide. He flicked it much as he did the first ball of the innings. It's gone straight into Virat Kohli's mitts. The first wicket has fallen off the in the one ball into the second over. Australia are 16 for 1. Thoughts for us?
Well, that would have been a wide if he hadn't have just tried to reach with it as far as he possibly could and toe ended off the outside of the bat to Kohli. It slid. So this was, one might say, a canonical David Warner outshot.
And it may well be the very last time we see David Warner in ODIs.
Probably, yeah. Certainly the last time in a World Cup. Which has a fantastic World Cup record, and well done to him. But also, what the fuck were you thinking?
Well, we were discussing in between innings whether Warner and Head would adopt the same strategy as they did in the semi-final, on the basis they'll go hell for leather, which they have done, on the basis that if you can get it to 60 or 70 as they did against South Africa, then, you know, a third of the job is done effectively. The only problem here is that 2 balls into the second over, Warner's already gone. So what will be the approach here, do you think? Carry on going smashing?
Could I note first that going hell for leather doesn't necessarily mean that you should try and hit balls you can't reach.
Good point.
That there are gradations of leather and hell.
There are indeed. We're going to jingle up the new batsman who gets a big inside edge down to the man at long leg for a single off his first ball, and is in fact this man.
He's not Jeff, he's not Sean, he's not Rod, he's not Daniel, he's not Jack, he's not Jamie, he's not Lisa, he's not Paul, he's not Adrian, he's not Anshul.
Yeah, and so that one continues.
And so on. Who he is Mitch.
That was almost a canonical Mitch Marsh dismissal, and he just planted his foot straight down the pitch, knowing near the ball, and swung at it. In this case, got away with it.
Before he reaches 10 anyway, before he gets into his, literally into his stride. He's not into his stride at all, minimal foot movement, and then, so we've just seen the David Warner special. Actually, very decent catch by Kohli, he had to reach for it. And that's eluded the gloves of Raul. No edge on it, and they've come through for a bye.
Huge swing from Shami there. Obviously got a different ball to the one they gave Australia.
Interesting they've gone with Shami.
What are you suggesting, Russ?
Interesting they've gone with Shami rather than Siraj, and it's paid off.
Yes. Have they, just trying to think, who have they gone with traditionally in the tournament so far?
Oh, Siraj has been up first usually, yeah.
Yes, they have, haven't they? Yeah, good point. And why do we think that might be?
Well, that is a good
why
question.
Shami?
Good question.
Yes.
Siraj has been a
definitely
bit. Well, Shami's bowled better in this tournament. That doesn't necessarily mean you go with him first, but that's what they
No.
did.
Yeah, an average of 9 speaks for itself. It's going to be, in fact, he'll be ahead of Zampa now, won't we? Oh, that's a wild one down the leg side. I don't know whether there was any sort of leg pad on that one. No, it is in fact 4, which turns into 5 wides.
So much swing that he can't control it at this point. Shall 6 wides already off this over.
Can be problematic if there's a lot of swing, because then you try and adjust for it and it doesn't swing, as we've seen countless times over the years. So it can be a problem.
Depend on every bat to be as daft as Dave Warner either.
Shami in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for his 6th, but only his 4th legitimate ball, which is launched by Mitchell Marsh over the head of the man at cover point, and has gone very rapidly for one of these. May I just say thank you very much, Andy, doing a superb job with your hand signals there. Really appreciate it, because I
Trying my
cannot hear
best.
a thing on the jingles.
Oh,
You've
speaking
been
of
great.
thanks, we thank you for the sandwiches and wraps and drinks that were delivered. We think it was probably Brian, but
Almost
thank you
certainly.
to Brian or whoever sent those. Much appreciated.
Yes, no, Brian, what a marvellous gesture. And anyone in future series wants to sort of adopt a similar strategy to the field of, to the what is it, a dream? Box of dreams.
Dreams?
Yeah, very,
Not,
very
no send them now, though.
No, don't tell them now.
We've got about 25 minutes left before we shut it down for a few months.
Be a total waste of time. And that's played off his pads by Marsh, and they'll come through for a single. It's all action. Wide, 4, 1, by, 4 wide, 4 in this over.
Yeah, I think Marsh's previous shot answers the question of whether they're going to continue attacking. And
Yeah.
The top 3 will.
The top 3 will, and then as soon as Smith gets in, and Labuschagne, it'll be a different story, I'm sure.
Yes, and then they're down to the last 2 recognised batters, except for Maxwell, who is basically a lottery.
Just a wild, literally a joker.
But interesting, they brought in a deep point for Marsh and took out the 3rd man, which is not a thing you see very often in a one-dayer.
Shami round the wicket for last ball of this over. It's more or less a line and length ball, which is defended by Head slightly away from his body to the man at point. At the end of the 2nd over, Australia 28 for 1. Andy.
We got a super chat on YouTube. Thank you, Stephen Kelk, who sends the promised Lord Zampa cash and a kiss for the porn bot. On Twitter, Morg says, haha, fuck off, Davey. Brian Barish is with us. He says, good day, cricket nerds from the wilds of North Carolina. Woke up to what is a considerably low Indian total, placing bets on how many teams the BCCI will cut from the 2031 World Cup if they lose. Go Aussies.
What amuses me about the Mog tweet is I know he's driving home right now, so either he's texted that while driving, or he's pulled over just to type in "fuck off, Davey."
I hope he's got
It's voice to
hands-free
text.
and voice activated. Yes.
It could be voice activated, but I do like to think of him pulling over on the Eastern Freeway to type in "fuck off, Davey."
Or maybe he's got a quick key with "fuck off, Davey" stored on it.
It's on speed
It's
dial.
like a jingle.
On speed dial, yeah. In comes Bumrah for the start. Oh, is
No,
there an
it's
edge?
out.
Is there? No, I don't think there is either. There
Oh,
was
it
no
looked
edge,
like.
or it's just fallen short of one or the other. We're about to find out.
Looked like a
Bumrah
big
in again.
deviation. Have another
Did you
look.
thought there was a deviation?
No,
Yes, I
it's
think
just
there
off
was.
the pitch.
Let's see. Well, it's into the gloves, so presumably there can't have been, or they'd be appealing vociferously.
Moved off the pitch, then swung after it went past the batter as well. So a typical Marsh shot, no footwork.
Marsh with his legs splayed, rather like one of the cats in the Box of Dreams. And again, similar shot by Marsh. Again, going at it, but missing completely.
Australia going at this a bit too much.
Yeah, maybe a bit of testosterone flowing through the system. It's a World Cup final after all.
Or they don't think they can beat India batting normally.
Batting normally, yeah, and they think the only way is to put them off their stride. I mean, batting sensibly against them doesn't work. We do know that.
Yeah. I mean, they did this against South Africa and it ended up being quite a difficult chase.
Quite a difficult chase, yes. But it kind of worked for them because they got up to 70 without loss in that match. That's played wide of the man at cover by Marsh, and he come through for a single.
Yeah, so if they're 3 for 40, it looks disastrous, right?
Yeah.
The money thing to do right now, if you're betting, is to put money on Australia where they've got decent odds, and then wait until India rolls through them and then hedge it. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I'm sure some people will do exactly that. From people who know more about these things than I do. And he's probably doing that. He's clever man when it comes to betting.
I'm going to give you a couple of stat questions when I can. The first one is Pat Cummins is the second captain to bowl his full content of overs in a World Cup final.
It's a dot ball played at by head and just missed. Yeah, go Andy.
Can you guess who was the first? A captain to bowl a full quota of overs in a World Cup final.
Did Imran Khan do it in '92, or he would not
Nope.
quite on it?
Is this a trick? Is it Viv Richards?
Ed, you're very close.
Clive Lloyd?
It is Clive Lloyd, yes.
Yes. I've surprised myself though. I wouldn't have picked him.
Well, I gave you a clue, but I give that you deserved a clue for a good guess.
Thank you. Half volley on middle stump, dug out by Travis Head, straight down to mid-off, dot ball.
Which final was that, Andy?
Would have been 75 or 79.
I reckon 79.
Or 83, it could have been.
Because I think that...
No, he wasn't around. Was he around? Is it May?
I think he'd gone by 83, had he?
No.
I know Clive Lloyd was captain. Was he still Was he captain for the first two finals? He might have been. In comes Bumrah again, round the wicket. Oh, and again he sliced. He's got Travis Head just where he wants him. He plays. He misses straight through to Rahul at the end of the third over. Australia 29 for 1.
He needs to bowl him. He's not going to get an edge.
Yeah,
okay.
You're right.
The other stat is KR Rahul is only the second player in World Cup history to face 100 balls and only score one boundary. Now, who was the first to do that?
In World Cup final history?
In World Cup cricket, in World Cup finals. Not the final, but in the competition.
That might be too hard for me.
No, it's not that hard if you can think of the worst innings in World Cup history.
Oh, it's Gavaskar.
It's Gavaskar's 36 of
Yeah, of course
180,
it is,
yes.
of course it is.
I thought you said finals, and not final.
I know. No, of course it's Gavaskar, the famous innings.
An innings you'll never hear about on BCCI commentary.
And that's Shami again demonstrating his inability to control this swinging ball, and it's splayed down the leg side. There could be buzzers, there isn't quite. It's all happening out there, but that is effectively 3 wides. They've run 2 plus 1 for the wide.
It really has been harum-scarum cricket from both
really
sides
has,
in this innings. I mean, that's a big wide as well.
It is. He just doesn't know what he's doing with this ball at the moment, Shami.
Again,
This
maybe
is not the time.
not used to bowling immediately, and he's more used to... It's
Yes.
funny how in that batting order change with Jadeja, India really stuck to their plan this tournament. Now they're changing things in the final.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right. It smacks of Guardiola in the European Cup final, doesn't it? Suddenly throwing all the normal plans out the window and coming up short.
Did Shami never open? I know he didn't play every game, so that...
He didn't play the first 3, did he?
I'm pretty sure they were Bumrah and Siraj almost exclusively opening up.
Feels that way. Seeing pictures of Shami landing it on the seam, but he's not landing it where he wants to at all at the moment.
Oh,
Or if he
that
is, it's
Stokes,
just
that Stokes dismissal was the worst.
It was sort of like a horror film, wasn't it? What are you doing now? Dot ball straight through to the keeper.
Fumbled by the keeper, though, which indicates it's still moving around. Well,
It also indicates that KL Rahul isn't a very good keeper.
That is that too, yes.
I think he's done tolerably well, granted that he's not a first... Well, he's not really a first-choice keeper, is he? He's not a front-line keeper, put it that way. He's a Bairstow of a keeper.
Well, I said in the other game, who is? You might say De Kock, that's about it.
Very good point. In he comes again, Shami. Launched high into the sky. There won't be anyone under that. That's gone 15 rows back from Mitch Marsh for one of these.
God, I'm trying to do the...
Right. I'll
Trying
just
to
note
do
there was
the
multiple
blue
people in
button.
India's shirt under it.
Yeah, there were, yes. There were, that's a very, very good point, yes. And he's groping away at the control panel.
Is it this one? Well, I think so.
Let's see. I'm going to take a chance that the jingle's not playing. And that's squirted through square leg.
Oh, sorry, yes. I was trying to find the split button or the bell. But in fact, the bell will be angry because I haven't done that in the whole innings so far. So I missed a wicket and the first 4.
Uh-oh. 2 runs through that.
I'll say it was
leg.
Tony. He'll believe that.
Yeah, he definitely will. Yeah. Batting Tony.
Just get the rotor changed so it looks like Tony was.
It was fine when I left it, Bear, but Tony's been screwing around with it. What can you say?
It was like that when I got here.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this project was terrible when I took it over. The last project was fine when I left it as well. I don't know what those people have been doing to it. Shami to Marsh. A fairly orthodox forward defensive. Granted that he took 2 steps down the pitch to play it, but goes out at the speed of light to mid-off, which means there's no run.
Still find this fascinating that they've got a deep point and no third man when the way Shami's moving it about. Any sort of edge that beats the 1 slip and it's 4 runs.
Yeah. I do wonder whether India, having had it sort of all their own way, whether that might slightly count against them in the final. Now that they're slightly on the rack and they're having to improvise and think of new plans, they're simply not used to it at the moment.
Yeah, if
a
anything,
bit rattled in the field.
anything, they've been too good so far. But I do see your point.
Now they've got the deep mid off.
They've had their wobbles. 2 for 3 against Australia. Only put up 230 against England.
They have. That's a very nice authoritative off drive, but all the way down to a man who is stationed at long off by Mitch Marsh, who will therefore keep the strike. And at the end of the 4th over, Australia going along very nicely in terms of runs, 41, but they are 1 wicket down.
Warren says Mogg was tweeting while sitting at a hook turn. Well, if it's anything like England, you can't do that either. You even tweet at a red light in one of those cycling grasses.
Yeah, you're done.
Leah says that Gavaskar 36 not out was a thing of terrifying beauty. It was something. Also says looks like I'm trying to fillet that giant cat. Well, I'm not responsible for what it looks like. In fact, the giant cat is now staring at me with evil intent.
We have our own miniature versions.
Yeah,
in Melbourne.
We let them out of and they're wandering aimlessly. I don't know where they are. If we lose sound in a second, it's because the cats have pulled the plug out.
They're like Moses in the desert at the moment, wandering aimlessly. In comes Bumrah, and that's a thick outside edge to gully, no run.
Yeah, on my Twitter,
all along the ground.
On my Twitter feed towards the end of the first innings, there's a lot of people bemoaning the Sky commentary, which was Harsha crying into his beer and Matthew Hayden being really chirpy, which I can imagine was that quite annoying. Yeah.
Yes. Now, Matthew Hayden, Ant was telling us, has come in for a little bit of flack on social media, generally speaking.
He's awful.
Yeah, no, he's dire. I listened to him the other night. My God, he's dire. That's played by Marsh off the back foot to mid-on, no run off Bumrah. And the score remains at 41-4.
I mean, are we surprised that someone who spent his entire career standing in a gully calling other players the C word?
Yeah, that's right.
He's not good on the commentary.
No.
I know.
He's just a... Sorry, Andy.
No, I know, absolutely. Devout Christian as well, apparently.
Yeah, devout Christian.
Well, he'll cross himself up before he does it.
And a chef as well. As if, to compound his sins. Massive hoik at that one. They think there's a little edge, and it's been given. The second wicket has fallen. Mitch Marsh is out for 15 off 14, and Australia are 41 for 2, 3 balls into the 5th over. So, Russ, do you feel the same way as the David Warner dismissal about that one? Or do you think that was a justifiable shot?
It wasn't fully unjustified. It's wide and outside. I'm not sure he necessarily played it. It wasn't the right choice of shot to that ball, though, because he's tried to smash it over the offside instead of, just cutting it.
like a normal human would. Yep, he's at 15 off 15, and I think India would be the happier of the two teams right now.
Well, you get your money on India.
You get a sense that, you're thinking, well, we're under pressure, but let's be positive. But they're almost overdoing it.
Yeah,
But they did exactly the same thing against South Africa. They came out blazing, and they got away with it for a period, and then they kept doing it with the entire top three. So presumably Head will continue to keep doing it. Got similar number of runs, 70 or something against South Africa before they'd lost the 3 wickets, and 40 here.
It's definitely a strategy, and I don't think it's a flawed strategy, but the question mark was, don't go hell for leather at every single ball as they seem to be doing. But now at 41 for 2, they will almost certainly play a little more circumspectly, certainly now that Smith's in. He defends his first ball, dot ball.
I think this man's going to be... This man's going to be a bit more careful, yeah.
Yeah, but... They've now got Smith exposed to the new ball, essentially.
Steve Smith's inevitable.
I have been slightly weirded out by Steve Smith recently. His last innings, his normal physical tics seem to have become, even more exaggerated and weird. He was sort of congratulating the bowler after every ball and pointing at him and going for little walkabouts and so forth.
Well, I think that's because he's got his little apprentice out with him so often. Labuschagne,
maybe.
Labuschagne,
yeah, it could be. That's a dot ball, anyway.
He was very nervous against Labuschagne looked nervous and out of his depth against South Africa.
Yeah,
and I.
Why is Marsh winking at the bowler after being dismissed? I mean, you haven't really got the higher ground there.
Not really. End of the 5th over, it finishes with a dot ball. Bumrah to Head. The Indian crowd are animated once more. And at the end of the 5th, as I say, 41 for 2.
It was a maiden too.
A wicket maiden. Yeah, wow.
Armchair cricket making no attempt to be neutral, and why should he? Says, get in there, Jasprit Bumrah. Leah not too keen on devout Christians, same as me. Being baptised Catholic in the Rhineland, I can't imagine taking it seriously. Warren says, is one of those cats Shelley in disguise, as a massive furry taking all the Indian wickets.
I've got to say, I'm on a pretty good roll here. In the last 15 overs, I've taken 7 wickets.
I was on for overs 10 through 30 in the first innings, and absolutely bugger all happened.
That was a bit of a drought. Shami's in again, round the wicket to Head. There's a big appeal. I think it's too high, and I think it might be going down leg.
And it might be an inside edge. I think inside edge.
And it might also be an inside edge. Apart from that, it's a great appeal.
Oh, the appeal was fantastic. The appeal was top rate.
Rohit Sharma is going in with 4 seconds left. Are you sure? 2 seconds, 1 second, 0 seconds. He's left it too late. And they've decided against it, even had they not. Let's have a look at it again.
I mean, it's swinging into him from wide outside the stump, so it's definitely on a big angle by the time it hits Head on leg stump.
It's at best clipping, I would say. It probably is clipping, because it doesn't have far to travel, but it's the sort where not given on the pitch, it's not going to be out on review, because you can see all 3 stumps, I would say.
Jez wants you to be taken off, Forthy. You've stolen Shelley's powers.
I normally don't. I didn't have any wickets with you, Andy, but I normally only take Australian wickets. So
defended off the back foot by Head, and we are beginning to see the advent of circumspect cricket. I can never quite forgive myself for when Ben Duckett was 98 not out and England were 175 for 1 in the second test, absolutely cruising. I said, I can't find the century jingle. And from there on in, everything fell apart for England.
It really did, yeah, in that game.
Asher's shot there, the way his head was so unbalanced, it's an ugly swipe.
Neither him or Warner moved their feet at all.
No, and you do wonder, with the best will in the world, when you're surrounded by 130,000 opposition fans, it must slightly affect you. Defended off the back foot for a dot ball. Well, that's interesting. India have now crept up to 42%. I would make India closer to 60% right now, I would think.
Yeah, at least
started the match.
At least 50-50 for me.
At least 50-50, yeah, I think that's fair. But I'd actually have them 60-40.
Well, it's a chance.
How much longer the ball is moving.
Yeah, you're looking for one Australian batsman to go out and win this game, score 80, basically. Who's it going to be?
Someone's got to put their hand up. Shami, ... in for the fourth ball of his over to head, round the wicket. And that's played quite nicely, wide of the man at mid-on for a single.
I love that graphic of Shami's wickets to left-handers all somewhat in the vicinity of the stumps, and then Warner's flashing kind of somewhere off the pitch to the side.
The graphic can't quite contain where that one pitched, yeah.
Very much indicative that Australia's, although they've had some balls go past the bat and some quite good balls, they've very much given the wickets to India that they've got.
They have, and as we say, it's been part of a strategy, but have they over-strategized? We'll see. Shami in for his fifth ball of the over. This time to Smith, who defends resolutely off the back foot, dot ball. Looking, if anything, a touch calmer than he has in one or two of his recent outings, but we'll see whether he maintains that serenity.
Well, Australia need 199 of 44 overs after this one, which is only about 4.5 and over. I mean, it should be perfect for Smith and Labuschagne. They'll be glad they picked Labuschagne now.
They will. They're not necessarily. Labuschagne's not necessarily the best player of spin. In comes Shami, straight as a die. That ball defended by Smith off the back foot, straight back to the bowler. At the end of the sixth over, Australia 42 for 2.
Josie Oak says Bumrah looks unplayable. He often does. GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot, who has sponsored us today, thank you very much. Was that Forthy blowing his own trumpet? I think you have to take a rib out to do that.
I don't think so, was I? I'm constantly nervous as I'm on it.
I know I've been on this before during the World Cup 40, but the combination of the white Adidas stripes on the Indian pants and the blue shoes by Shami does make him look like he's rolled up for a third 11 game without his whites.
Shall I stand? Where do I stand, mate? Just what's this? Where do you want me again? That kind of thing. Just looking at the Australian batting lineup: Labuschagne, Maxwell, and Inglis. No mugs with the bat in their very different ways to come in next. Bumrah for the start of his fourth over. Strange, stuttering, wild run, which somehow climaxes in this most remarkable delivery style, which is nonetheless proved incredibly effective. That's a dot ball to start with to head, straight down to middle.
It's extraordinary how fast he bowls.
I remember seeing his debut in the IPL, and you thought, who the hell is this guy? Because it was a lot more pronounced when how stuttery it was when he first came on.
Yeah. I think a consequence of bowling around the wardrobe or something, or around the garden post or whatever it is. The typical reason why you end up with a bowling action like that, because when you were a kid, your back garden or the backyard or whatever meant that you just had to accommodate yourself around the gate post or something like that. I can't remember the exact details. That's they scurry through for a single there.
The Kittens concluded by the fourth that this game is boring.
There, look at that one. Oh yes, very. The other one's chasing Ant's shoelace, we can reveal. We don't have actual cats in Sydenham, but we've got virtual cats who are collating Andy, apparently. And that one is all the way up to Smith, who defends it off the back foot. He's no runs off 6 balls. I won't be concerned about that at all yet, because Australia are well up with the run rate.
No, but it's basically hit a wall since they were 41, but a 1 after 4 overs, and they've basically scored 2 runs in 2.3.
Yeah,
it's very much like the Indian innings did after they lost a couple of wickets.
No, it's like a Pixies song, isn't it? It's either all loud or all quiet, and nothing in between. And that's a beautiful drive by Smith, and he's got it wide of the man at mid-on, and it's gone all the way for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4, get on the dance floor. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, if you let Smith play that test match straight drive, he's very good.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, when Smith lines everything up, he can play shots of beauty. It's a peculiar thing, granted all his nervous tics, but there it is. Plays that one to mid-wicket for a dot ball. 47 for 2 with 1 ball of for him was over to go.
What was it, 2019, the home series, where you just couldn't get him out?
Yeah, that's exactly right. In the end, England resorted to a little bit of, fairly tame leg theory and did manage to get him out for under 50. But by that time, it was the 5th test.
Well, plus we broke Jofra trying to get him out.
Yeah, I'm afraid they did. Yes.
I say we because it was just as much us. We were always going, "Where's Jofra? When's Jofra bowling?
Yes.
When's Jofra bowling?"
That's true. Bummer of him for his last ball of the over. He bowls it over the wicket, and he's been given. This is a big moment in this match. Steve Smith has been given by Richard Illingworth. Maybe it looked a touch high. If it isn't, he's gone for 4 off 8, and Australia are 47 for 3. I think he's walking off. Yes, he's not even going to review it. That is a very significant moment in this match.
Is indeed.
Yeah.
I thought he might have, just in the circumstances, given it a review. I mean, it's probably out, but who knows?
I think he asked Head whether he was outside off
You
stump.
flipping muppet!
No.
Well, we're having a look at it again. He's deep in his crease, it's true. It's a fairly full ball, that's also true. But it hits him above the knee roll, even if he was behind the popping crease. We're having a look at Virat Kohli going absolutely crazy. I was surprised they didn't review that.
I think it would have been umpire's call on whether it was outside off.
Yes,
but,
a suggestion it was close to outside the line. I think they'd at least have got it back, and geez, in the circumstances, I think they should have.
It's a World Cup final, and it's Steve Smith. I mean, it's your number 4 batsman.
And you've already given up 2 wickets, so you need this one.
Well, put it this
I
way:
mean,
imagine if it isn't out.
Well,
what a
God, can
blunder
you
that will be.
Yes, it's a catastrophic blunder. I mean, it's selfless. Of course, it's selfless.
But
it's
again,
selfless to the point of
you can carry that too far as well.
You can indeed, to a suicidal tendency if it turns out that it was just skipping over the top of middle stump. But and we were suggesting that there's a possibility of that. We have not yet seen the DRS. We've gone into appropriately an advert for Whisker's Cats. Granted the feline theme so far.
Lucky
today.
you, we got Melissa McCarthy.
And it is Labuschagne who has arrived at the crease.
It sure is.
They've worked out who watches cricket at this hour of the morning, and it's all cat lovers.
Yeah, it's just when you start getting depends and life insurance, you know you're an old audience.
Shami ran the wickets to Travis Head. The first ball, that was the last ball of the previous over. So he's bowling to Travis Head, and he's played it out to points for a dot ball. Are we going to play the jingle for Labuschagne?
It's the second Chuckle Brother at the other end.
Oh my word!
Breaking news.
Breaking news. The impact was outside the line. Had Steve Smith reviewed, he would have been given not out. Can you believe that?
That's a tremendous boo-boo.
I mean, at worst case, it was going to be an umpire's call outside anyway, wasn't it?
Travis Head smears at that one, the ugliest of shots. He completely misses it. We're having a look at Glenn Maxwell, who looks nonplussed. But I can tell you who'll be looking somewhat more than nonplussed in the dressing room right now. I wouldn't want to be within 10 yards of him. That's Steve Smith.
I wonder if Smith will pay for the damage to the walls he's about to inflict with his bats.
He should do that right over
even
the
to the
stumps.
naked. I mean, it hit him. He must have known he was somewhat around the vicinity of stump. He must have. We haven't even seen whether it would have gone over the top yet.
Well, it doesn't matter. But I take your point.
It definitely doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but
no, I take your point.
Anyway, that's defended off the back foot by Travis Head. Well, that will be the talking point, no doubt.
That'll be one for the ages.
Regardless of what happens.
One for the ages, yes. You can see he steps back as he often does, and it hits him on the back leg, I think, and he's shuffling and everything's moving, which does make it difficult. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually in the end, quite a poor decision by an umpire who may, even umpires are not completely immune to emotion and the situation and the context. With 120,000 people yelling that's out. Oh my word. Head has flailed at the 5th ball of Shami's over. He's just missed it. Dot from Shami, and India are all over Australia right now.
It was a very good appeal from Bumrah and Kohli.
It was,
at the time of the LBW. It made it look like it was absolutely plumb.
Totally did. I mean, it's enough to sway even the most cold-eyed of umpires.
And Smith played all around it, so he kind of looked a little bit out.
And he did come back, and he didn't really. Yeah, he played a very unconvincing shot, and Virat Kohli was leaping up and down like an impala. That's played off the back foot by Travis Head into the point. This is going to be the second maiden in the row, with one ball to go. Impact is outside. It's pitching. Yes, I mean it's not. There's actually clear daylight as well.
Yeah.
What's that? An inch or two?
Well, there needs to be some daylight for but.
Yes, indeed there is, but of course, but
a few millimeters. But
it's not even right on the line. You'd say there's maybe an inch and a half there, which granted the situation is actually quite a lot. Shami in for the last ball of the over, around the wickets. Travis said he defends. That's another maiden. The end of the 8th over. Australia now 47, but for 3. Andy.
Yes, social media's woken up with that one. Dan De Castro seems fixed, not reviewing. I'm not sure if Smith is throwing it. Jeremy Henderson
sure about that.
Gives us a full capitals 3 exclamation mark. Fucking idiots. Shelley says shocking. Dan says it's very fishy. And Shelley again, how can you not review that? Meanwhile on Twitter, Dave Wood, famously Hoggard's run-up was curved due to the placement of a garden shed. Leah says, I really like Melissa McCarthy in Gilmore Girls. Yeah, she's quite good in Spy, but it's becoming a bit too much now. Back to cricket, Muttley says, the one time Smith walks, he wasn't out. Gotta love the irony.
Well, they're keeping Bumrah on. He's into his 5th over now, so it looks like Bumrah will complete the. Well, he will. He'll complete his allocation in the power play. He's going to bowl to Labuschagne. He's in now over the wicket to him, defended off the back foot by Labuschagne. That's his. In fact, Labuschagne, in all the excitement, Labuschagne hadn't actually faced a ball yet. That was a dot ball.
Shami's getting some sort of treatment on the sideline. So.
It's interesting, and so many plot twists. Well, this is not going to be a dull final, or will it? It could still be that Australia collapse in a heap, of course. 2 more wickets now, and it will become a dull final most likely. But that's, in a sense, for the neutral. Hope that doesn't happen.
Well,
Bumrah in again. Get back to Russ in a moment. Defended off the back foot by Labuschagne.
I recall the Women's T20 World Cup final, in 2020 with the MCG, and where Healy came out to smashed 100, and then India collapsed in the first few overs. And it seems when you're there, although it wasn't actually, not really much of a contest at all, for the crowd, they're loving it.
Yeah, it's exciting. I was. It's all dependent, isn't it? I'll come back in a minute to my experience of one of those things. Labuschagne, Bumrah into Labuschagne. He tries a slower, fuller ball, and Labuschagne is not to be confused by that one and defends it again. Australians often talk about Scott Boland's burst at the MCG late on.
Fantastic.
Well, I can tell you that my son and me left halfway through it.
So only after 3 wickets.
We said, I can't take any more of this.
Wasn't it like 11:30 in the morning? When you were
there? No, it was 5 o'clock at night.
Oh, no.
Yeah. In comes Bumrah, in again, defended again by Labuschagne. It's very obvious what the strategy from Australia has been here, and they are now into accumulation mode. Not even that, actually. They're in danger of going too defensive.
It was 2 for 6 in 4.4 overs. So
yes.
Dan De Castro is absolutely convinced Smith has been paid off to lose the World Cup final. I'm not sure, Dan.
I think, I mean, how interesting. That's all I can say to that. Bumrah. And that's a catastrophic bit of fielding by Rahul, because that was a slower ball. It bounced just in front of him and missed by Bumrah. It's gone through for 4 byes.
Extra's top scoring now.
Oh,
by a bit.
Well,
quite possibly, and that's quite in
possible.
keeping with this innings. That brings up Australia's 50. They're 51 for 3 in the 10th over.
50 is up.
I feel like there's about 15 extras at least by now.
There's been quite a few, yeah.
There hasn't been a run off the bat for 3 overs. I'm pretty sure about that. 51 for 3, coming into the last ball of Bumrah's over, his last in the power play section of the tournament. Crucially, 3 Australian wickets are down. And he comes, that's a fast ball.
Such a
Defended
weirdo.
by Labuschagne, straight into the ground. It goes up towards his head and bounces right at his feet, and he sort of stops it going any further by smashing down on it like one of those games at the fun fair we try to smash a rat. End of the over,
Whack-a-mole.
and one more over of the power play to go. Andy.
Yeah, Jay Taylor on YouTube. Anyway, Australia will still win. We'll see. They've still got definitely got a chance. Leah said doesn't think Smith has been paid to lose the final unless he's applying for Pakistani citizenship.
Right, probably not.
And who would do that, quite frankly?
We've got one more over of us three together before I worm my way from Mooney Ponds to Burwood in the dead of night. Not quite as dead as it has been on other nights when it's been 4 o'clock, but still quite late. Shami hones in on Head's pads there, and he just defends it. And Australia cannot buy a run, but they're not really looking to buy a run at the moment. They're just looking to survive this onslaught from the two classic opening Indian bowlers, and then regroup and see if they can get some runs further down the track. So, yeah.
The current run scorers for Australia are 15 extras, 9 wides, 5 byes, 1 leg by, 15 for Marsh, 10 for Head.
Okay, so byes a favourite going into the last 5 balls. Any
sundries are getting...
sundry now, we'll see them go into the lead. That's defended by Head, the man in the gully. We're seeing suddenly the Indian supporters, surprise, really come alive.
And at this rate, we'll finish with 75 extras.
Might be their best chance.
Probably 75 from Maxwell, and then the rest to make up the rest.
We're seeing
Australia's path to victory.
Seeing a bank of Indian supporters, literally not one yellow shirt, and literally nothing other than a blue shirt in there either.
Now, if you've got the copyright on those Virat shirts, man, you make some money.
Oh, that's so. It's played very nicely, actually. Very nicely indeed by Travis Head, wide of the man at gully, and it's gone through for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Great work by Andy again. Just open the face of the bat and let it go down. Nice shot.
Well, Head has sort of mostly been just standing watching, a bit like Kohli in the Indian innings, standing watching all the disarray at the other end.
The carnage, yeah.
So,
well, we're coming up to the last 3 balls. I think. Have you got another stint, Rush? Are you on again?
No, I'm off.
I think this will be the last 3 balls of our World Cup. So it's been a pleasure sharing it with you. That has been smashed, a full half volley on off stump by Travis Head, smashed wide of the man at mid on for one of these.
You too, Forthy. It's been very enjoyable. Hope we'll do it again soon.
Yes, let's hope so.
My partner just noted to me that there's a cake in the fridge that we didn't open. So
no, you've got to have that. And
little
thank you to
slice.
everyone. I expect
Little
someone will be
slice.
coming in later, but even so, thank you to everyone from Mooney Ponds for all your support.
Oh, thank you very much, Andy. It's been great. I think it's been a highly successful collaboration with our friends in Sydenham as well. That's a big, thick inside edge into the ground by Head, so he comes through for a single. So this will be the last ball of the power play coming up. Thoroughly enjoyable, and I know probably we're in talks to see if we can extend the Mooney Ponds concept still further.
And not just Sydenham. I think we've had probably 7 other countries: Germany, Austria,
100%. Singapore, America, Perth. Not really another country, but I'd like to think it is. It's been a lot of Perth. I can see Jason, who's looking very spruce today, actually.
Well, it is the final. I put my best hoodie on.
Oh, well, very good. That's defended off the back foot. We're a bit more informal in Australia. I've got a lumberjack shirt on. And that is the end of the 10th over, the end of the power play. Australia 60 for 3. It's been great fun doing the World Cup with you. And I'll hand you over to our next commentary team.
One of whom is in the box.
One of whom is in the box, yes.
Oh, is Chris coming in at your end? Okay, well, at the end of the power play, Australia are 60 for 3, India were 80 for 2, but they did lose that 3rd wicket almost immediately after the power play. So, not a dissimilar situation. Now, this is going to be interesting. We're going to see exactly what this wicket is going to do to help Ravi Jadeja.
They need a more controlled Jadeja's on.
And they do indeed. Well, Krish, what have you made of that frenetic first 10 overs? Krish, can you hear us? Are you on mute?
I'm Anthony. So, yep,
sorry.
Yep, no, it's Krish has been unable to make it, so I am taking his spot.
Jadeja's in. That's going to be a wide to start, and Rahul's missed another one as extras continue to rack up. They're through for a wide plus a single. In that case, Anthony, what have you made of the frenetic first 10 overs?
Yeah, I think kind of what I was expecting to happen, which was, the same as what happened with India, is you come out and have a quick blast and then a few wickets fall and it all slows down. And I think it's probably going to be a fairly slow game from here.
Well, Labuschagne is at it again, I regret to say. Someone's scratched their nose 100 yards away and he's pulled out of his stance. He's going to do it again now and defends back towards cover. There's no run.
He can play a test match innings here and they can still win the match.
Yeah, well, Jadeja's in again. And that one's arrowing into the stumps and he defends it again. All the same, I felt that in the Indian power play, Rohit and Kohli were scoring quickly with much more control.
Yes, yeah, and they were about 20 runs ahead too.
And honestly, India have given Australia about 20 in extras, which is a pretty careless in 10 overs. That one's clipped down to square leg. They'll pick up a single. Ishan Kishan is on, possibly for Shami, who's been a little bit on and off.
Interesting that you got sorry, Krish, go on.
I sort of thought that it would come down to Smith and Labuschagne playing long innings.
Well, it might have done if Smith hadn't walked off when he wasn't out without reviewing, which is going to be one for the ages if they lose. It's played back to the bowler for no run, and of course Jadeja's going to turn around and bowl immediately, and I thought that was an inside edge. They're all going up for LBW. Then Jadeja wants him to throw the ball in, then he throws it wide. It's all been in tune with this frenetic innings that I can't see how it would have hit his pad and gone down in that direction unless it was pad first and then inside edge.
I think it's off the inside edge of KL Rahul's pads.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
It's another piece of misfielding by KL Rahul behind the stumps.
Pinballed off both pads. But the umpires aren't interested, and India are not going to review.
It's been given runs.
It has been given runs, yeah. Oh, that one's not bad, though. That one's not bad. Jadeja's cerebral peeling, but Richard Illingworth is not. So what are they going to do with that one? Jadeja really liked it. It did look pretty straight to me.
It's a good shout.
If he didn't get bat on it. Rohit is pointing at someone else. Now he's having a chat with KL Rahul. He's still got 5 seconds. I'd look to me to be worth a review.
Go for it.
0.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah. I think the umpires normally tell them when it's 3 seconds, so I don't think he'd have run out of time. But man, what a twist if that one's out and they didn't review it. Well, we'll have another look on the slow motion. Turns into the left-hander.
That might just miss leg.
It's a turn.
Might just miss leg stump. It turned a lot.
It's the end of the over. Gosh, it's all happening.
Yeah, but I think I think that would have been going down leg. There was a significant amount of turn, 65 for 3 after 11. Yeah, I think the Smith wicket, the head probably has a bit of responsibility there.
Absolutely. I was just about to make that point. That I think Steve Smith was going to appeal, and head told him not to, and he stomped off.
Right. I missed that, but it's having seen the replay, I think that early on with the wickets already falling, it probably would have been worth the review.
Yeah, I think so, just for the situation, if there's any doubt in your mind at all. Well, India sticking with the plan. They've had Jadeja from one end, and it's going to be another spinner from the other, and that's defended by Labuschagne. It's this man.
I thought that cruelty was science fiction until I saw him today. Now that your death is my addiction, I've thrown all that Virat junk away.
Yeah, that was missing leg stump, only just. Tosses it up, Kuldeep turns back into the right-hander. Defended studiously by Labuschagne, who's 1 off 12. He's certainly making sure he's going to get a start here. I mean, Australia would now take a 66 off 100, a KL Rahul innings. They'd love that from someone. Labuschagne will get underway with a single up to long on.
Yeah, and for me that's kind of what Australia's setup is, that you have Warner and Head to sort of be out there and go crazy, and Marsh is sort of another option, but yeah, Smith and Labuschagne's job is to bat through the middle overs, and one or the other, and so yeah, I think it's really up to Labuschagne now to stick with it, and yeah, let Head sort of take the scoring.
Head does step back and pull that one, but it's only gone to mid-wicket. There won't be a run.
There wasn't much in that one. That one was a sort of fizzy topped over spinner, and it was on him quite quickly. Did well to get down on it, as it might just have beaten him for pace otherwise.
Yeah, a little bit of help for the spinners, I think. Nothing too out of line. Tosses that one up, and Head goes back and is able to watch it turn and then punch it out to deep point for a single.
India's still playing with the slip in, so
I think rightly so. I mean, they're going to have to bowl Australia out. I mean, they've definitely got time to take these wickets.
Though.
Have they pulled out? Well, Kuldeep is mostly turning into Labuschagne. That's probably the thinking. That one turns in a little bit. He plays it up to long on for a single. That's the end of the over. It's 68 for 3 off 12, chasing 241.
I don't know who's on socials, but and I don't know where we are, but Messages said a while ago, the only way I can see Australia winning this is if Maxwell comes in and someone nails his feet to the floor. A.k.a. the infamous Afghanistan innings, which is quite something to behold. Pirate Badshaw sends a picture of the cat from Red Dwarf. Fish. Today's fish is Steve Smith.
Fish.
Today's fish is trout a la creme.
Jadeja. See if he's got this batsman on the hook. Well, he just steps back, tries to punch it through the offside, misses it. Goes through to KL Rahul, catches it for once. Is that the first? Well, he caught the edge off.
Well, he ended up in the gloves. It was at the second attempt.
He did just catch it in the webbing in the end. He'll say that he caught the one that matters. He caught the one off Mitch Marsh. That's more into the pads. Labuschagne defends, no run.
I'd argue that one was hard to drop, because it's very easily seen because the bat was well away from the body, so there's nothing getting in your way.
Tossed up that time, it's the same result, straight to Captain Rohit Sharma at mid-wicket. There's no run.
Head's now outscoring the extras.
Okay, that's an ongoing battle. And darts that one in a little bit. Jadeja gets that enough to the right hand of Rohit that they'll scamper through for a single. $69 for 3. And I wonder, well, maybe all that conservative batting from India will once again pay off in the end. Punched up to long off, and they'll amble through for a single, though the fielder does come in just to make them scamper a little bit.
Yes, well, they're showing that it's important to get to your 50 overs.
Well, I think if Australia get to 50 overs, they should win.
Yeah.
That's what they'll be thinking. It doesn't mean you can block everything, though. Labuschagne blocks another one. 4 off 20, end of the over. Another quick over from Jadeja. 2 off it, 70 for 3 off 13.
Nothing on the artist formerly known as Twitter. On YouTube, Dan DeCastro is with us. Messages says, Marnus is hopeless against spin. Well, I think we've just seen that in the last over. It's very defensive indeed. Hattie says, I think the wicket will be the World Cup winners instead. Whatever.
I don't think the pitch has been as bad as either side and made it look.
No, I think there was a lot of protecting the tail going on in the Indian innings.
Yeah. Right, slips back in for Head as Kuldeep comes in again. Tosses it up, and Head punches again out to deep point. He's clearly making his play to go back to balls even just slightly full and then play them off the wicket.
That's very possible to do against Kuldeep. I don't think that's a strategy that will work against Jadeja, though.
Not as much, though, no. He fizzes those through. Labuschagne's back on strike. He clips it into the leg side. That's nicely angled. They'll get a single there, at least a single, but probably
Yeah, it
just.
looks like Labuschagne wanted 2 out of that, but I don't think Head wanted to have any.
Well, it shows good intent to at least run the first one quick, which we haven't seen a lot of in this match.
I don't think anyone's going to take on Jadeja's arm there.
No, but it's good thing to do. I appreciate it's 30 degrees and quite humid, and you also want to conserve energy. Head again goes back. That one follows him in. I think it was the other one, and he can only play it back to the bowler.
But yeah, Labuschagne at 5 from 20 probably at least wants to have a little bit of intent in his running.
Yep, he certainly looks like he wants to play the KL Rahul role. Tossed up by Kuldeep and punched up to long off, be another single.
This is kind of all they need to be doing. There's been nothing particularly silly in this over, just finding some easy singles.
Looking for 4 or 5 and over that way, yeah. We might get another hour without a boundary, like the Indian innings.
Twice in the Indian innings, I think. Tony will tell us later on.
They certainly only scored 1 boundary between overs 11 and 40. Labuschagne defends that one. It drops down to backward point. There's no run. And a very, very tense situation now. I think it's calmed down a bit like India's innings, calmed down from an explosive power play. And now it's more of a game of cat and mouse as Labuschagne taps that one into the offside, into the gap. They'll pick up a single. End of the over. 4 from it. 74 for 3.
Yeah, so he's looking very contemplative, Labuschagne. All those cogs are whirring in his head about how to pace the chase.
Oh, it's like in The Simpsons. It's just a monkey bashing some cymbals in there.
Yes, need coffee.
But you can see there, Kuldeep's bowling a full 10 miles an hour slower than Jadeja. Jadeja topped 60. Kuldeep was under 50 for that last ball. It's fascinating how many of the ways there are to bowl spin.
Is that the bear returning?
It might be. It is. Yeah. Should be. Right, here comes Jadeja. Left arm around and poked into the offside by Labuschagne. Pick up another single.
Being attacked by cats.
As ever, they seem to be asleep.
They're running loose
asleep.
now. So.
The ones on YouTube seem to be asleep.
Yeah.
Punched up to long off by Head. And again, a little bit more intent from the batsman. I like to see that. Instead of just ambling through, they tried to put a little bit of pressure on.
And
yeah, it's been fascinating, this game, how it's ebbed and flowed in the tone of each innings. Now a lot of pensive faces on and off the field. That one's arrowed into the stumps and back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, classic one-day cricket.
Yep. Jadeja just that a little bit fuller, and Labuschagne again just angles the bat so he gets it out to the sweeper for another single.
I've seen quite a bit of that this tournament, actually. Where the little bit of work's done in the power play, and then
yeah, we've had a bit of everything, which you'd hope you would over almost 50 games. We also had a few run fests. That one's out to point, but Point's on the edge of the circle and cuts it off, and there's no run. And Jadeja to complete the over. Onto the pads. Mid-wicket doesn't get there. Jadeja doesn't get there. It's a bit like 2 footballers both letting the ball go. Get through for a single. 78 for 3 of 15, but Australia managing to sort of grind along at 4 and over without too much risk.
Yep. Head's looking fairly cheerful. Just enjoying himself at the moment without too much pressure. We are in a bit of a lull in the socials at the moment as well.
So I think a lot of the Australian audience have made their way to bed.
I'm sure they're going to wake up and say, did we win?
Oh, come on, it's World Cup final, you've got to stay up. Sunday night, take a sickie tomorrow.
Well, this will be welcome relief after the Australian performance in the other World Cup that happened recently.
No, they ended up being even worse than England, which was quite a feat. Punched out to deep point. Head's going to get another single.
That's right. I live in Victoria, so I was completely unaware that that World Cup even happened.
Is that rugby league country?
It is rugby league country.
And AFL.
AFL down here, yeah. There's no rugby down here.
Who do they get knocked out by? Fiji?
Were
Yep.
they?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. Fiji's pretty good at the old.
Well, they lost to Wales and they lost to Fiji, which made them third in the group, which was a killer.
Well, imagine that. Some actual jeopardy in a World Cup group stage. Flicked away by Labuschagne, and that was in the air, and I think that Shubman Gill was almost interested, but it bounced a couple of yards in front of him. First real sign of it. In fact, it might have been a leading edge. I think it was.
Yeah, I don't think it would have carried that far if it hadn't been off some part of the edge.
So a bit of encouragement there. But Kuldeep, that one's tapped around the corner, and they'll get another single.
Gill's
So
been
this is what I
Go
like
on.
to see. It's lots of singles, lots of strike rotation.
I'm fine with it, but I just had such a surfeit of it in the first innings when I was on between overs 10 of 30. I had that power play, I guess, in this one. Back goes Head, punches it to cover. Kohli, good stop, fumbles it a little bit, but they can't get through for a run. Shami seems to be limping a little bit, which is maybe why Ishan Kishan is on. Haven't seen
Shami
Siraj
was
yet.
off getting treatment before.
Yeah, I wonder when Siraj is going to come in. Head opens his shoulders for the first time
Goodbye.
for him in this game. It's not the first six, but it is a six. Picked that one very nicely up over. No, we don't need that, Jason. We picks it up nicely over cow corner. Actually, I suppose you can do it if you want, if nothing's happened for a while.
Lovely shot, that.
Nice pickup, yeah, just onto leg stump, and Head picked it up very nicely. So let's see what Kuldeep's reaction to that will be. Tosses it up, it's brave bowling, punched up to long off for a single. And if anyone's going to calm Australian fans down, like Virat Kohli calmed the Indians, I think it's Travis Head at the moment. 9 off the over, 87 for 3 off 16.
Yeah, Head's doing the keeping up with the run of the ball, which is allowing Labuschagne to bed himself in. Probably a little bit more bedded in than he would like.
Yeah.
At 9 off 27.
But it's very similar to that partnership between Kohli and KL Rahul.
And then KL Rahul went on and got quite a lot.
Well, 66 but off 100. But, you know, if India win, he might even get man of the match. Right, I was wondering when we're going to see Siraj, and it's now, because India really felt that the spin wasn't quite doing it. So this should be interesting. Again, Siraj usually bowls with a new ball, so it'd be interesting to see what he does with this.
There's only one man who can save us now. Where's Muhammad Siraj?
Whilst we're waiting for that, Raffle says Labuschagne's technique against reminds me rather of Dean Jones's with his classic front foot play, but against spinners he's been making off the back foot and noodling through square leg.
Oh, Head hits that very hard down to cover that first ball, and Kohli picks it up nicely. Obviously it's bounced somewhere along the way. Either Head hit that into the ground or it bounced just in front of Kohli, one or the other. It's a bit of a loosener from Siraj. He was there to drive. Let's have another look.
I'm not sure.
No, did Kohli just not pick it up?
Yeah, I think that might have been a drop.
Might technically.
I thought that was about a yard in front of him.
Couldn't quite see from that overhead angle.
Yeah.
Right, let's see what happens with this one. That's a better ball, and it's played out to point. There'll be no run. I wouldn't mind another look at that one.
Yeah, it was just the some of the facial reactions. I wasn't sure if they were reacting to how hard that was hit, or whether it was reacting to the opportunity missed.
Being half a chance, yeah. Well, perhaps because it might have been a Kohli mistake, we are not seeing that one again. Slower short ball from Siraj. Head doesn't want anything to do with it.
The Indians outside the circle are all behind the batsman, so they are asking Head to drive back over the bowler's head.
But this is the thing, Siraj is more of a pitch-up bowler though, isn't he? He's trying to get some swing, but again I find it a bit, I mean it kind of worked.
Odd, he's been asked to bowl into the deck, I think.
It was odd that they switched Shami and Siraj. That's cut away by Head, and that's going to be 4, no question about that. Launch that one past backward point.
That went like a tracer bullet.
Yeah, this is the kind of strategy that they normally employ with Shami and an older ball.
Yes.
So I don't know why they've changed the roles of the two bowlers.
No, in the same way as I don't know why they sent Jadeja in ahead of Surya Kumar. It's weird, India have been so inflexible throughout the tournament, and they suddenly start changing things in the final. I just wonder if they're overthinking a little bit. Short again, pulled away again, not entirely convincing. It's going to roll out to Surya Kumar, a deep square. But certainly Head wants to take it on.
Yep. Perhaps a little bit lucky, that one.
Is Head a bit of a happy hooker, Anthony? Does he instinctively goes for it rather than assesses the situation, rolls it over?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really seen a heap of him outside sort of this World Cup and the last Ashes series.
Siraj is in again, back of a length and tucks around the corner by Labuschagne to get an easy single. I just wonder if Siraj is a bowler they feel they can target a little bit. Anyway, 6 off the over, 93 for 3 off 17.
Ajit says, just as Andy said, Head will look to play a Virat Kohli-like hand, whilst Marnus is perfect to play the KL Rahul-like innings. But if Aussie get to 30th over at 5 down, needing about 60, they have the personnel to take them home.
Yep, they do. Cummins and Stark are useful bats down the order.
Yeah, they are, I think, definitely better than the equivalent Indian players in those positions.
Definitely. I think we're going to have a drinks break. They're also pulling a rope over the outfield for the dew, so...
What was that, to encourage some?
Possibly.
No doubt that's generating many comments from Matthew Hayden in the host broadcaster box.
No doubt, to the infuriation. Well, it's your own fault because you're not listening to Guerrilla Cricket. But like Avil's Awesome, who says, appreciate the commentary. This World Cup, you've made the ODIs less boring for sure. Cheers from America. I particularly like the discussion of the history of synthwave. And we've got a light show. We got a disco. One day they're going to do that, and the lights aren't going to come back on, and that's going to be a bit embarrassing.
Oh, they're doing this usual put your lights on for UNESCO or UNICEF.
Oh, waste energy for charity, is it? Great.
I think they're at a Beyonce concert or something. Oh.
Well, they've really spent all the money on this, haven't they?
They have. In the 90,000 to 130,000, depending on what you're doing, capacity Enormo Dome.
Yeah, I mean, no, you wouldn't want to be an epileptic cricketer, would you?
No, not at this point. You want to go and hide under a towel like a dog on fireworks night.
Have they been doing this in every game? And
they've been doing them quite a few, yeah.
The lights thing, right, where you put up your
breaks for us, I think.
Where you put up your mobile phone, they've been putting up at most games. But I think all the other flashing lights and spectacular stuff, the lasers, I think is especially for this final.
How bright is that? That is blinding.
Yeah.
And now you've got to play cricket after that.
Yeah. Does it not interfere with your vision as a batsman? Maybe that's the plan.
It's got to.
I mean, it looks spectacular, but I can't imagine that any of the players are particularly happy about this.
Well, the field is more than the batsman, I would think. Not casting any aspersions or conspiracy theories. I was just amazed that India lost the toss, to be honest.
How far was the coin this time?
And so they didn't have the double-headed coin.
Well, I would say now this match is quite evenly poised. It's 93 for 3 off 17. 241 to win. That's 148 more in 33 overs. It's barely more than 4 and over. And as you say, Inglis, Cummins and Stark is a pretty good 7-8-9. Australia have steadied the ship after a frenetic power play, and these two have put on 46.
The win probability on Cricinfo tipped over into India's favour after that last wicket, and in that last over it's just tipped back to Australia. So the robot thinks that it's on a cutting edge, as I have a cat climbing up my leg.
Leah on Twitter says, "Get a wicket, you muppets, or do we need to bring Shelley back?"
We'll bring. We're warning you.
We need more money to bring Shelley back, I'm afraid. And Raffle says Labuschagne's annoying mannerisms seem to have subsided somewhat. He seems less ticky now than as usual.
He does a little bit, actually. He did a couple early on, and maybe now he thinks actually got to try and win this World Cup final instead of engaging in my own idiosyncratics. He's back in again, Kuldeep, and that's defended into the offside by Labuschagne for no run. Not too much for the spinners so far.
There's been a few with a lot of turn, especially that wicket chance, the LBW shout.
Tipped into the leg side, fielder long leg is up in the circle and there's no run. Haven't really seen a sweep from the Australian batsman as yet. Kind of had a slog sweep from head. Nothing yet from Labuschagne. Kuldeep's in again. Tosses it up into the leg side. He's got that one into the gap. He'll get through for a single.
The post-broadcaster's win predictor is 38 India, 62 Australia. I think that one's a little bit out.
Yeah, I think this is pretty close to 50-50 here. A few more changes in the field as Head comes on strike, who has shown a lot more intent. Kuldeep's in again, tosses it up, heads into the leg side and mid-wicket picks it up.
They seem determined to play him with a straight bat rather than going for the sweep and the cuts.
They do, and this innings from Labuschagne really is reminding me very much of KL Rahul's in the first knock. Tossed up by Kuldeep, driven out to the sweeper by Head to get another single.
I think that might be probably has a lot to do with the field that they're setting. They have got that sort of sweep shot trap set. Those now we've moved to a long mid off.
It's in again. Again, it's on leg stump, and I think Labuschagne wanted to tip that round the corner again, but it might have just straightened on him. Just 2 off the over, a good one from Kuldeep, 95 for 3 off 18.
Ajit says 46 off the 10 overs between 18 and 17. The Australian dressing room will be feeling a bit calmer. India will need to separate this pair ASAP.
Well, we will see how calm Ajit is when he joins us later in the innings.
Well, in the next spell, he's on from 20 to 30.
I think 30 to 40, but we'll see. Or have those been changed around again?
He's been swapped with me for the next spell.
Okay. Well, you can show us how calm you are, Ajit, coming up soon. Now, Siraj, 9 more overs. I think he might be slightly the weak link because he's more used to bowling up top. And remember, India don't really have a 6th bowler. You're looking at Rohit, Kohli, Surya Kumar. It's a bit of a mishmash. And I wonder if Siraj is one bowler they will target. Comes around the wicket to Head. That's a good ball, though, into middle and off. Up to mid-off and there's no run.
You do wonder if they had another person in the squad they could have subbed in for Surya Kumar, because he hasn't really performed with the bat in this tournament.
Well, they could have kept Hardik in. He was injured, of course, and I think they might have done.
Yeah, but given he is injured, I don't think there's any other candidates really.
No.
Who would be a bowling all-rounder replacement.
Well, unless they go back to Shardul Thakur. Punched by Head. Deep cover is going to be there. Shreyas, and it'll just be a single.
But I thought the argument against Shardul Thakur was he wasn't trusted by Rohit to bowl economically.
No, possibly not. But again, I felt they didn't really trust Suryakumar with the bat in this innings, sending Jadeja in front of him with, 16 overs to go.
Graphic on our screen showing that the Australians aren't using their feet.
No, off a lot of shots.
So
I mean, you do a bit of selective editing, you can show a lot of things, but I think that has often been the case, and certainly was on a couple of the early dismissals. Labuschagne plays that one up to mid-on, there's no run. Certainly
trying to
Warner.
play Maxwell ball.
Yeah, Warner and Marsh both stood and waved their bat at quite wide deliveries.
Yeah. Very soft sell. Say hello, wave goodbye.
Well, yeah, I mean, just, as a batsman, you don't need to move it much. Just shuffle it over 6 inches to a foot, gets you in a better position and a better angle to attack the ball. Siraj is in again. He's bowling well. He's trying to prove me wrong. Dropped into the offside, and he'll take a quick single. Rohit kicks the ball.
With a 50 partnership.
Yep. It's quite similar to India's innings. 3 wickets.
It was this fourth wicket partnership between Kohli and Rahul that was 67 off 109 balls.
I think a lot of it's going to be, can Travis Head go on past Virat Kohli's 55? I think he's the key player for me, Head. If the rest of them can bat around him, if Maxwell can maybe score a quick 20 or 30, Inglis and Cummins are both capable of batting around someone. So Head's on strike now. It's short, and he goes for the pull shot. Doesn't really get hold of it. It's going to go out to deep mid-wicket. They'll get at least one. Just the one.
Yeah, and for me, it's Labuschagne staying in. I like this innings, 12 off 34. This is what he needed to be doing.
I do think if you're going to play that role, you should be 20 off 34. You should be capable of...
You should be above 50%.
Yeah, I think so.
Without taking any risks.
Ideally. But, it could be worse. Siraj is in again. It's full. Dropped into the offside to get another quick single. That's well run. Never in danger there. That's the end of the over. It's 99 for 3 off 19. And I can poise myself for the 100 and the blue button.
We are nothing on Twitter and on YouTube. Message yes says pretty sure the smart money is not on a super over.
Well, the worms are sort of trending together.
Are they intertwining?
India's still got their nose in front.
Yes, I think they had 5 to 10 runs more at this point, but they had a big slowdown between 10 and 20. Australia have been a bit more even. Long chat between Rohit and Kuldeep, who I think is going to bowl, but Rohit's had a few words and not looking too chuffed.
Lee is getting a bit agitated. I'm absolutely not calm. I need hard liquor and or maybe fentanyl to steady my nerves. Well, other less potent drugs are available rather than fentanyl, which will potentially kill you.
Stay off the fentanyl, everybody. Kuldeep is in. It's driven by Labuschagne. It beats cover. It's going to go up to long off. They'll get through for 1, and that's going to be 100. Labuschagne on 14 and Head on 43. 100 for 3 in the 20th over.
And yet more kits delivered for charity.
Yes, I'm sure they're the highest quality kits available. Head is back on strike. Kuldeep, no success so far. Outside off stump, and Head goes back, but he can't beat backward point. He might even be called a wide third man. He's kind of been in between the two.
The field's there for the sweep shot now, isn't it?
Yeah, well, Australia have shown no indication of playing it. I think maybe they could, just to mix that field up. That one's again punched out to deep point. They get through for a single. Then again, Australia pretty happy going through for 4 and over. Every over at 4 is just one less they have to get.
The Indian have their boundary runners at point and square and long off.
Oh, that one's beaten Labuschagne. I think it just went straight on from Kuldeep. beat him outside the off stump, fished at that a little bit.
Yeah, that's the over spinner, I think. Oh no!
Not the way it came out. I think it just didn't spin.
Yeah, that's that Shane Warne special slider one with the leg spin action.
Kuldeep's in again. That's shorter, and Labuschagne punches it past cover. Now they should get 2 here. Might even get 4. No, the fielder is round, and they'll get back for a comfortable 2. Fielding's been very good in this game. A little bit of sloppy wicket keeping from India at the start of this innings, but Australia fielded well, and India haven't dropped anything or misfielded much to my recollection.
Probably looks like he's trying to rev the crowd up.
Yep. Tossed up by Kuldeep, tipped into the leg side by Labuschagne. Get another through for another single. He's on to 17. So after 20 overs, it's 104 for 3. Game possibly tipping in Australia's favour. They need 241 to win the Cricket World Cup. We will have a change. I will let Ajit in over here.
And I guess that means that might be me done for this World Cup. So thank you everyone for having me. Thank you everyone for listening. And I'm going to go.
Thank you, Ant. It's been great to have you aboard. Just a point of reference while we're changing over, that in 2019, England were chasing they scored 241 themselves, which is exactly what Australia is chasing here today.
Yes.
And after 20 overs, they were 73 for 3. So relatively speaking, Australia are 30 runs ahead. So it's an interesting situation.
Absolutely. Well, Australia will feel comfortable until these two are at the crease. So first of all, hello all to everyone listening.
Hello to you, Ajit. So you're nervous? I'm on with an Australian and an Indian. Sweet. It's getting tight. It's definitely squeaky bum.
At the first ball of that over, Siraj bowled it and went for no run.
Yeah, sorry.
Absolutely.
I've had to deliver my son. I've had to deliver my son to football, and then come back here. That's dropped down towards third man. Jadeja comes cross field, and there'll be a single. In fact, I don't know if I've got to go and pick him up.
So I asked to be included in an earlier stint. Well, something needs to be done about Travis Head and his moustache. But speaking of the other stuff, I asked to be included to, let's say, influence the innings on behalf of India. So I asked to be included in an earlier stint.
Oh, you were building yourself up a bit there, Ajit.
Only a little bit. Yeah.
You think you got Shelley powers?
Yeah, no, not Shelley powers.
Ooh,
something else.
Hold on, round the wicket.
Wow.
That's a shot by Travis Head. Round the wicket, Siraj, into the pitch. Travis Head likes it there, pulls it hard out to deep mid wicket, and he gets himself 4 runs, 4 valuable runs for the Aussies.
2 + 2 is on man.
Lovely shot.
Look,
wow.
They brought in Siraj hoping he can do the Hazelwood/Stark sort of an enforcer role during the middle overs, which they did very effectively. He doesn't have the accuracy for it.
No, again it's short, it's into the pitch, and it's pulled out to, I think that's Sky out there at deep mid wicket.
Shami looks like.
Is it Shami?
Maybe Sky. Maybe
it's
Sky.
one or the other. They both look a little bit portly, Ajit, you know.
all right. Now, Indians look a bit pensive on the field. You can see. So, the short ball ply to Head, he has the pace, he has the, let's say, the skid. But is this pitch still going to hold up if you were to try and do anything like that is the question.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the theory is it skids on. They've been roping it, haven't they? I've been hearing. So there is a little bit of jerb out. That's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. That generally helps the batsman. Although I'm not convinced about this. See, I think you get 50 overs of dew, you get more dew, and the air's heavy, and eventually some of that moisture seeps into the surface, and then it becomes tacky. That's my theory.
Yes.
And then, so you get some overs where it does get easier to bat, but then towards the end of the game, it gets more tacky and it's slower, and therefore harder to bat. So you don't you don't get the advantage all the way through. I don't think. But hey,
I think on this pitch, if the dew comes in, it's going to make it easier to bat. It's going to just skid onto the bat.
Yeah.
More predictable.
That one is worked into the leg side by Labuschagne, and he gets no run. 18 of 43 for Marnus Labuschagne.
He's okay playing that sort of holding role, no?
Leah says, "Don't tell me what to do, Andy. Who do you think you are, my mum?"
Yeah, don't tell him.
Adrian Lowe's a lovely message. He says, "I'm going to miss all you gorillas once this World Cup is finished. I guess it's months to the next live stuff. Thank you all for your time and effort."
Well,
thank you, Adrian. It's
no.
been lovely to have you. Go on, Bear.
Well, Tone wants to do the Caribbean series. I think I might need a little bit of a break before Christmas. It all depends.
I was going to ask. So, yeah. Also, thank you from those of us who worked here for organizing it, making it happen, making us a part of this wonderful group.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot for that.
It's our pleasure.
Yes,
I mean, I enjoy doing
it. You're the reason we're on air. We know that.
Tony.
Raffles says Australia have just edged ahead with the bookies.
Well, that one slides on a bit to Head. He goes deep in his crease, cold deep bowling at him. He's in his 6th over. And it's a dot ball. There's no run. One ball till Head gets his 50, of course. He's on 49.
I'm thinking they've done really well. The way they've negotiated Kuldeep, not giving him a wicket in his first half of this entire spell.
Well, that's true. That's punched out by Head, out to the man on the fence at point, who is Sky. Head gets to his 50 of 58 deliveries, and Australia are 111 for 3.
50, 50, 50, pretty nifty on a bowler's pitch.
So,
I think India are a spinner short.
There's one of those fortuitous 4 runs you'll ever see. The classic edge through the slips. Marnus Labuschagne went back to try and force it through the offside, got an edge. Went very fine through her first slip. I'm not even sure it would have carried the first slip. It seemed to go straight down into the ground. But it would have done actually. It would have been a simple catch for a first slip. But of course it's no DI. You don't have first slip in the 20th over. When you only need 140 runs to win. Less than that, and less than 130 in fact. So it is 4 runs. Tries to drive that, does Labuschagne, but he only drives it into his foot. The ball looks knackered. And
look, what I'm thinking, right? I think it's about buying wickets for India. If they can't get Maxwell and Inglis in with at least 90, 100 runs left, they look in a bit of trouble because one of these two will bat on, and if it's Head, the runs won't be a problem.
Well, Inglis only scored runs in the semi. It's the first time I've seen him score runs in the entire tournament. So that's played up to mid-on. There's no run, which could be ominous because he was coming in to form at the right time because he looked pretty useless for the rest of the tournament for me.
Look, if he can make the same 28 or 28,
exactly. That's all he needs to make,
enough.
right? Yeah, precisely.
That's enough for Australia.
Yeah,
same from Maxwell.
Well, this is it. I mean, Maxi is shit or bust. He'll either get him really cheap or he'll cause extreme damage and pain. As that one's punched up too long on for a single.
So they have introduced Siraj a bit later in the innings because they have only 5 bowlers. So if Siraj is not going to be effective and Kuldeep has run through many of his overs, they are retaining Jadeja as the backup. I do think it's going to be Jadeja and Shami. Shami will come back in the next 3 overs or so. 1 more over of Siraj, I think, and then they'll be forced to bring Shami back. So I'm really looking forward to that spell where Jadeja and Shami bowl together around the 27th over.
I think that will be interesting.
Yeah, they might have to bring Bumrah back. They need a breakthrough, don't they, really? They need 2 breakthroughs, really.
Farong says India have known for some time the challenges of playing without a Hardik option. Could say they were lucky with the piggy dismissal, lacking far this evening. Is this due to the pitch or events? Peter Watson says coming up to 1:30 a.m. in New South Wales, but still listening. Good on you, Peter.
Cut hard by Travis Head. Out 2 points. They go through for a single as it's misfielded by Kuldeep. Yeah, I thought it was Kuldeep. It was hit pretty hard, and it bounced off him really. Went across it, bounced off his heel through the umpire. Back towards mid-wicket. They thought about 2, but it wasn't there. It was good backup fielding. It was only a single. Jadeja. And into his 4th over. That's driven. You see, giving that single away down a long on. And that's the problem. They only need about 3.5, 4 and over, don't they?
Yeah, but they've gone back to spin at both ends. Exactly. This is a crucial period.
They've already preempted it. They've even brought Jadeja back earlier. I thought 1 more over for Siraj. He realizes it's probably playing into Head's hands, Siraj.
Well, that's flatter and quicker, and Head just goes back, forces it up to long off, and there's no run. I mean, Head's having the innings that he needs to have in a final, isn't he, here?
Perfect. He came back to form as well himself in the semi-final. He played that crucial knock, and he's back again. sort of in a position where he can.
He's only had
guide
4
the
games.
Archies.
He was in, he was out, and then he's in again. Yeah. He had a couple of bad knocks. That's just forced into the offside. Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up there. Labuschagne sort of stopped and started, but eventually he got through, and the throw was off, and I think he'd have got there anyway.
I think so. I mean, that mix-up made it interesting. The rest was an easy single, but well done to the fielder there, who tried to make it a bit more interesting. You always don't let batsman get an easy single. You try to force him to run harder than he wants. So, nonetheless, this spell right here is the defining one.
Yep, Jadeja punched into the outfield. There's no one. This game seems to be going quicker than a lot of the others. It was only 2:30. I suppose it will finish about 4:30, won't it?
No, all right.
Yeah.
They might be
that's about
keeping
the rest.
time for once.
Down the track comes Travis Head. Doesn't get to the pitch, but sensibly just plays it up to long on. Beats the man at short mid wicket. Gets himself a single, and that ends the 23rd over. 5 off it. 122
Jeez,
for
that
3.
didn't take long.
Well,
Muttley says, I'm going to miss the almost daily interaction with both Guerrilla Cricket and White Line Wireless. We're going to miss it too. Josie Oak says, I guess Tony can do the West Indies series since he's not much else to do. And Peter Watson says, I will also miss you, Apes, until next time. Thank you all.
Well, if we don't do that,
Leah
we're definitely back, and the next series is an absolutely juicy one. It's India. 5 tests in India starting in January, end of January. Now, I'm looking forward to that.
That would be great. Leah says, this team is so useless. Doesn't matter if you lose only one game in the tournament if that one game is the frigging final.
Yeah. Well, I mean, see, that'll haunt India completely, won't it? You know.
Well,
I've always said it's very difficult to win a tournament. Only Australia is the only team who've won 9 games on the trot.
So here you go. As you call this, Shami's back.
Had to be. Otherwise, it was out. If they got under 30 runs like this, it was more or less done and dusted.
Yeah, pretty much. It'll become a lot easier for the batsman too. Although any wicket that falls will cause a bit of jeopardy.
Whoa.
Well, he's come back into the attack, and his first ball is dispatched. Unceremoniously, I should say, straight back over his head. Glorious shot for 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4s are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
And the score moves on to 126 for 3. That was
Yes,
lovely.
so-
There's your
just textbook shot, textbook straight loft, and he knew the length Shami was going to bowl, and he hit it to the safest part of the ground as always.
Yeah.
Well done to Head.
Shami in again, this time cramps in for room, plays it out to mid-off, and there's no run, and Cody's getting a bit agitated because he's faked to throw that and then has thrown it at the bowler's end.
No, it's all right. Look, this cat and mouse right here, Shami immediately pulled the length back, seeing that the first ball was smashed right behind him. He's pulled the length back, it's just bunted to cover. Can Head resist going again in the same over, or will he just bunt it down for a single or 2? That's enough. The damage has already been done this over, right? So this right here is the key for me. If Head still wants to take Shami on, India are in with a chance. On the other hand, he says, I'm good to bunt it around.
Well,
have it done.
Wouldn't you just know it? That one seems to jump a little bit, Travis Head, and balks at it and plays it out to backward point. There's no run. At this point, both teams are identical. India were 126 for 3. Australia are 126 for 3. Very interesting.
Wow.
Then you know how badly India did.
So the bookies should definitely have it 50-50, really.
No. India's tail is not comparable to Australia's.
No, this is it. I think Australia should be favourites at this point. Attempted pull, that could have gone anywhere. Under edge, could have easily dragged back onto his stumps and Travis Head, but instead it works itself out to mid wicket and they get a single.
I think he chalk-ended it.
Betfair's got India at 325 and Australia at 143. There you go, Bear.
Is that
I think that's about right.
Almost 1:2.5, right?
Yeah,
Wow.
I think 4 times out of 5 India. Probably Australia win this from here.
I mean,
yeah, probably. I've been surprised at how well Labuschagne has survived the spin attack.
Yeah, he's not scored at any rate though, has he?
It was against South Africa.
No,
that doesn't matter.
Exactly, it doesn't matter. So he can go along.
He was
that
in
way.
huge trouble against South Africa, but it's not turning the same way here. That's the thing.
Defended by Labuschagne out to mid wicket, and there's no run. I mean, he just needs to bat like Labuschagne does, and
I
they'll
think
get there.
Control percentage of Maharaj versus what Jadeja is able to do today. That's the crucial thing. This pitch always has some spin for finger spinners, more than wrist spinners. So it's about finger spinners. Somebody like an Akshar Patel or Jadeja should be key in a chase like this if you're trying to restrict the opposition to under 200.
Yeah.
So Jadeja has not looked his sparkly self. They're able to work him around for 4 runs an over or something.
Well, they should be able to do that. It's an ODI. That's the problem. You haven't got that many runs to play with. It's difficult to go for under 4 and over in an ODI.
No,
that's
it's
defended.
about wickets.
Yeah, it's definitely about wickets. Defended back to the bowler.
They're scoring at 5.3. They only need 4.3.
It doesn't. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't really. It doesn't really matter what the run rate is. You're never going to not. I mean, this is what I said. I said if India could have got to 300, game done for me. I think Australia would have really struggled to chase 300.
Yeah, even 280, I think. 280 already.
Yeah, 280 would have been. I'd have put it in India's favour. Exactly that. But 240 is just too low. Another 30, 40 runs. Interesting.
Something from the socials, Messi?
Yes, indeed. Sorry, that's already done. Raffles says Head can look rather agricultural at times. That's certainly true. But then a lot of sloggers do.
He's effective.
White Lion Wireless, on behalf of Leah, has said a meme saying, "You're not my supervisor," to Andy.
That's an Archer reference, I think. Yeah.
Over on YouTube, where did it go? There's a nice one from Jeff Perkins. He says, tactical error by India not to get their shit performance out of the way earlier. Yeah, that's probably true.
Oh, now that one's jumped a little bit, Travis Head, but he's got lucky there. He's pulled his head back, got an outside edge. It's gone past KL Rahul. And down to a very fine third man again, through where the slips would be, for 4 more. This is slipping away from India right here.
First ball boundary again, but I think it went through the keeper's gloves.
It went wide of the keeper's gloves. I mean, first slip would have snaffled it, but again, you don't have first slip, do you? Of course you don't. Played to mid-wicket for no run.
It was an educated edge.
I mean, that's the question, isn't it? Should India really be on the attack now? Because they can't afford too much of this.
No, this is true. But the game lies here because as that one's driven up to mid-on, there's no run. I think Head sees...
It was 1 run.
Well, I think Head sees an opportunity here to get on top of the game, because if he can score some quick runs here, take it to the opposition and score 20 or 30 in reasonably quick time in the next 4 or 5 overs, India's heads goes down, the game's done. That one's played out into the deep for a single, although theoretically it still wouldn't. I mean, look, India lost their last 5 wickets for 40 runs. The pressure will tell. It's a final. Forced out into the offside by Travis Head, the man in the
This
deep.
is very good batting. He attacked every bowler in the last 4 overs, the first ball of the over, looking for a boundary. So it's typically a strategy that he has in his mind. Agricultural or not is just an academic discussion. He's effective. He's doing what is needed here.
And then he's got the runs they need, and anything else is a bonus, isn't it? As Labuschagne just forces that out into the covers, out to the deep, and there's no run. I mean, how's this stadium going to react? 130,000 people, they're pretty much all Indian fans. If India lose,
hope they stand up and applaud the world champion team.
do you think that's going to happen? See, this is what I worry about. I worry that I don't think any fans. There's going to be a reaction. It's not like bloody British English football fans. I don't get that, but I mean, there'll be such an air of disappointment in the ground, and it'll just come across in the coverage, and I think that'd be bad.
If it were to fall that way, right? I think they will acknowledge that the better team won today. The Indian crowds are knowledgeable enough to do that. I'm hoping. See?
Yeah, I don't think they'll be hostile, but
no, I don't think they'll be hostile. I don't think cricket crowds are like that, but there'll be just a massive air of disappointment in the stadium, won't there? You're the home
there
team.
Have been some Indian crowds that caused the match to be abandoned and given to the opposition.
Really?
Semi-final. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Kolkata, 1996.
Wow. Well, there you go. First ball of the next over. Shami, the man who's in there to take the wickets and change the game. First ball's round the wicket to Labuschagne. It's too far across him and it's too full, and he's able to drive that sweetly out to the boundary for 4 more runs.
maybe
I'll
there
just
is not
squeeze in a
enough.
nice message on YouTube. There's a lot of messages on YouTube. I can't fit them all in. But O'Neill Harris says, this effort by Cricket Radio for the World Cup has been phenomenal. And I have access to the TV coverage. Guerrilla Cricket Radio has always been my first choice. Thank you, O'Neill. That's lovely.
That is very touching.
I have the sound on the TV just for the crowd. I can listen to Guerrilla and hear the crowd as well. So it's just perfect.
No, I mean, we like the appreciations. We also like some donations. Please go to Guerrilla Cricket.
That's exactly right. Your super chats are always very, very welcome.
That's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. Have we had a 50 partnership, by the way, yet? It must have come up, surely, isn't it? Have I missed it?
No, they're close to 100. It was 47 for
No,
them.
it's 90. They've put on 92.
Oh, okay. So, I must have that somewhere in my highlights already. That's clipped up to mid-wicket, no run.
Per over.
No, but they've done what is required perfectly. This is like a archetypical chase. You lose a couple of wickets up top, no worries. Somebody stabilizes, one guy keeps the runs going.
Well,
and Marnus Labuschagne has the. You saw he has the strokes if required.
Yeah,
that was a cover drive from the Test match manual.
Yeah,
perfectly
exactly.
hit through.
And this is what India did to Australia in the group game, wasn't it?
Yes, exactly.
It was just flipped around. That's driven up to mid-off, and there's no run.
As I had opined on my podcast yesterday with Messi. No, this was supposed to happen the other way. Australia were supposed to collapse at 250 and India were supposed to win it 4 down. Well, we'll see.
We both predicted something like that, didn't we?
Well, I went.
I've just got to say,
listen,
I'm drinking a beer, a Vian Stefana from Brian in Brisbane, and I just want to say thank you, Brian. I really appreciate your contribution.
Brian gives us great sustenance here at Gorilla Towers. Oh, now that's attempt. Oh God, he's got away with it. That's so fucking lucky. Labuschagne has basically just stood there for a pull, then decided he's not playing the shot, but just left his bat there, and it's come off the fucking thick edge, flowed up in the air towards fine leg, but gone to no one, landing in no man's land. And when the shit's going that way, it's going that way. And the problem is the body language starts to show.
It's beginning to show already.
It is beginning to show.
He pulled out of the stroke. He was clever enough to not go through with the follow-through of that shot. Otherwise, he would have gone up in the air. What happened is he held it right close to his helmet. He didn't go through. And that meant it just ballooned behind him rather than go all the way up. That's clever batting as well.
And this is exactly the same game as against South Africa. You feel that India are in the game, but they're just 1 or 2 wickets behind where they need to be to win the game. Shami around, pulled by Travis Head. Oh wow, that's gone like a fucking laser bullet. That is a magic shot. It's gone really quick and fast down behind square. Rohit looks really angry. 9 off that over, and 4 more to the score. 144 for 3.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Well hit that.
Yeah, really well hit. Head's got to go, man.
The other thing is that they don't have a wicket that is as tough as the one that Australia had against South Africa.
Also true.
Leas says, Wienstaffen, oldest brewery in the world. Too bad they brew Bavarian piss. That's a very, very regionalist point of view. It's very nice beer, thank you. Hawkster says, what hurts for me is if Australia win this, is having to go to work to suffer smug Aussie fairweather fans who said shit after Oz had lost their first 2 games, like the tournament wasn't on. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, well, you're always going to get that. Smug Aussie fans is one of the reasons why we like to see them lose. But, equally, I think India thought it was destiny that they were going to win their home World Cup. So, as I said, I haven't got a dog in a fight. I quite like to see a little bit of pain at the end, just because, that's what makes sport real, right? Sorry.
97
It's harsh, but it is. You got to feel for the losing people. Jadeja is in. He'll want to make a difference, and that's just defended. And there's no run. I mean, look, if India get a wicket here, they'll feel the surge of adrenaline and the belief will come.
Absolutely.
Back really quickly.
Nearly 100 runs.
Yeah, still nearly 100 runs, exactly. And they know what happened to themselves. So that was guided down towards third man. There's no run, but they do need to break this partnership and get a wicket.
Absolutely, and he needs to go. You're right. Head is the danger man because he's the aggressor.
Yeah. Yes. That's defended up to mid-off, and there's no run. But they're set now. Both of them are set. Labuschaigne's good bat.
No, for sure.
He's not quick bat, but he doesn't need to be quick. This is it. You kind of need new bats at the crease, so they're not so sure. And the opportunity
I think
to get a
Shami
wicket.
might be trying too hard. That short ball he bowled off the last ball of the over, he tried to hurry head. There is not enough pace on this.
Yeah, no, I agree. You've got to keep your head and bowl those lines and lengths that he's going to struggle at. Maybe even put a slip in yourself, take the risk, and try
Yes,
and bowl
I mean,
that
for a
length.
spinner.
Yeah. That one's poked out to cover and there's no run because, as we said,
No,
they're
they
not
took a
they're
run.
not winning
No,
this.
there's
They're
a
not
single.
winning this by.
There's a single.
They're not winning this. Yeah, sorry, a single. They're not winning this by reducing runs. They're winning this by bowling them out, basically.
Correct. You need 6
That's a
good
100
knocks.
partnership.
That is the 100 partnership. Well batted. These two. Labuschagne 34 off 61. Head off 70 off 73. Australia are 147 to 3, and that is the 100-run partnership between the pair. Well batted. Next ball on the back foot, hit hard at cover. Who?
Rohit, half stops it.
Half stops it.
Only half
yeah.
stops it.
Half stops it.
Runs
It goes-
behind him for a run.
Yeah.
Look, these two players were never in the original scheme of things potentially. Labuschagne came in as a replacement, but he retained his, he retained enough faith to be included in the squad at the last minute. Head was injured. We didn't know whether he'll even play. They waited on his recovery through half the tournament, but here he is. He's proving why they needed them. Anything from the socials, Mr.
Indeed. Jay says, I think all future ODI games will be cancelled if India lose. The only upside to an Indian win is the revitalisation of the 50-over format.
Well,
and Josie Oak says, may as well go to the pub, this is all over. Leah says, yeah, congratulations, Australia. Now go back to your prison continent.
Yeah, you see, that's the problem. That is the problem with Australia winning. But what I want to know is what those 5 Australian fans in their fucking gold tops who are there on their own in the middle of a sea of blue do when Australia win.
Right. They'll be all right. As long as they're not pricks, they'll be fine. Indian people are just so friendly when you're with them. That's the thing.
Yeah. Well, not everyone, supposedly. I've
not
a couple of
not
them.
you,
Well,
Archie, of course. I wasn't talking about
As
you.
I said, now that could be it. That could be it. No! Oh, Bumrah's back into the attack. Bumrah is back into the attack, and he bowls it into the pads. And I don't think Head got that correctly, but he got it in the right part of the field because he got it out to basically cow corner. And there was someone out deep mid wicket. It was aerial. It bounced just inside the boundary. If it had gone to the man instead of the space, because he was completely done for pace, to be fair.
It was a slower ball.
Yeah, it was a slower ball.
He bunted it away into in a vacant region, and luckily for him, it went
found
over
a
the
gap.
boundary.
It did find a gap. But Bumrah is back in. And it's played back. Now it's come off his hands back into the stumps at the bowler's end. But I think Labuschagne saw that happening.
Sensing what was going to
And it came off his hands quite slowly, so I think he saw that coming. Oh, by the way, that last shot brought up 150, sorry. Australia moved to 152 for 3 with that 4 by
With every
Travis Head.
boundary, with every boundary that's coming through, the runs are disappearing so fast that, as you say, in another 10 or 20 runs, the shoulders will drop because it's become inevitable unless something really magical like 3 wicket over or something happens.
Yeah, well, that's it. Bumrah is into the again. Oh, it's gone past the man at mid-on. He's trying to maybe York Travis Head, but he's anticipated it somewhat, stepped back, driven it back past the bowler, mid-on, mid-off, up inside the circle, and therefore
Classic shot,
Yeah.
and he overpitched. Nana trying to go for a foolish ball. He played into Travis Head's hands, who's standing deep in the crease, knowing Bumrah will try to do this, right?
Yeah.
So that becomes an overpitched ball, and all he did was drill it straight back down the ground, past Bumrah, past the mid-off for a boundary, mid-on for a boundary. It's the toughest shot in cricket. A straight back shot.
Oh yeah.
Well done, him.
Short, played over the top of the infield, out towards, I think Sky is out there at deep cover.
Looks like, yes.
Lands before him, and there'll be just the 1 run, but 9 off the over, you see.
No, but damage is already done for this in the next over potentially. 9 runs is all they need for 2 overs.
They got to attack now. They've got to just go for wickets.
Yeah.
Labuschagne
Pierre
will-
Ramasamy says, long time after the Tendulkar era, Indians might switch off their TV sets before the match is over today. White Line Wireless, in response to Leah talking about the prison continent, says,
now there's an appeal for LBW.
Paradise.
That's not bad, you know.
Down the leg,
Angling,
if you
and
ask
you
me.
think it's I'm not sure it's
Bumrah
angling.
is saying,
I thought it was reasonably close. My first impression was that was pretty close. He was trying, Labuschagne. That's fine. Labuschagne plays around his front pad, and he did play around his front pad. I thought it hit the shoe, and I thought it was in line with about middle and off, and it was angling in towards leg stump. That was my first impression. You might have a different one, Ajit. Yeah. What do you say?
Now, first impression is it's going to hit the fourth stump. Having been given not out, the advantage is with the batsman.
Well, here we go.
It has to hit the stumps.
We got the replay. No, it's
I reckon it's umpire's call on leg.
Yeah, it's closer than I thought, but it's not. Where it's hit him in. It's hit him in. Than I thought. It's hit him in line with middle and legs. Probably going on to hit, as Messi says.
Outer half of leg stump.
Yeah.
Outer half of leg stump is the best I can think. Otherwise, it's fantastic. They've actually picked it well. They're probably going to retain the review.
Yeah.
So it's worth the review. It's worth the risk.
Exactly. If you think you're going to retain it, it's worth doing.
No. Whether you retain it or not, it's worth the risk now. If you can't break through now, it's
well,
over.
That's there is something to say for that. Well, Bumrah was convinced. I thought it was close when I first saw it. The umpire saw it different.
It pitched closer than I had anticipated to the
pad. Actually, the more I look at it, the more I think it's out.
Yes.
Well, Ultra Edge says no. And it's a question of where it hit him.
There was a gap.
I mean, this is the thing. It's also where it hits him.
I think he was hit in front of middle, I think.
Well, it's in line. It's umpire's call on leg stump. Well, India retained the review. It was worth going for.
Sorry to be proved wrong. I would have loved to have been. Sorry to have proved right. I would have loved to have been proved wrong.
Well,
that one is out.
There you go. The contrariness of him given out, it remained out, but it was given not out, and it remains not out. 158 for 3.
You don't give those.
And to add insult to injury, they took a leg by, didn't they?
Probably.
Yep. So 10 runs off the over already. Good for 2 overs. But well, you have to try this. It's okay. It's okay.
Wow. Yeah.
There is a chance. Right?
That's the thing about a left arm round. It's coming a long way across, isn't it?
Some actors in the crowd flipping off the umpire by the looks of it.
Yeah.
All right. But that's okay.
Well, one ball left in the over.
They're trying to entice head to hitting. The mid-off stays up. Mid-on is back on the fence. They're bringing another fielder to the point, like sort of more like a backward point, and there's a short third man. So interesting field. That's going to be interesting what Bumrah will do now.
Short, pulled, and that could well be 4 runs. It is indeed. Oh, the wheels are coming off for India here. That was short, and it was pulled once more. Backward a square. Plan is all wrong. It was
telegraphed.
Exactly. It was really telegraphed, and India losing their cool a little bit here. It's 4 more to Australia. They move to 162 for 3.
It's
White Line Wireless.
They must be really happy.
Responds to Leah about the prison continent, saying we prefer to call it paradise. Imagine being England and making this place the prison. And they also say probably good time to leave the stadium if you want to get home before tomorrow. The 5 Australians in the crowd will leave the stadium feet first, says Leah. I'm not sure about that. There's the reason they went to Tasmania after Sydney's. More hospitable. The wind comes straight off Antarctica, Tasmania. Impisi Okunyundela says Aussies at the base here will definitely be insufferable. But why should tomorrow be different than any other day? It's good. My wife, Katie, feeds your cats lick a lot. She thinks our calico Molly licked too much. I've said calicos are just clean cats. That's right, Impisi.
Indeed. That's driven up by Labuschagne to mid off.
Sorry, just before you go on, Impisi is at the Antarctic base in Antarctica. So that's really good.
We have all 7 continents.
What he says. Wow. I mean, this is Twitter, who knows? But that's where he says.
Well, that'd be cool. That's Hoyt, really, by Travis Head, down towards wide long on. He'll get himself a single. I must say, we have a super chat. John Herbert, $10. Thank you very much, John.
Excellent, John. Thank you.
Driven out to cover, and there's no run. And he says, Bear mentioned the other day he needed Christmas money. Here's a little of some English disgusting desserts and one of those exploding toilet rolls. P.S. Come back, Shelley.
Oh, we'll need Shelley doing 2 roles.
Well,
here,
yeah,
not one.
Shelley needs to come back and take
John.
some wickets. So that one is
Right.
defended out to mid-off and there's no run. They need 77 runs in 120 odd balls. It's wickets. It's shit or bust for India here, and I think they know it as well. And heads have begun to drop.
Look,
it's driven up to long
3
off and
runs.
it's the single.
3 runs of 5 balls. This is all you need to do when you've taken 3 boundaries of the last over. I think the fast bowlers in their second spells have let their captain down a little bit with the lengths.
Well, yeah, you say that. It's driven back to the bowlers, no run, and that's, this is a final, and this is what makes.
Well,
this is what someone like Travis Head. I mean, Travis Head wins man of the match here, hands down at the moment, doesn't he? He's the man. There's no one else has scored any runs. No one else got a 50, did they? Rahul got a 50.
Only Kohli did. Kohli and Rahul.
Kohli and Rahul got 50s, but none of them went on big.
Exactly.
Travis Head has, Travis Head's got 80 now. If he's here at the end, which, to be fair, I've got to say, it looks like he's going to be a centurion. He's going to have won the game for Australia, and that's what, that's where you make your name in finals and things like that. And,
he's
Travis
a big match
Head,
player.
Yeah, he is a big
Head
match player. Last few years, he's been outstanding for Australia.
No, I mean, he's a glorified slogger. Look how well he's
plays
come
like
along.
that in Test matches too, and that's Bazball.
Absolutely.
That's what England do these days, which is why I'm looking forward to it in India in January. It's going to be fun. Defended square by Labuschagne out.
I'll just say, do a couple of things from YouTube before we finish. Pokey Bumfinger says, my cricket experiences in India were nothing but positive. I have had one sketchy run-in with Indian mafia, but even that worked out. And so do who. It says, Australia's success here only makes England's failure more funny. The Scots are vicious.
Well, yeah.
Anyway, so I would like to say my thanks to the Guerrilla Cricket team and fans everywhere.
Oh, fished that by Labuschagne. Maybe a little bit of outside edge, but it bounced before it got to KL Rahul and there's no run.
The way things are going, we may not need more than 40 overs of the game, and I might not be able to come back if that is the case. So I would just like to take a minute to say thank you to everyone, and long may this effort of yours go on, Guerrilla Cricket team. And
Why?
I would like to be there for the journey if possible.
Well,
thank you, Ajit. It's been great to have you.
Exactly, and I'm sure you'll be called along a lot in January and February.
I think so as well, yes.
Clipped into the leg side, out towards deep square leg. And there will be one more run to the total. 166 for 3 now, Australia. We're going to have a change at the end, so I have no idea what's coming up next, because apparently the rotor I've got is massively out of date.
Tony, Andy and Jason are on. I've updated the online one there, so you should be able to see it on there.
Perfect.
So Tony refuses.
I just want to say this.
Tony refuses online shit,
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
but I
Old
keep
school.
doing it anyhow.
Oh, good man.
Well, can Bumrah break through?
Round the wickets, Bumrah would have missed leg stump and it's jabbed out to the offside by Head. He gets himself a single, moves on to 85, 167 for 3.
Good Yorker length.
Well,
all
this
that.
this is my last stint for this World Cup too, and I just want to say how much fun I've had. And the two people I really want to thank are the Bear, because he just does so much that nobody sees, but it's constant. Even the days he's off, it's on. And Tony Bishop for the rotors he does, which is a hell of a lot harder than you think once you've done it for a week. So I just want to say thank you to both of them in particular. It's been so much fun, and to all our listeners.
Defended
Absolutely.
out into the covers, and I want to say a big thanks to Russ and the team down in Mini Ponds as well. I think they've done a fantastic job. They've had it a little harder than us. They've had to start till 4 in the morning for some games, and it's much appreciated as well. It's been a good partnership. It's been fun having everyone on together at times, but it has been a real partnership, and it's worked out really well that they've been able to cover some games and we have. It's made it a little bit easier, spreading the work. Last ball of my
nice
stint,
there.
short and through to the keeper, and there is no run. What was that?
There's one last message on YouTube we've got to read out. Jeff Perkins said, if people did see all that the Bear did, he would be serving a very lengthy prison sentence by now.
Fair enough. Let's not go there.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you all.
Right,
Bye-bye.
Switcheroo time, and the next voices you will hear will be, well, you might as well all sit in seats, because otherwise there's going to be dead air whilst you all sit in seats. So, yeah.
I'll wait.
Okay.
I'll wait until the next person can come over. It's okay.
I'll do a couple. a couple more messages. Dave Barrett is with us. Hello, Men with Men. As I write, Narendra Modi is planning how to get this game stopped. Power cut, terrorist incident, seeding rain clouds, revoke all Australian visas. And Mark Himisides says, greetings from Port Pirie, South Australia. Just discovered your broadcast. Sure beats the TV commentary. Thank you so much, Mark. I'm sorry you didn't hear us before. We will be back for the India-England Test series and quite possibly the England-West Indies white ball series coming up.
We will indeed. That's what we're hoping.
Oh, you're back.
Thanks,
Good.
We are
Okay.
here.
Catch you later.
It's 167 for 3. They need 74. That's all they need, Australia.
The Indian body language out there, it's getting worse and worse. Bumrah's just knocked a bail off out of petulance.
Yeah.
They're not out of this game, and I think their heads dropped quite quickly. Quicker than other teams would have done.
Yeah, well, it's
well,
I mean,
the whole thing is, I think, that they've not been tested that much during the whole tournament.
No, Australia actually came closest probably to testing them, didn't they? As that one is slapped away by Travis Head out towards extra cover. And they'll get a single, move them on to 168. We were just doing a little analysis, Andy and I, of how the scoring went for India alongside what it's done for Australia. We'll share that in a second as well. Jadeja's been called up literally as he was about to.
You put off
release the
put
ball.
off Labuschagne there.
Something happened. Jadeja again, he's coming around the wicket to the right-hander who defends him into the offside out towards cover. There's no run. Yeah, 80 for 2 in the power play, Australia 60 for 3, but then in between overs 10 and 20 India made 35 for 1. Between 20 and 30 they made 37 for 1. Between 30 and 40, 45 for 1. And then within the last 10, 43 for 5. Whereas Australia have stopped the rot and just upped the run rate just enough to stay ahead now, haven't they? As that one is steered to backward point. They weren't for a while. They were actually behind after 20, 115 for 3 against 104 for 3. But then at the end of 30, 152 for 4 for India, whereas it was 167 for 3 as this one again is defended into the onside. So they got 15 runs ahead after 30 without losing wickets. Hard to follow that on the radio, I grant you. And I probably didn't explain it very well. And I'm the one looking at the numbers. This one is out towards mid-wicket. Sorry, is it mid-wicket? It's 2. 3 off the over in total from Jadeja. So tidy, but they need wickets. It's 31 overs complete. It's 170 for 3. 71 is what is needed, and a massive 114 balls to do it with. You are, aren't you, Andy,
Dr. Mark, I'm not going to try your second name, so I'll probably get it wrong. Greetings from Port Pirie, South Australia. Just discovered your broadcast. Sure beats the TV commentary. Well, high praise indeed, but thank you anyway.
High praise, low bar.
Yes, exactly.
Not always us.
David Barrett says, as I write, Narendra Modi is planning how to get this game stopped. Power cut, terrorist incident, seeding the rain clouds, revoke all Australian visas.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, I feel vindicated because I can understand India regrouping a bit 11 to 20, but 20 to 40 they were too slow. They were too cautious.
Yeah.
Sending Jadeja in front of Sky was too cautious, and I got the impression they were just trying to stay in the game rather than get ahead of it.
Yeah, they weren't attacking the championship.
No.
They were
defending it.
Well, at exactly the halfway point, well, near enough, 25.3, we noticed the scores were absolutely neck and neck. You know, dead level.
But
126 for 3.
What's interesting is the trajectory from that point onwards.
In comes Kuldeep, and it's defended by Travis Head towards short mid wicket. Rohit, a thoughtful Rohit, I would imagine at the moment, trying to think, how am I going to get out of this somehow?
How am I going to?
It's got to be wickets.
How am I going to get out of the stadium at the end of this game?
Oh, it's got to be wickets. Kuldeep tosses this up, breaks away towards off.
You'd hope that he has the executive presidential bulletproof coach.
Helicopter, yeah. And I felt at the break, I think a lot of us talked ourselves into thinking that 240 was maybe par. I wasn't ever buying it.
No, that one again turns, but not particularly sharply. and it's easy for Head to stroke down towards mid-off and get himself a single.
Run the ball is, this game is done with 10 overs to spare almost.
Coley Cam is following the great man as he seems to be talking to the crowd or the bench or possibly to himself. Who knows? Who knows? Fingers are being crossed.
Prayers are being
made.
recited.
Kuldeep throws this up. Labuschagne just leans into it, dabs it to backward point. Bumrah fields
until the end of the.
And they'll take a single
until the end of the match, where India have eventually lost, and then effigies will be burned.
Yeah, a little boost for the effigy market possibly at the end of this game. I'm not sure who you would put on the effigy exactly.
No, I mean 10 straight wins. I mean 9 straight wins. Obviously, you do that one forces Head onto the back foot.
No, 10.
10. There's 9 in the semi-final.
Oh, they've forgot the semi-final. Of course, 10 straight wins. The one that you just don't quite show up in, you just don't want to be the final, but it can happen.
Well, why did they change things? Why did they change the batting order? Why did they start with Shami instead of Siraj when they'd done none of that through the 10 games they won?
Oh, he's outside of leg stump then. I don't know what the excitement was, but he'd stepped well back, had Travis Head. Kuldeep is over the wicket, and Head just guides it, but he guides it straight to short third man. Siraj, who always looks angry, frankly. Even if they're winning, he looks angry. If they're losing, he looks angry. It's his default mode.
He's got that very angry beard look, hasn't he? With the beard that sort of projects out in front of him.
172 for 3 it is after 32, 69 needed from 108 balls. Andy,
did we do the super chat from John Hebert? I'll do it again if we did, because it's $10. Bear mentioned the other day he needed Christmas money. Here's a little for some English disgusting desserts and one of those exploding toilet rolls. P.S. Come back, Shelley.
I don't know if we did do that one, but
possibly we did. But
message.
seeing as it was a super chat,
is that Mr. Modi who's doing all the waving?
Yeah, he's doing the waving
goodbye to the World Cup.
Yes.
172 for 3. Jadeja with his headband on. Now, who was it we saw the other day? We weren't sure who the captain was. Who were we watching when we weren't sure who the captain was? Everyone was sort of managing the field.
South Africa.
Oh, yes, it was.
A bit of that going on.
Yeah, it was. As that one is just eased by Labuschagne. That's all he needs to do. Steers it down to mid-off. Takes a single.
Yeah, Temba Pavuma.
That was right. It was
not the most.
De Kock. They were all having a go, weren't they?
Rabada. Anyone you name, pretty much.
Well,
they've all got a thing to say.
And we were just seeing a little bit of that there as this breaks back into Travis Head, who can defend right in front of his middle stump, but he's seeing it, as they say, like a football at the moment.
And his footwork has improved immensely since the start of his.
It has. He's speaking of which, he's stepping 1, 2, 3 little steps and pulls out to deep mid wicket. Doesn't really get all of it, and there is a man down there. And it will be one more to the score. Win predictor now. I'm sorry if you're an India fan, 10% is what that is saying. And that's not a great statistic. This one is angled.
That's
short thirds, Bumrah fields, no run.
Better ball. What's
a better ball?
He's reaching for it very slightly. He gets just an outside edge down to the short third man.
Apparently Ahmedabad is known as the Manchester of the East, on the grounds that it's big in the cotton industry. That's what you'd like to know. Little fact about Ahmedabad.
Yeah. Capital of Gujarat.
Indeed, because the Titans play here, don't they? That is slapped to backward point.
And am I right in thinking it's a dry state? It might be a dry state.
I believe it is. So you can't even go out and drown your sorrows.
The only moisture tonight will be tears.
As the bitter sting of tears, as that one is again guided to backward point. Hang on. Well, look. I'll put that on the other foot for a second. It's the end of the over. It's 174 for 3. If you're one of the very few Australians that appear to be there, don't you want to go absolutely out on the lash?
I'm sure you can find a way.
You'll just have to go back to your hotel, I guess.
You can drink it. Indeed, you can drink in the hotels. Yes, you can. Yeah. Yes, you can.
Warren is tuning back in. He says, "Has Shelley forsaken us? Come back. All is forgiven."
Shelley has not forsaken us, but she might kindly dial in at the end. We've asked a few people just to get yourself onto Zoom, and we'll have a little guerrilla-wide chat come the end of the match, just to get some perspectives. But yeah, she knocked down 5 wickets, I think, in her spell, and was as line length, and enough movement to get those wickets. So well bowled, Shelley. Kuldeep again down the track, head lofts it up and over deep mid wicket, and he's gone for 4 more.
1, 2, 3, 4.
To your point, Andy, terrific piece of footwork as well.
Well, Jason's on somewhere.
Oh, Jason, it was you. Yeah, it was you that said that, Jace. But his footwork has been exemplary, really, this innings.
And nice little chip over the man to the safe part.
What's Kuldeep got? Exactly. Not so much footwork. Lumped, though. It's beaten the man at mid-off, and it's gone for 4 more. 2 consecutive 4s. Australia and Travis Head, who's moved on to 97, are looking to try and accelerate for the finishing line here.
2 + 2 is our man.
Not sure he completely middled that.
No, that wasn't anywhere near as convincing. That's over the top of the guy, but not by the huge amount.
Deep in, turns, head, leans back, angles it away. Fielded by a very angry-looking Virat
been
Kohli.
Doing a lot of angry throwing anytime he's got the
angry
ball.
Throw, angry fielding. Ronald McDonald, it's Andrew McDonald, isn't it? His real name.
Yes.
Known as Ronnie.
Well, can Virat play another World Cup? Maybe.
Kuldeep.
No, that's a replay, I think.
Slow left arm, isn't it? Was it? Are we sure?
So.
Oh, yes, it was. You're absolutely right. Thank you. That one isn't, and it's prodded to point by Travis Head. 99. He's on 99. That last 2. Get that blue button finger ready.
99 off 94 balls.
99 off 94. It's 184 for 3. Is only 57 needed.
Bradman-like statistics.
It's been a yes, 99.94. Very good. Defended. He's going to take a single. Always have to think about it. The throw's coming in. It doesn't hit the stumps. How close would it have been if it had? But Travis Head, well played him. Came in with Australia. Well, he opened, but he watched wickets fall early doors. He has moved to 100 off 95 balls. He's taken Australia to within 56, and it's been some knock from him.
10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Congratulations, sir. You are a centurion.
Wow. Should Australia go on to do this, you'd be hard pushed to look any further for a man of the match or nomination, wouldn't you?
Not at all. Fantastic innings, and we shouldn't get too obsessed with milestones. It's been great, and it will continue to be great. Even greater if he gets it all the way there. Defended
by Labuschagne, who, in his own considerably less spectacular way, he's only going at
50,
half a runner ball.
And as someone I've been quite critical of, he's paced it very well too.
Well, he knows that Travis Head is going twice the speed as he is, and he knows that providing he can stay there and Travis Head can keep scoring the runs, so together it's been a well-judged partnership, isn't it?
Yeah, it's all about partnerships.
And we should say Travis Head would have been a mile out if that hit the stumps.
He would, and there was that little stutter when he wasn't quite sure at the beginning, and his heart, I am sure, will have been in his mouth as he knew that if that ball had hit the stumps from the throw, he was absolutely a goner on 99. He doesn't want to have done that. He didn't. And indeed, he's got his 100.
Do you think that's a bellow of relief from Glenn Maxwell on the boundary, saying, thank God you did it and I didn't have to?
Well, he may yet have to contribute. This one is launched by Travis Head. That's going to go all the way. Bye-bye. Deep over mid-wicket. 6 of the best. Rohit does a double teapot. Nothing he can do.
I'm so habitually putting my hand up when I play a jingle, I've just realised I don't have to do it now.
No, it's only us. You don't have to dance the jingles either and then go, cue in. We're here with you. It's a three-man studio.
I've missed a couple of tweets. Jez says, I think India wasted some of their win quota in the qualifying stages. If Australia win tonight, they will have beaten every other side exactly once, which is the most efficient way. And White Line Wireless said the
that's
same.
true, yeah.
Losing to India and South Africa in the group stage was part of the psychological game.
Yeah, it was. I mean, everyone was slightly laughing, even England fans at Australia, weren't they? But they started with two probably the toughest games, having to play
definitely,
a
yeah.
massively informed South Africa and then India. Jadeja drags that down a little bit. Head steps back, but can only guide it to cover.
Recent 50-over games against Australia and South Africa, where they'd been absolutely trounced in South Africa.
Slapped by Travis Head, but straight to mid-off. He's looking a little frustrated. He's got to that milestone. Australia just 50 away. Jadeja makes him step onto the back foot, but he guides it out to Kuldeep, who is riding that deep extra cover boundary. Gets a round of applause for some sharp fielding from his captain.
Am I right in saying Travis Head didn't play those first two games?
No, he was injured.
He was injured, yes he was, and he's made a difference, hasn't he? He's a fighter, not that all the Australians aren't fighters.
Because he was
just defended
in that aforementioned tour of South Africa, I think.
Not quite cramping Travis Head, but he's bending down and breathing quite heavily. I think adrenaline will keep him going.
Oh, I think it will. That's defended by loose bus change out towards cover. There is no run. We'll have a little look at Travis in a moment.
Leah
Tell you what he has
says,
done.
I guess I have a title for my podcast later today. South Africa in blue. I wouldn't use the C word. I would just say India have bottled this.
Bottled rather than choked.
Yes, it's a subtle difference.
It is. Yes. You might have to explain it actually, having said yes.
Bottled is more like they were too cautious throughout their innings. They weren't trying to win the game. They were trying not to lose it.
They were managing not to lose.
They were trying not to lose it and hoping the bowlers can win it later instead of pushing on. I mean, it was fine to retrench for 10 overs. Then I felt King Legend was too slow. Kohli just seemed to assume he was going to score 100, and no one was more shocked than him when he got out.
He didn't want to walk, did he?
He didn't want to
literally
go.
Seemed rooted to the spot for a while, as if he couldn't believe what had happened to him.
And then their very weak, frankly, 8 to 11 was shown up probably for the first time in this tournament.
Let me see. He played 4 before today, averaging 33. Travis Head.
He scored runs in the semi-final, and those were important runs.
But importantly, a strike rate of 145, 109 versus New Zealand was obviously a big contributor to the runs there. So, unlike India, the Travis Head approach is make the runs, but also make them fast.
Well, 100 off 100 balls is never going to be bad.
No.
Even if you're playing a 350 game, that's a great anchor innings.
Yeah, and you had a feeling from the moment that Australia innings started that they were prepared to lose a couple of wickets and to get themselves ahead of the game,
because they knew they had
and
Smith
they did it very
and
well.
Labuschagne at 4 and 5 to steady the ship should they need to.
They did not that Smith did too much steadying, although there was a point of contention.
Well, of course, we're not talking about it so much now, but Smith was out off an LBW that wasn't out.
No.
We didn't review it.
And that's possibly
the line.
The only thing that Travis Head has done wrong in this match.
Yeah, he should have said.
Great catch, great innings.
Was a good catch, yeah.
Poor decision to not review advice to Steve Smith.
Yeah, well, and yet you're surprised, given the value of the wicket and the fact that they had reviews in hand, surely, that Smith didn't take the opportunity to review.
Head is probably not at a particularly good angle for the one outside off stump, because he's on the other side of the wicket.
Yeah. No, I agree. But I was amazed when Steve Smith just decided not to review that decision.
Well, it looked like he really looked like he was going to, and then he decided to walk off. And we thought, what's changed his mind? It can only be the bloke at the other end.
Well, we all sat there watching it, and every time we watched it, we came up with a different point of view as to whether it was out or not, which suggests that there was a huge amount of doubt. We're currently watching Maxwell, and that phenomenal innings where he was basically crippled by cramp and just stood and kept whacking it. To this day, though, I'm not entirely sure what the likes of Mujib and Rashid Khan were
Yeah.
thinking by
Put
not
it-
bowling a little
put
bit
it
wider
out of
to
his
him.
reach.
But there you go. Pressure does strange things, as does a degree of inexperience in pressure situations such as that. Although you
not-
shouldn't say that about Rashid Khan, should you? Or indeed Mujib.
For the benefit of the listeners, we're not missing any play because I think
No,
I'm
we're
having a
not.
drinks break.
We are indeed.
For Head to get some fluids in to perhaps get rid of his potential cramps.
Less than 50 needed now. 49 off 90 balls. The required run rate only a shade over 3. Thrown up wide of off stump and slapped out to the deep cover boundary. And they'll just take a single.
Yeah, regulation single.
It was a regulation
smashed
single.
to man on the boundary.
I mean, India have virtually given up at this point. I mean, I shouldn't labour it, but I think their heads dropped in the field earlier than other teams would have done.
In comes Kuldeep. That one turns back into the right-handed Labuschagne, who just helps it on around the corner, but there's a man on the 45 and there'll be no run.
I don't know if they were maybe just expecting to win this game.
Well, when you're on a winning run like that,
yeah.
all winning runs have to end,
Yeah.
and they can be quite a shock to the system when they do. As that one is again defended to the offside this time. Rohit Fields.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
there's no run.
It's always the case. If you want to losing the group.
Yeah,
if you can.
Well,
if you
obviously-
can manage it.
Obviously, don't do what England did and just keep losing. But
Yeah, England took that a
generally,
bit too far.
I take your point. As that one is stroked away down too long off, they'll take another easy strolled single. They won't care if they do it in ones. They've got that time to do that and still have
fact, you could
a
see
couple
off-
of overs to spare.
You can see off the previous ball, it was a ball that you could have taken a quick single off if you really wanted to, but there's just no need.
Yeah, I don't think these two would love to be the two at the end to see the side home. That one though, completely foxed Travis, who didn't seem to. He'd stepped back, I think, looking to possibly cut. In the end, half defended it into the onside.
A bit more of an overspinner than a side spinner, and it came on a bit more than he thought.
It did.
Just cramped him a tiny little bit and chopped it down.
Here comes Kuldeep, those arms whirring, and that one is cut away out to deep cover. Is that Ishan Kishan who's on? And if Ishan Kishan's on,
Who's off?
Not on, I wonder.
Well, could be almost anybody. You've also no more tweets at the moment. You also find that India are understandably throwing their best bowlers at this. I mean, if it gets to 45 overs, they might be left with Siraj and Kohli. Siraj has only bowled 2 or 3, I think.
3, I think.
They're trying everything with the spinners and Shami and Bumrah, and you'll get to 43 overs and they'll have no one left.
I don't think he's going to get to 43.
It'll be close by then, I would think.
There might be a few on YouTube, Andy. I think I'm not sure how up to date we are.
No, I
there.
think we're pretty good on YouTube.
Oh, right,
'cause that,
okay.
Unless we need to press that. No.
It's not one of those screens, I don't think.
Oh,
No, you have
okay.
to drag it up and drag it down.
Yeah, you do. You
No,
do.
it's fine. Yeah.
2 for
Oh, there
36
they
for
are,
Bumrah,
yeah.
1 for 47 for Shami. Those are the wicket takers today. They've both got 3 overs left each. It's Siraj at the moment, though.
Well,
who has
case
only
in
bowled
point,
3.
you have to bowl him now.
Well, that's what
if
they're
he's
doing.
going to get all his overs in.
Well, I wish I hadn't done that now because O'Neill Harris says I'm talking rubbish again, but I could be.
Siraj in. Oh, that was a slow bouncer, and it seemed to take an age to come through to Travis Head, who'd set himself and waited forever before pulling it towards mid-wicket and just getting a single. I'd like to see that again, just to see that bounce on that, whether he deliberately slowed that ball
It's
up.
a bit
or
of
whether
a
it's
tennis
just the way
ball
it
type
bounced.
bounce.
It was, wasn't it?
Sort of stuck in the pitch and maybe had a cross seam on it as he bowled it.
But it shows you just how, I mean, literally, there seemed to be a long pause where Travis Head was in exactly the right position and waiting
Travis
for the ball
Head
to
is
come to
singing
him.
like a football now. He's singing it so early. He had much time to.
He's onto the back
wait
foot
on the slow ball.
to stroke that out to cover, and they'll take a single.
No, almost enough time to have a fag if he wanted to.
Yes.
Harriet says perhaps India have put ejector seats under the Aussie fans, and when they win, they'll twang them
They
out of the
just
stadium.
fly into the
I think you'll
Indian
find-
night sky.
I think you'll find once Australia need about 20 to win, it'll look like ejector seats on the entire stadium.
Well, that's a question of whether they can get out
Whether
in
they
a
can
hurry.
get out
don't
in
forget.
time, yeah.
As this one is pulled high,
Bye-bye.
handsome, magnificent, all the way over mid-wicket for 6 of the finest.
Six.
And that brings up 200 for
It
Australia.
does indeed. 203 for 3 with a 6. 36.3 overs. And they are racing to the title here, are Australia. Courtesy of Travis Head.
You would say he didn't even get all of that.
No,
It was
but
like halfway up the bat.
He definitely lofted it, didn't he? What can Siraj do? Full and on the leg stump of Travis Head, who doesn't time that at all, and in the time-honoured way has a look at the bottom of his bat as though that was entirely to blame for mistiming that shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's not me. I've got 100. You've got nothing, you bat.
Yeah.
No, it's all me.
It is.
It's nothing to do with you.
It's like a jockey blaming the horse if he comes fifth or something. It's like, it's not always the horse, it's not always the jockey, it's the partnership of the two. 38 is all that is needed from 80 balls. Only
Do you think he might ask
quick
for a
wickets.
slogging bat in a minute?
Well, only quick wickets is going to help. Oh, and that's short. And Travis Head has a little waggle of that. And that was a more legitimate bouncer and gets a round of applause from Captain Rohit.
Still very much that slower, loopy bouncer that he's trying to time and get some power into the shot.
He's making it look a different game, though, is Travis Head, to the one we saw India's lower middle order playing, isn't he? Even Kohli was reasonably circumspect in the way he went about his work. Whereas Travis Head, see ball, hit ball, but combined with some twinkle-toed footwork as well. And it's got his side within touching distance now of the big prize.
Armchair Cricket podcast adds it to I think we are going to hear from, because I think we'll make 40 overs. Well played, Travis Head, champion stuff. He's going to make my prediction come true, but for Australia, not India. And Colin Suter, who says players of the tournament and duds of the tournament, question mark.
Ooh.
Josh Butler, dud.
Well,
Yeah.
I think you have to say Josh Butler was a dud.
Joe Root dud as well, actually.
Joe Root had a horrible tournament, never really got going.
Duds just England collectively.
Whoever didn't give David Willey a central contract probably collectively duds.
Other duds, Shakib Al Hassan.
Shakib didn't really shine, did he?
Babar Azam didn't do much.
Baba had a shocker.
No, he had a terrible tactical tournament.
You'd obviously have to go Maxwell, even if just for that one innings. It was so magnificent that you'd have to say that was an absolute beacon.
Can't knock Kohli.
Kuldeep, his Kohliness has done well. That's just steered around to backward square.
Well,
take another one.
Most runs ever in a World Cup is probably better than done well.
Yeah.
Adam Zampa and obviously Shami,
Yep.
both
Yep.
in the bowling stakes, have been superb. I think South Africa collectively, for much of the tournament,
De Kock-
their
De Kock had a
powerhouse
great
batting.
tournament,
De Kock
yep.
was terrific as this one, and it will be his last
Kurtziev
one, of
was
course.
very good.
He was. That's pushed to mid-on. They'll take another single. Virat, as ever, is being followed by the camera as he trudges back to his mark. They need to keep their heads up.
Rachin Ravindra had a great tournament.
Yes, he did.
Ravindra, great tournament, great haircut. Or lack of haircut, whatever he's got there. I wish I could put some of it on my head. Because that's some mop of hair for him. Yes, he's a star, well, made now, but he seems to have grown very much in stature during this tournament. Launched by Head, he's got that high, long, handsome, yes he has. It's 6 more for Travis Head, it's 6 more for Australia, it's 6 more towards the World Cup. Down he went, onto one knee, slog swept, and it was all the way. Terrific shot. Terrific shot. Someone's sending up fireworks.
It's not SpaceX. That was yesterday.
Oh, was it?
Did it blow up again?
That's defended by Travis Head, who now definitely, I think, is of the mindset is I'm going to be there at the end. I am going to be there at the end.
SpaceX, they launched 2 things inside of about 6 hours. One was a scheduled flight, and the other one was the latest Dragon flight.
This one from Kuldeep turns away from the left-hander, but he can guide it out to cover and will get a single.
But yes, the booster stage for the Dragon had a rapid unscheduled disassembly on its way back.
Yeah, but have you said they still applaud when a thing blows
well,
up?
It went further than it went before. They got separation this time. And
Kuldeep defensively nudged towards mid-wicket, but a defensive nudge will still get you a single. Kohli Cam zooms in to the disgruntled, furrowed visage.
So, yes, progress is being made, but slowly.
Yeah, got a few tweets. Raffles the Gentleman Thug. Australia now paying 1.002 for the win. You bet $100 to win 20 cents. Still sounds like a good bet.
Mm-hmm.
Messi Jez, I have
free money.
have to say the experience of being part of the teams through this World Cup has been a privilege. Interacting with so many others in a positive way, commentators or listeners, has been a ray of light in a sometimes gloomy world.
Oh, that's very thoughtful, philosophical, and true.
Kind as well.
Girish says current mood and then a YouTube video, which is probably something depressing. Leah rightly points out, what are you pointing at?
I was just looking at the top scorers in World Cup finals. Gilchrist 149, Ricky Ponting of course 140 versus India. Viv Richards 138 not out versus England in 1979. Fourth now, Travis Head.
Yep. Leah rightly points out Shakib can't be a dud. The timeout appeal makes him one of the players of the tournament.
Makes him a pantomime villain.
Poor old Angelo Matthews, yes. Timed out. I've forgotten that little controversy.
And Jeff says the Indian commentators on TV are making this even sweeter with their sour grapes.
Oh, Lord. Siraj, over the wicket, short and pulled by Labuschagne. There's a man at deep mid-wicket, though.
Yeah.
And again, it will just be a single. That's fine for Australia. They don't need more than
if I feel down at all in the next month, I'll just think of poor old Sunil Gavaskar staring into his soup because India haven't won the World Cup, and Ravi Shastri and Harsha Bhogle.
Harsha Bhogle, not so much.
Oh, well, apparently he was really, really ladling it on in the first innings.
What, the soup?
Yes, probably. Salty Tears soup.
Salty Tears soup, indeed.
Someone should market that.
Salty Tears.
You do get cock soup in the West Indies.
Get what soup?
Cock soup.
Cock?
Yes.
Cock as in?
No. Male.
Oh, right, okay.
Chicken.
Oh, thank goodness for that. Okay, that's all right. 2:15 for 3. This one is driven slightly awkwardly, but effectively enough towards mid-on by Travis Head. He'll add one more to his total, and one more to Australia's. 25 is all that's needed now. We're not going to do it, I don't think, in our stint, chaps.
No, it's going to be the bear to bring it home.
The bear's going to bring it home, and probably quite rightly too.
Girish says he posted a song by the Smiths. I think I can guess which one.
Heaven knows I'm miserable now.
Heaven knows I'm miserable. This has to be that, surely. Surely. Apparently Morrissey was in Singapore when I was there. Not that that was the reason I was there.
Well, you say that.
Defended to short extra, no run. I have to say, I couldn't notice a swelling of excitement around Singapore if he was playing there, or indeed anything to suggest that he was. But
Colin says you were all saying India were going to smash Australia during the semis. Well, what were you saying, Colin? Anything different?
Yes, he's not wrong. We did. We thought they were the unstoppable force, but Australia, as they so often do, seem to have found a way.
Well, they're immovable object.
Steered away down towards long leg Shami Fields.
And it's really
take another single.
No, predominantly the lack of penetration from the Indian bowlers once the ball's gone soft.
Yep, if you're lacking penetration, I do have to tell you our sponsor for the day is the GC Naked Fun Porn Bot, who made a very generous donation. So we'll take another opportunity to thank him. Or her.
It.
Or it.
Collins dodged the question.
Ah, well, there you go. This one is pulled by Travis Head. Bit bottom edgy. Out towards mid-wicket. Not really what he wanted, but it will get him another run.
He says he was asleep after his night shift, so he didn't say anything.
Well, there you go, you see. But, I mean, for us, read just about everybody.
I had them favourites. Nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that, but I still gave Australia at least 30-35%.
Yep.
Yep. All depended on match situation.
Yeah, but I was...
And being put under pressure for the first time,
I think
potentially.
India just didn't have the courage of their convictions. I think they looked away first in the staring contest.
Short. Pulled. Kept down nicely, but will go straight to Kuldeep, who's on that deep mid-wicket boundary. And they will just take one. It's the end of 39 overs. They do rattle to the edge so quickly.
Yep. You do wonder whether Labuschagne, who seems to be dealing exclusively in singles at the moment, is going to have enough chance to get enough singles to get to his 50 before this game is over.
But it's 219 for 3. Andy.
Leah says the SpaceX launch facility is so shitty, even the Russians would be ashamed. Well, you know, I actually think Russian space program has generally got a bad press. A lot of it's propaganda. They didn't let anybody die like the Americans did, and they didn't get to the moon because they didn't throw their entire country at it for 8 years for propaganda reasons.
Well, they did have their main technician, the chief architect, whose name I forget, died in 1967.
I can only remember Yuri Gagarin. That's my... If you ask me...
Alexei Leonov.
No, well, there you go. You know one more than me. Name a Russian cosmonaut. That would be the one I'd come up with. This one is waited for from Bumrah
and
guided,
of course Valentina Tereshkova as well.
And the
well,
dog.
you say of course. How do you?
And Leica, the dog.
Yeah.
Oh, Leica the dog. Given time, I might have come up with Leica the dog. Yes. Did Leica the dog ever come back?
No.
No. Leica the dog didn't last very long, unfortunately.
Well, that's.
It is sad, yes, you know, but they didn't have coming back in their locker at that time. And no one had gone up. They didn't even know if any, you know.
Like a trip to the palace for one of Henry VIII's wives. Yeah.
A brave dog.
220 for 3.
Didn't know what was going on.
Comrade dog.
Bumrah is going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Head, who just says, well, if you're going to do that, I'm just going to clip you away towards Shreyas Iyer at deep mid-wicket and stroll another single. He is huffing and puffing a bit now, is Travis, but you really can't blame him, Jace, can you, for that?
No, I mean, he's done all the hard work. He deserved to be able to have a nice long rest and a nice cold bath after this, I think. Probably full of beer.
Andy Flower, of course, now is in the Australian
Another
camp,
win
isn't
for him.
Jasprit back to over the wicket to the right-handed Labuschagne, who has to jab down on this pretty quickly to dig it out from his toes.
Attempted Yorker again. That was only just.
It was.
Got out of the way in time of that with his front foot.
He
did. Get his batting way.
Yeah. If he hadn't have done, that was bang in front.
Girish tells us it wasn't the song we thought. It's I Know It's Over.
Oh, right, okay.
I think
either are applicable. To be fair,
I think our one is more appropriate.
Yeah. It's over. I'm thinking Roy Orbison for It's Over. But then that's my generation, I suppose. In comes Bumrah.
The Who.
True. It's all over now. Away.
Stones.
That's the Stones, yeah. Over. Into the offside this time. I do like his glasses. I can't think of his name. Adam Zampa.
Zampa's glasses, yeah.
Yeah, they
he definitely looks a lot cooler when he had that awful mullet.
They look like welder's goggles, rather than spectacles, don't they?
I think he's had some fashion advice.
More than likely.
Stop looking like Steve Smith.
This one is defended by Labuschagne. He's not going to get a run on this occasion. Travis Head sets him straight and goes, no, you don't want to be taking that, lad. And
catch up on some tweets before we change over. Leah, you can get torpedo soup in Nigeria. Guess what torpedo stands for? Don't know.
No.
GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot. I have cock soup on the menu at my new restaurant, Mrs. Lovett's Bistro, with soft balls on the side. Steve Clare, a reference to Travis, the man who released Good Feeling all over Australia.
Travis, the musician, yeah.
The band.
The band, oh yeah, that's right.
Lovely shot.
Oh, that was a beautiful shot. Indeed it was. Clipped away by Labuschagne. That'll be 50 up for him. 53 off 99 balls for Labuschagne. It's been a very different kind of innings to Travis's. In some ways just as important. They've been a terrific partnership. Well done in 225 for 3. 53 off 99 for Marnus Labuschagne.
Long drawn out grinds and flashing cameos, quite accumulation that just grows and grows.
Well, it was that one.
Lucky.
So we'll stop there.
I sense your impotence, Jason, as you sit there looking. Why is he not pressing the blue button? And you're just too far away to do it.
No, it's nothing to do with that.
Right, Bear's going to come back in.
The Bear should be in right now. The Bear will come thundering on Ursine paws through the door. I hope.
Before he gets.
Can you go and tell him he's supposed to be actually calling us home? They've gone and left us. It's just you and me, Jace.
Yeah.
The Bear will be on the phone to his builder probably, even though it's Sunday. That one is short outside of the off stump. Pulled away by Travis Head.
Yeah, Travis Head is putting no effort in anymore. He's walking the singles because they're all on the boundary.
Well, 15 is all they need. 26 for 3.
You think you come and be more aggressive and come and try and pack the field to try and stop him from doing things like that and make him go over the top and win it.
Oh, they've just gone and left us. I can't play jingles from this seat.
Should I transmogrify myself over there until the Bear comes back?
Well, you can do, but then yes, I would say yes, and then if you do, as this one's defended, no run on this occasion, just out towards extra cover. Yes, if you do that, then I think the Bear can just take up station there to do his ball by ball. I think I can see.
I can hear hooves.
Do we
or
think
paws?
Paws. Can we hear the padding of Ursine paws?
I think he's been searching, alcoholic sustenance.
It could be. That could well be one of the reasons. This one is short and pulled fine and deep.
Yep.
And has gone for 4 more runs.
4.
You'll just have to imagine, which jingle would you like us to sing?
1, 2, 3, 4.
Very good. All of the right notes. Not necessarily
in the right
order. 1, 2, 3, 4. If you want it in German. Ich nie sanshi, of course.
In Japanese.
In Japanese. There we go. I mean,
3 for the price
every
of 1.
day is a school day on Guerrilla Cricket. 230 for 3. We're 3 balls into the 40th over. The Bear is settling into his chair to bring us home.
I looked it up and it was 35.4 overs gone, and then Andy came out and said, "You're on." I was like,
well, did you not hear us going, hello?
Yeah, well,
where
I
are you?
did, but I thought I just looked up and it was 36 overs left. I thought you were giving me some space because,
Would you like to?
That was driven up to mid-off and there's no run. 230 for 3 are the Australians, cruising to victory now.
Yep.
It must be gutting. And
it won't be long now.
It won't be long, and you must feel for the Indians to a certain degree. 130,000 disappointed fans in the crowd.
Several billion disappointed fans.
in the continent. I mean, it's the problem with losing at home. I did say I want to see some pain, but maybe I was just being a bit. I do feel a bit for them. Someone has to lose. Siraj is in, and it's defended out to the covers, and there's no run. And you have to say, Australia, fucking Australia, always fucking Australia, isn't it? They manage it all the time somehow.
6, this will be their 6.
It'll be their 6th. It's not the greatest side, you'd have said. Doesn't seem to be balanced with Smith and Labuschagne in the middle order, and yet somehow they've got there, they've done the business, and once again they're fucking world champions.
Another $10 from Messi Jez on the super chat. I feel I owe this for not bringing Shelley back.
Oh well. Siraj is in, and slower ball driven out to the covers. A little bit of a misfield, but there's no run.
Lots of space tweets at the end of the over. PJ Mead says the Russians did do some cosmonauts, including the unfortunate like of the dog. Yes, they lost 3 of them, I think, in Vostok 1. Leah says, I'm pretty sure the Russians killed a lot more people in their space programs than the Americans did. Well, the Americans killed 17, I think. 2 loads of 7 in 2 shuttle accidents, and
Australia is starting to pat each other on the back now. They stood up ready to run onto the pitch.
The 3 in Apollo 1 who died on the launch pad.
Were there 2 shuttle accidents? I thought there was
Yeah.
only 1.
There's one on liftoff Challenger, and there's one on return later on, which stopped the shuttle.
Oh God, yeah. I forgot about that.
There was another super chat. Just sorry to interrupt your reverie there, or reverie. I don't know if you can be in reverie about lost cosmonauts, but Joshua Letchford gave us a very generous donation. Is this India's fault for preparing a slow pitch against the most Test match-esque team? That's probably
its pitch has done nothing really, so I think it's not played to their advantages.
No, I don't think so. I think
I think their batting is more and bowling is more comfortable than the pitch.
Yeah, I think, it's the problem with India, isn't it? It's the same. In fact, it is the same as last World Cup. They've gone in without the all-rounder in the final. They've got 6 batsmen, 5 bowlers, and actually, when that goes wrong, India's bottom half of their batting is never going to get them many runs. That's a time. Well, it's not really very well timed by Travis Head, back past the bowler, dug it out really. As Brummer's coming around the wicket, gets himself a single up to long on. There's no run. There's a lot of teams that bat deeper than India. Their top order is fantastic, but again, hardly any time in this tournament, except for maybe against England, has the bottom order been tested, and England were flaky and got bowled out. England should have won that game. They're only chasing 230.
But our batting was
Yeah, exactly. Our batting was woeful. But Australia's isn't. They're gritty. They're bloody Australians. That's clipped out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. They like winning. And they normally do.
Yep, I've been told by Twitter by various people that the head technician was Sergei Korolev, which I did remember in the end.
Just 10 required for 52 balls.
Who's on social? You mean I am? I'm supposed to be on social, aren't I?
Okay, I'll hand it back to you.
That's all right. I wasn't. I just wasn't sure. You cast seeds of doubt into my mind. That was all.
Well, Jasprit Bumrah over the wickets and defended back down the track by Marnus Labuschagne, who, to be fair, doesn't look like a one-day player, but he's got himself a 60 and a match-winning partnership with Travis Head.
But this is the beauty of the debate we were having earlier about the difference between a 50-over game and a 20-over game.
It's more like test playing.
You can have a player that can sort of cruise to a runnable innings, providing other players are playing round him. Sometimes it's the right thing to do, and it has been here.
Indeed. That's worked into the leg side by Marnus Labuschagne, out to forward square leg, and there's no run.
And he's taken the pressure off Travis Head, or Travis Head has taken the pressure off him, so he can play his natural game.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why India would have, I think Australia would have struggled to chase down 300 plus. They'd have still required 70 with. Would have been 7 and over by now. That's what they needed to get.
There's every opportunity that Maxwell won't get to the crease.
No.
With his explosive potential.
Yeah. Perfect time for him now as well anyway. That's full by Jasprit Bumrah. It's driven up to mid-off. No timing, no run. And
a very despondent Rohit Sharma at the moment.
Well, he's thinking about the interview. He's got a dirty end.
Yes.
Fucking hell.
Where did it all go wrong, Rohit?
Yeah, where did it all go wrong? We didn't bat very well, did we?
Well,
I thought Rohit batted
well,
really
the others didn't bat very well. I think it's the answer that might come out.
I batted okay. Everyone else failed.
It's Virat's fault he got out when he got to 50.
Well, you can't really blame him. That's defending the offside and there's no run.
Gordon Wells has sent a picture of where he's hiking. And he says, towards the end of the group stage, I thought South Africa's only chance was for Oz to knock out India in a semi. Vindicated. At least I didn't have to cancel my hike this weekend, and I could still enjoy your commentary on the drive back. David Latimer has said, I can't believe you fellas haven't named yourselves as players of the tournament. Grateful for your brilliant commentary. Legends. Well, thank you, David. That's very kind indeed. Time doesn't run the same when you are spliffed up, says Warren. There you go. Steve Clare, heads wins, tails take day off. Head hits India, not a brick wall. Right, Gorilla Cricket. Now your go. Bad headline puns based on the match winner's name. Well, I imagine there's plenty of options for there. Australia keep their head.
Yes.
Well,
very much so.
The camera just keeps picking out glum Indians in the.
Well, to be fair, it's shooting fish in a barrel, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a little.
A lot of them to be glum.
Siraj is in, it's short, it's pulled, and
smashed.
Travis Head saw that coming. It's played out into the deep. I think it's Shubman Gill fielding, but they should get back for 2. They do. Score moves on to 233. Just 8 required.
I've been disappointed with Siraj in this match because he's been very much a one-trick pony. He's been asked to bowl it into the deck and bowl short and wait for Head to make a mistake pulling, which he hasn't done. No, he hasn't had a plan B for that for today.
I mean, that's twice on Australian side, who's not really been that fancy, to be fair. Nah, that's all right. Inside out, Travis Head nearly gets a 6 down over long off. Mid off is up inside the circle. He hits it over the top, and he gets himself 4
and
more.
Down to boundary fatal now.
Yeah.
And
GPL. Anyone in the GPL?
240.
247.
247. Is that anyone there?
We need 480 something.
Well, the lowest entry was 517, so everyone's stuffed.
It'll just roll on to the next time.
Indeed, it will. Driven up past the bowler. There's a shot at the stumps, misses the stumps, so it'll go through to the keeper. 3 runs required, 238 for 3 in the 43rd over.
Nice goal. In fairness, the Aussies have totally outclassed India, but I'm very happy to finally see a bowling captain winning the World Cup. When did that happen last time? That's a very good question.
Well, Imran Khan won it.
Well, yeah, but that was a fair while.
1992. Yeah.
PJ Mead, cheers guys. I'll be with you for the next series. Good to hear. Mark Zip. Do I have time? That's for all your hard work for the last who knows how long.
Well, indeed. Bumrah is inside half the bat for Navishane out to deep mid wicket. 2 runs required from 44 deliveries. This game is done and dusted. Australia are going to be world champions for the 6th time in a row.
Well, not in a row, but 6th
Well,
time
not in a row, 6th time, yeah.
In
cricketing
10
history.
instances, I think, of the World Cup.
Well, they won it in 2015, didn't they? Then they obviously not in 2019.
Yeah.
2011 was Ricky
87.
Ponting's Tasmanian Chardonnay 140.
Yeah.
87, 99, 2003, 2007.
2015.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This will be the 6th time.
Fucking hell. Hardly anyone's won it then. So it's only us and India who won it in between. Travis Head has given himself away.
Travis
2 runs acquired. India need an absolute miracle, but Travis Head has given it away. 4 down. 239 for 4. He has gone. Trying to win it with probably a 6. He's gone for 137 off 120. It's a match-winning innings. And, you know, he gets to milk the applause, actually, before the end of the game because he's given it away and he is out. But he has won the game for Australia.
He's still cross with himself.
Yeah, well, look, I'm sure
be.
he is. He wanted to be out there at the end. But at the end of the day, he's out and he's won the game.
You wanted the Bradinka.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
Really needed that to happen 100 runs ago.
Well,
basically.
Well, had he got the 4 or a 6, he would have been the highest scorer in a World Cup final for Australia.
Yeah,
would have
beaten
beaten
Ricky
actually,
Ponting
no,
by
he
1 run.
Actually, that's not true. He wouldn't have beaten Gilchrist 149, but he would have come 2nd.
It's a very happy Australian camp. He's just gone back to be embraced by all of them there. And
I think I could
there was
read
a
that.
big fuck there at the end, wasn't there? But I don't think he should really worry about it because he's won them the World Cup, and that's what counts at the end of the day. It's a team game.
And now we get the coup de grace from Glenn Maxwell, who's probably going to Maxwell the ball out of the ground.
Well,
or get out,
or get out for 0.
Yeah,
I think he's going to be one of the 2. I think it won't be a dribble.
No, it won't be. Well, Maxwell's facing up to Bumrah, and he's lolloped it. Out behind square.
It's going to go, is it?
No, it's going to be
It's gonna
fielded, but
get
they're going to
2
come
though.
back for 2.
Surely
it's
they'll
going to be
come
the
back for
game.
2.
They've come back for 2. And Australia are world champions. They all come running out. Inglis has got his pads on because he was next in, but they're all ecstatically happy. Australia, the green and gold, has won once more. The hometown heroes of India are crestfallen. And 140,000 people inside the stadium are absolutely, desperately upset.
KL
But that's the
Rahul.
way it goes. That's sport, unfortunately. And I always say it's very difficult to win a tournament. 9 games out of 9. You've got to lose somewhere, and the game you don't want to lose is the damn final. And unfortunately, They cruised it. Let's face it. They looked absolutely.
To be fair, a few people have said that all the way through for India. You know, if you're gonna have a bad result somewhere, don't leave it to the final.
Well, I've been saying it since the beginning. Don't I? I have a real hoodoo about that sort of shit. I just don't rarely believe you can go through a whole tournament without having a bad day, and you don't want it at the end. And unfortunately, they've had good days all the way through. I mean, they've looked like they were going to storm this tournament. From start to finish, looked like it was up to someone else to beat them. And Australia, being bloody Australia, they're really bloody minded, and they're Australian, and they're really annoying, and they do it all the fucking time.
2 teams that have gone through a tournament without losing a match, and that's Australia in 2003 and Australia in 2007.
Yeah.
So no, the odds are against it.
Massively. It's it's a game of there's a certain amount of luck involved, isn't it? And a lot of the teams are pretty evenly matched.
If you're listening in Mooney Ponds, chaps,
We are.
Well, you are. Oh, are you? Where are you?
Do you want to join us?
Come on, jump on and join us. I'm just going to do a couple of quick social messages while you sort yourselves out there.
Oh, we're ready to go.
Oh, you're ready to go.
Of course you are. You're fucking ecstatically happy Aussies, aren't you?
We'll save the
this
session.
over with because it's bedtime.
Yeah, all right. Come on in.
How many of you are left? How many of you are left there?
All of you.
Just the 2 of us.
Oh, just the 2 of you left. You and
well, they haven't got bored of the victory and just thought that we're going to win this and went off home. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
Most people went home at half time.
Half time. Honestly, you must be cock a hoop, aren't you? And your boys deserved it. There is no doubt about that, surely.
Look, I don't think it was the greatest tournament Australia's ever played, but he certainly deserved the final. Heads innings was fantastic, except for trying to run himself out on 99. That was one of the better innings we've seen in this World Cup, and it's certainly in the final.
And I can see Messers in the weather cave. Is there any special celebrations in the weather cave?
I've had 2 beers tonight. Is that kind?
Yeah.
Well, it's a start. Not much more than that, but it's a start.
I got to say, yes, I did enjoy the win, but it's certainly a case of the best team doesn't always win, isn't it?
Well, the thing that Australia got
it's the best team on the day, isn't it? It's not the best team in the tournament. I mean, you have to say, looking at the matches
Peaking
and
at the right time.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
And
Australia
that's it.
peaked at the right time. They started off slow, and they got better and better and better.
I still don't think their balance is particularly right with Smith and Labuschagne in the middle, and that's the point. With a low-scoring game, it kind of works. But if you give them too many to chase, it was always bad. But they did the business. They got the wickets and they got them out cheap.
Yeah. And Pat Cummins bowled fantastically.
Yes,
he did.
Yeah,
he bowled fantastic. He bowled fantastically against South Africa as well.
I think.
Yeah, the way he crushed them in that middle order and stopped them from scoring. That was the key to that low scoring total in the end.
Well, we went through the 10 overs, 10 spells as they progressed, and they just seemed to grind so slow, India, and they got really mired. What was noticeable about Australia, I think, was they set off to try and really make the most of the power play. They were prepared to lose 1 extra wicket but get themselves ahead in that. And although at one point they were neck and neck, they just found a way to accelerate, and the difference in the end was Travis Head.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I think when we go through and look at the players of the tournament, you can't say that Travis Head has been the player of the whole tournament, but he has man of the match the 2 finals. So
the semi and the final. He
has,
and one of the group matches as well.
Yeah. Well, remember
he was away for 2.5 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, he missed the first 4 or 5 games, so if you just count from when he was playing, he was very good across this tournament.
Well, exactly. He got 100 in his first game, didn't he? And he got out against England, but he still won. And then in the other games, he's only played for 4 games, hasn't he?
Yeah.
60 in the semi, and then 100 in the final.
And as we're looking on the TV at the moment, we can see Maxwell and how crucial was his 200 to win a match against Afghanistan, but it was absolutely dead and buried.
Yeah.
With Pat Cummins, 12 off 68 at the other end.
Well, true, because if they'd have lost that game, they might well have come up against India in a semi-final, because they might well have ended up
fourth.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just saw George Bailey.
If you ever want a batting partner, Pat Cummins is the go-to man, isn't he?
He's certainly seen them home on a couple of occasions, hasn't he? With a very cool
first test in the Ashes.
Head. Yeah.
Well, the semi was, it ended up with him and Stuck, if we remember. It wasn't a particularly great chase.
No?
This was a much more controlled chase than the semi. The semi, I felt, was Australia. Like that early wicket losses turned them into a real mess. This one I thought might go the same way, but obviously Labuschagne ahead played really well.
Do you think there was when Kohli went, that was a point at which belief really soared? He's been so talismanic for India. Losing him must have made a difference.
For me, I think it was really heads catch, and I think that's when the game turned. Yeah, and that was it Sharma? Was it?
Yeah, it was first wicket. Well, I was doing a highlight.
Third wicket.
And they were 200 for 5. They weren't in a bad position at 200 for 5 when it was KL Rahul. I suppose that's the problem.
No,
their bottom order just cannot fucking bat, and when they're 5 down, that's when the trouble started.
I think what happened was Kohli got out, and then Jadeja got out shortly thereafter, and that would really stop their impetus.
And
I think the other thing is
that 67
India's spinners
run.
were quite ineffective today. That I still think that they should have seriously thought of having Ashwin instead of Sirikumar Yadav.
Well, look, you say that, except that 13 wickets before today, 9 had been to seam, and 4 only to spin. Oh, sorry, in the last game.
Australia have been very, very vulnerable to spin. This wicket wasn't nearly as treacherous as the one against South Africa, but even so, I was surprised how much Labuschagne was able to survive against the spin without any serious troubles.
Yeah, but it wasn't ripping. It was turning, but not ripping, wasn't it? It was an
and also, talking about spin, let's not forget that Glenn Maxwell bowled a very economic spell as well in the innings.
Yeah, he was allowed
2
to.
overs for 4 runs.
He was allowed to.
Yeah.
So how are you well stocked for alcohol in the box of dreams?
Oh, pretty stocked.
Yeah, I gave it a good run.
And alcohol and
pizza. We got
pizza.
some more donations today, which really set us back a bit. So we might have to do some more tests or something.
Yep.
Oh, well, we certainly had loads of donations today. It was mainly people wanting to keep Shelley on. She was rattling through the Indian team. 5 wickets in her stint was all pretty impressive. She really has earned her title as destroyer.
Well, listen.
It was interesting though. The Indian innings, they got a lot of movement early with pace bowlers, and that was really dangerous. And I actually don't think Australia tactically made a lot of sense to go out trying to slog early, because they ended up just losing some really stupid wickets, which could have really caused them trouble given how much movement was.
Well, that's it. And they only had to chase 230, didn't they? So there's no need to.
But once they got past that, it was actually India looked pretty flat. And it didn't look like they had a lot of answers.
No,
the two people who were dangerous were Bumrah and Shami early on, and then once the ball got its edges and lacquer knocked off, it basically didn't do very much at all for anybody, spin or seam.
Yeah.
And the other 3 bowlers just got milked.
Indeed. Well, listen, look, we need to go.
Can I just do a couple of last messages from people?
Let me just run through the scorecard.
You do that, and then we'll do some closing messages.
And then we'll get out of here.
And well done, Australia, for sure.
We should just go to the second innings. So batting for Australia, Davey Warner caught Kohli bowled Shami for 7 off 3. Travis Head eventually caught Shubman Gill bowled Mohammad Siraj 137 off 120. He's man of the match, no doubt. Mitchell Marsh caught Rahul bowled Bumrah for 15 off 15. Stevie Smith, LBW, bowled Bumrah for 4 off 9. Shouldn't have been out, really. Should have reviewed it. Marnus Labuschagne not out, 58 off 110. Glenn Maxwell not out, 2 off 1. Bowling, Jasprit Bumrah 9 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 43. Mohammed Shami 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 47. Ravindra Jadeja 10 overs, no maidens, none for 43. Kuldeep Yadav 10 overs, no maidens, none for 56. And Mohammad Siraj 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 45.
Steve Clare said Morgan's Wittering would have been a great name for a small village in Shropshire. Neil Burgess said the 5 Aussie fans are being taken to the gallows. Steve Clare, great commentary on guerrilla cricket. Well done, Australia. Argentina, Australia and South Africa, all world champions. Surely it's now time for countries ending in B. And then, like who, we don't know, we couldn't work it out. Let me see. Muttley, thanks for the coverage. Primates, cats and kittens. It's been a pleasure for the last, insert how long it was here. 6 weeks? 6 weeks there?
6 weeks it's been on.
Pretty solid. When are you each respectively on next? Love and Sausages. Woof. Well, we are hoping to do some, if not all, of the West Indies series, but it's under discussion, let's put it that way.
We are thinking about it, but we'll probably be on for some women's tests over the summer.
Fantastic. Well, hopefully some of us can contribute there. I would like to just add my voice to you guys in the White Line Wireless and the Box of Dreams. You've been a treat to work with, and through the night as well. You've meant that together we could cover every single minute of every single game of this World Cup, and that has been some achievement, I think.
It has indeed.
Yep. For which we
Thank you, Tony.
salute you.
We missed a couple of minutes because the internet died a couple of times.
Well, I don't count those.
I heard down the highlights, don't you worry.
Someone else who's just joined us there. Is that
Ajit? Ajit.
Is it Ajit?
Yeah, it is Ajit.
Yep.
Ajit, are you?
How are you
Give
feeling,
us your
Ajit?
final thoughts then.
Hello, Ajit. We can hear you.
Not connected to audio.
Ah, you're not connected to audio.
Nope,
You're on mute, mate.
I don't think it is Ajit.
Let me go
can't
first
see.
then. Let me go first. I just want to say
It's
a
me.
quick big thank you to you two guys who put in so much work. Bear and Tony have put in so much work on this World Cup. Like Bear in the studio, Tony with the rotors and everything else you've done. It has just been the foundation of the whole thing, and it wouldn't have been possible without
Well,
you.
That's very kind.
Very kind indeed.
Absolutely.
Can we hear our final guest there? Can you make yourself heard? Try again.
Hi, am I audible?
You are audible.
You are audible.
And how are you feeling?
Well, a bit gutted. It was unexpected that we did not expect that this match would be such a one-sided affair. It's a pity that it was not a deserving final. After having played very well, India could not cross the line.
Well, they just they picked the wrong game to not turn up, but Australia just are relentless, and they're relentless in tournaments, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're
So
bloody
unlucky.
Australian.
We've had fun.
One team. Yeah.
Fun,
We
thank
have
you.
had fun.
One last thing, Tony. Shelley has posted, thank you, Bear, for all the highlights and the rest of the crew. Yeah, I don't think anybody appreciates how much work has been involved every day of this tournament. Bear just putting together the highlights every night for a podcast, and they're still there for anybody who wants to go back and relive it all.
And it's been quite effective as well. Quite enjoyed doing it.
It has indeed. We've switched to cats as our background mid-tournament, mid-flow to get ourselves over. That seems to have worked.
Stop being struck. We'll get scoreboards and shit back for when we're out. We're not in India next time. When we're back in India, we might have to stick to this strategy.
We will.
But
Could I also just say thank you to Messi, who dived into
priceless.
just about every game of this World Cup, it feels
Yes.
like. And it was very helpful at some times when I really needed someone to jump in. I almost started a broadcast with just me at one point. And also did the rotors when Tony wasn't there, so thank you, Messi.
Well, Frank Sinatra sang
Thanks,
about
Raz.
New York being a city that never sleeps. We've got a gorilla that never sleeps.
Yeah.
And he lives and he lives in a weather cave in Perth.
Exactly.
Very good one. Very good one. Lovely work there, Messi. Thank you. And
thank you.
I had a question. Any shout-outs for the man of the series? Man of the match is pretty obvious.
Well, man of the match is very obvious today. Man of the series, that's a very good question.
I still think it's got to be Virat. I really do.
I possibly would say Virat. Shami, certainly for all of his wickets, I think would be up there. It's always your opinion's always going to be coloured by the fact that the side doesn't. If you play for a side brilliantly, but that side ultimately doesn't win, it kind of still sort of counts against you in that final
He was the
reckoning.
highest wicket taker, wasn't he?
Zampa did brilliantly and took wickets. Somehow I sense amongst Australian fans there's always a question mark when they talk about that. I mean, the fact is he took those wickets. Australians go, but we don't know how. but he took them. He took them, guys. He took
a
them.
bit of that. Yeah.
I think Shami's 7 for was magnificent, and all of those wickets that he took, and he won't play another World Cup. Whether there'll be another World Cup, well, that's a whole debate.
There won't be
not for now.
India have lost. There will not be one. It's okay. Right.
No.
But,
For me, Virat.
But no, the World Cup in 8 years is scheduled to be in India again, is it not? So, all over again.
Oh, it will be. They're going to try and win it before they ban it, right?
Yeah.
Sold the TV rights for the next two, I think, haven't they? So
I'm sure they have.
Go ahead.
They don't care about anything. They'll get the money in, that's for sure.
Just to give you a figure, at the end of the tournament, Virat Kohli has 765 runs. Next is Rohit on 597. So that's 168 runs more than anybody else. At an average of 95.62.
Yeah, it's
that's not bad.
And,
That's pretty
and
good.
he performed in the semi and the final.
Yeah.
You know, and ultimately it was only 60 odd in the final, but yeah, he was really good.
Yeah.
Oh, he was.
He was.
That was the turning point of the match, if you ask me.
Well, you guys should be out to celebrate now, but there's not going to be anywhere open, is there?
It's Australia. I'm sure it was 24
on a
hours.
Sunday and a 3 a.m. probably.
3 a.m. on a Sunday.
Melbourne
You're going to
shut down 7 hours ago.
Yeah, I know. That's what I.
There'll still be some discos
What a
open.
rotten time to win a what? You're going to go and
Definitely
shake your
be some
stuff.
pokies venues open, that's for sure.
Go and
I
shake
say,
your stuff
Oh,
in
yeah,
a disco.
Crown will be open. We can go down there, but they won't be selling beer until 7. So
7 in the morning.
Wow.
yeah,
Wow.
sometimes they don't actually start selling alcohol until a certain time. I know this because I was there watching the World Cup once before 7, and this guy kept going to the bar every 5 minutes to ask them, can you sell me a beer yet? And I kept telling him no.
We'll let you know. We'll let you know when we can.
And then they could at 7 in the morning. That's a bit weird. Right, come
You
on.
can only have
We're
beer
done.
with breakfast.
We got to go. It's time to go.
It was a treat,
everybody.
guys.
We'll be back some point in the future. We'll let you all
We
know.
will, Bear. We're going to do it.
Exactly,
Come
of course.
on.
Alrighty.
Thank you all.
See you all later.
Gorillas. Thanks, listeners.
Bye.
Thanks all.
Yeah,
It
thanks
was a lot of
everybody.
fun.
Bye-bye.
See you
Bye-bye.
later.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla